About the king of soldiers who time travels to the Southern Song Dynasty. Huashan Sword I Rule. King Leng Feng, the special forces soldier, was ambushed by the enemy during a mission and ended up traveling to the end of the Southern Song Dynasty. He became a poor young man. Faced with the plans of his uncles who were seeking wealth and death, he used strategies to kill them. In this turbulent era, facing the competition for property and political power, develop your power from a manner to conquer the world. His personal strength has gone from being unable to tie a chicken to being unparalleled in martial arts, and he dominates the world in swordsmanship at Mount Huashan. The game played among many heroes and beauties, and finally became the common master of the world, and then returned to the real world forcefully, kicking off the human expedition to the stars and sea. There were two groups of people standing outside the Leng family's house. One group of men was menacing, and the other group of women were cold-eyed. If you look closely, there is still a look of grief and indignation on the faces of these women. On the man's side, an old man stepped out of the crowd and said, "Lady of the Leng family, now that the men of your family are cut off, Dalong's industries will be taken care of by Erlang and Sanlang." After the old man finished speaking, a middle-aged man beside him said, "Sister-in-law, what the clan elder said is right. Now that the eldest brother is cut off, you can't keep those properties. Rather than being taken by outsiders, it is better to hand it over to our two brothers, and you can still ensure that you have something to eat in the future." It's so high-sounding, isn't it, just to see that our orphans and widows are easy to bully? Now that my son's bones are not cold, you are not afraid of retribution, and you are forced to come to the door? As an angry woman's voice came, Leng Feng opened his eyes slowly. He frowned and looked around, finding that this place was very unfamiliar. Lying on a wooden bed with an old wooden cabinet at the head of the bed, there was no trace of modernity in his eyes. Everything very quaint. But where is this, and how did you get to this place? By Leng Feng's side, there was also a teenage girl. The little girl's eyes were red, and she seemed to have just cried. With a look on his face, he can't see the collagen that a girl of this age should have. Seeing Leng Feng looking at her, the little girl showed a look of surprise on her face. The young master is alive. The young master has come back to life. With that, the little girl ran out like a gust of wind. Leng Feng struggled to get up, but found that he didn't have any strength. It was difficult to move a finger, and only a faint sound came out of his throat. Seeing the scene in his eyes made Leng Feng feel confused, and he clearly remembered that he was going through a special military operation. In that primeval jungle full of dangers, Leng Feng and his team members encountered an enemy ambush, and during the battle, Leng Feng was unfortunately shot in order to protect his teammates. What's going on? But this situation and this scene are contrary to memory. What the hell is going on? Didn't you get shot? Why doesn't my body feel any pain at all? Young Master Feng is really alive. My hard-working edge is alive. Under Leng Feng's puzzled gaze, the little girl from before ran back again, and at this time she was followed by a group of women. The women's eyes were red, and they looked like they had cried before. The master has a spirit in the sky, keep Roa Fenger safe and sound. A middle-aged woman ran up to Leng Feng and grabbed Leng Feng's hand and said. Looking at the woman's concerned expression, Leng Feng was stunned, and still asked unconsciously, "Where is this?" "Fenger, this is home, I'm my mother." The woman who grabbed Leng Feng's hand said. "Home. Mother." Leng Feng was puzzled in his heart, and suddenly his head hurt, and a chaotic stream of information poured into his mind. I felt like I had been hit hard in my head, and I snorted, and my eyes rolled and I fainted again. A large number of memory fragments filled his mind, and he didn't know how long it had taken before Leng Feng understood what was going on. It turned out that in reality, he was really sacrificed, but he did not die, but his soul was reborn. Leng Feng's soul was reborn in another time and space. In this time and space, the original owner of this body was also called Leng Feng, a 14-year-old boy. This age is half less than in the previous life. Earlier, when the boy was riding across the bridge, the horse lost control and fell into the river with him. The cold front of this world can't swim, and he was out of breath when he was fished up. This young man Leng Feng is also sad enough. 2 years ago he still had a family fortune, and his father was a well-known wealthy man from far and near. However, his father, Leng the Rich, went to the north to do business, and he was never heard from again, and according to rumors, he was killed by the Jin people. Since then, Leng Feng's family's property in Linjiang City has been taken over by his uncles, and his orphans' children and widows have returned to live in the countryside manor. In the memories of the original owner of this body, his father married 4 wives and had 5 children. Leng Feng's mother is the eldest wife, who has a son and a daughter, and the other 3 wives are all daughters. In this patriarchal era, and Leng Feng is the eldest son, he is naturally pampered in all kinds of ways, and he has been pampered since he was a child. By the time he was 14 years old, he still didn't learn and didn't know how to do it, and he was very stubborn. Before, the business of the Leng family was taken care of by Leng's father alone. Leng Feng's mother and aunts didn't ask about this, and Leng Feng was a young master, so he didn't know anything about it. Now, under the auspices of the Leng family elders, on the grounds of preserving the family industry, all the shops under Leng Feng's father's name are handed over to his 2 brothers to take care of together, saying that they will be returned to them after Leng Feng is crowned. At the beginning, the 2 brothers of the Leng family would give the Leng Feng family a little money, but later they simply said that the shop business was losing money and they would not give them a penny. Fortunately, Leng's father had bought some land in the countryside before, but now the Leng family is in trouble, so he can only rely on these fields to survive. Over the course of 3 years, all but Fluttershy and Shibua, the old butler, have been left behind. In recent years, natural disasters have been encountered, crops have not been harvested, and various harsh taxes and miscellaneous taxes have made life difficult for the landlord's family. Although Leng Feng has experienced the difficulties of falling in the middle of the family, even when he returned to the countryside, his mother and aunts have not suffered for him. It's just that the school environment has changed from the city to the countryside, and he is still the most beautiful boy in the private school. Because of the love of Leng's father and his mother's, Leng Feng has no concept of money since he was a child, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as spending money. At that time, the children competed to throw stones, and Leng Feng threw silver directly. When he sees someone who is not pleasing to the eye, he will use money to smash people screaming and jumping, and he just laughs. Even, he asked beggars to form a group to visit the Green Building. After the fall of the family road, his great achievements are still circulating in Linjiang City. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Leng Feng is 14 years old this year, and according to the era in which he lives, a man can be crowned after the age of 15. In other words, after a period of time, Leng Feng will be able to get back his own property according to the previous agreement. In Leng Feng's mind, it won't be long before he can live the life of a freshly dressed angry horse again. The young man is not only worried, he is talking about people like Leng Feng. Yesterday when he entered the city, Leng Feng went to discuss the matter with the 2nd and 3rd uncles. Unexpectedly, the 2 uncles changed their normality, not only warmly received Leng Feng, but also promised to return the store to Leng Feng. When Leng Feng heard that the 2 uncles had promised to return the property, he was naturally happy. So under the warm hospitality of the 2 uncles, they didn't care about the uncrowned and can't drink at all, and they rode home on a thin horse in a drowsy state. When passing by the small bridge outside the ancient road, the horse suddenly lost control, so the cold front of this world drowned. Knowing all this, Leng Feng knew that the soldier king of his special combat team had crossed over, and he had crossed over to this broken young master who had no knowledge or skills. Leng Feng, a young man in this world, is too wasteful, and after reading books for a few years, he has a limited understanding of the situation in the world, but he only knows that the current imperial court has lost half of the northern country. The north was occupied by the Jin people, and the imperial court set the capital of Linen. Based on these poor memories, Leng Feng could deduce that this era was the Southern Song Dynasty. I didn't expect that I actually traveled to the Southern Song Dynasty, and the owner of this body is still such a waste material. I really didn't get a good hand at the beginning. Leng Feng was powerless to complain in his heart. After reading the memories of the original owner, he had already smelled a smell of conspiracy from the drowning incident, and realized that the waste material Leng Feng fell into the water too strangely. When the 2 uncles saw Leng Feng before, they were all cold, and yesterday's abnormal behavior was definitely greasy. According to Leng Feng's analysis, those 2 uncles definitely had the motive to kill themselves in order to completely occupy the Leng family's industry. Eat the house. Leng Feng thought of a legend that in some families, if the male of the family died, then no matter how much property was left, it would be occupied by the people of the same clan. Leng Feng opened his eyes again, but this time he didn't move, just looked around calmly. Now Leng Feng has understood his situation, and even though he is reluctant to give up on the world he lives in, he also knows that he can't go back. The dead are long gone, and the survivors are sad. Leng Feng can think of the pain of his parents after learning of the death. Once he was the pride of his parents, and then he was the sadness of his parents. But Leng Feng can't do anything about it. Fortunately, he also has a younger sister who goes to school, which can be regarded as the love of his parents for the rest of his life. Fenger. After he became conscious, Leng Feng heard a group of women shouting again. Leng Feng's lips moved, but he didn't make a sound. He didn't know how to speak, and although he understood what it was all about, he hadn't adapted to the role in this world. Fenger, don't scare your mother. Seeing Leng Feng wake up again, the middle-aged woman who had already cried into tears said, "It's a touching scene, but there are always people who don't open their eyes to spoil the atmosphere." Humph. A man is dead, can you weep him alive? Sister-in-law, let's hurry up and take care of the aftermath. Let my nephew be buried in the ground. Today, we are here to inform you on behalf of the family that the property in the city will be taken care of by Erlang and Saburo. The land here will be yours, and it will be enough to feed you women. Those people outside the door also rushed in, and they didn't even glance at Leng Feng lying on the bed. In their eyes, Leng Feng was already a person who had been dead for a long time. Although these people are all members of the Leng family, they don't care about the feelings of the same clan at all, and want to take the property left by Leng's father for themselves. Among them, Leng Feng's two uncles were the leaders, and they encouraged the elders of the Leng family, and after learning that Leng Feng had drowned, they immediately forced the door. Leng Feng now occupies this body, and he has also obtained the original memory of this body, so he has seen through all this. Seeing the ugly faces of these people, Leng Feng also saw through their sinister intentions, and naturally it was impossible for them to succeed in their plan. Of course, with his current ability, it is obviously unrealistic to want to face these people head-on. However, although the current Southern Song Dynasty court is decaying, the basic social system still exists. As long as he is alive, these people will not be able to blatantly occupy their family's property for the time being. This is also the reason why Leng Feng's two uncles want to harm him. Only when Leng Feng dies, the male of Leng's father's line can be considered severed, and they have a reason to occupy the property left by Leng Feng's father. If you want to harm me, you are destined to be disappointed. The master is not that waste. A wave of anger surged in Leng Feng's heart, not to mention that he was reborn as a good person, and he was still thinking of being killed by people's hearts. However, Leng Feng also understands that anger cannot solve the problem, and the first thing to settle is the bad thing in front of him. Of course, he will not sit still. First deal with the matter in front of him, and then his counterattack. Second uncle, third uncle. Are you going to return my inheritance? At this time, Leng Feng suddenly sat up and spoke. When he opened his mouth, everyone was immediately startled. Even the group of women around him were the same, not to mention the Leng family who already thought he was dead. A ghost. In the crowd of the Leng family opposite, someone screamed in fright. The people who didn't scream also had a panicked look on their faces. After all, what these people dare to blatantly come to the door to seize the Leng family's property is that they have determined that Leng Feng is dead. Unexpectedly, a person who had been dead for most of the day could still sit up and speak. Leng Feng drowned, and his face was even more white and terrifying. Even though Leng Feng had been reborn, there was still not much blood on his face. People in this era are superstitious, and what they do is wrong, and if they have ghosts in their hearts, they are naturally afraid of ghosts. Seeing everyone's reaction, Leng Feng couldn't help but sneer. Second uncle, third uncle, I remember that you said yesterday that you would return my father's property to me. I didn't expect you to be so trustworthy, and I couldn't wait to invite all the clan elders today, so I thanked the two uncles. Leng Feng's words stunned everyone. How could they have ever seen Leng Feng speak like this? In the past, Leng Feng, that is, an iron-headed baby, didn't know what the etiquette was, and those who didn't like it were directly hard work. Leng Feng, why didn't you die? After the second uncle heard Leng Feng's words, he calmed down. Since Leng Feng can speak well, it proves that Leng Feng is not a ghost. Am I still alive to disappoint you? Leng Feng stared at the second uncle and said, My nephew is alive, and the second uncle is naturally very happy. The corner of Leng Feng's second uncle twitched, and he said with a smile on his face. At this time, he felt as if this nephew had changed, giving him a sense of incomprehension. Although Leng Feng was very sloppy before, he was completely pinched in the palm of his hand by them, but today's look at Leng Feng made him feel frightened. Well, the old and young masters of the Leng family are here today. Take this opportunity to return all the industries in Linjiang City to me. Leng Feng looked around again and said, "Oh nephew. You may have drunk too much yesterday, and your second uncle and I didn't talk about it, or according to the previous agreement, we can rest assured that we can hand over the eldest brother's property to you after you are crowned." At this time, Leng Feng's third uncle said with a far-fetched smile. They also understand that Leng Feng is not dead today, and the plan to directly occupy the Leng family's industry will not work. Now stabilize Leng Feng first. Anyway, Leng Feng is only 15 years old in a few months, and they have a chance to kill Leng Feng. San Leng's words are reasonable. Let's wait until Leng Feng is crowned before talking about property. Seeing that Leng Feng was unharmed, the Leng family knew that today's plan had failed, and it would be bad for them to entangle it any longer, so they jumped out and ended up. According to the elder of the clan, my two brothers are absolutely selfless, and everything they do is to keep the inheritance left by the eldest brother. Please also be a witness to everyone present. After Leng Feng is crowned, we will return the big brother's property to him. Leng Feng's second and third uncles expressed their sincere attitude in front of everyone, and looking at their appearance, people who don't know the truth will definitely think that they are good people. Leng Feng also knew that these two people were acting, and he didn't know what method he was trying to use to calculate himself. However, Leng Feng didn't demolish them, just quietly watched them perform. At the same time, he also knew that these were all appearances, and now that he had just been reborn, he did not have the strength to deal with these people. The two uncles wanted to stabilize Leng Feng, but in fact, Leng Feng didn't want to stabilize them first. Since they want to act, then accompany them to act. After the Leng family and his party left, Leng Feng was surrounded by a group of women again. When facing everyone in the Leng family before, Leng Feng was all performing alone. In their impressions, Leng Feng is still the kind of young master who doesn't learn or know, and only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. But today's performance has made these women refresh their understanding of Leng Feng. Could it be that this drowning has made Leng Feng grow? The most excited thing is that it is Leng Feng's mother. At this time her hands are constantly pinching Leng Feng's body, and she has not recovered from the surprise of Leng Feng coming back to life. As for Leng Feng's performance just now, she didn't care too much. In the eyes of the eldest lady Langley, her son has always been so good. Instead, it was the girl Fluttershy, with a pair of big flickering eyes that kept looking at Leng Feng, and she always felt that the young master was so strange today, as if he had changed as a different person. The three aunts were also similar to Leng Feng's mother, and their hands kept checking Leng Feng's body, wanting to make sure that Leng Feng was safe and sound. As for Leng Feng's five little sisters, although there was surprise in their eyes, they didn't dare to move forward, they just followed behind the mothers and watched them. Leng Feng learned from his memory that the original owner of this body often teased these cute little sisters, so these little girls were very afraid of him. Leng Feng is also a person with a sister, but in reality he is a spoiled sister maniac, so he thinks that the original owner of this body is really a bastard. However, in the face of such a battle, Leng Feng still couldn't stand it. His soul comes from the 21st century, although he is the king of special combat teams, but at this time, he really can't cope with the care of his mother and three aunts. I want to be quiet. Leng Feng dropped a sentence and staggered out of the pile of women. Fluttershy, who is quiet? Leng's mother looked at her son's back and asked with some doubts. Fluttershy is Cold Front's maid, and Fluttershy knows more about Cold Front's business outside than the ladies at home. Which girl is Jingjing? The three aunts also asked. It's a really hard question for Fluttershy, and although she knows a lot about Leng Feng outside, she really doesn't know who Jingjing is. Fluttershy shakes her head and says she doesn't know. Young Master Feng is about to be crowned. We have to let him get married as soon as possible, so that he can regain his temperament and spread the branches for the Leng family. Looking at Leng Feng's figure running out, these women of the Leng family are ready to arrange family affairs for Leng Feng. In this era, a man can be crowned at the age of 15, and then he can marry and have children. Before, they thought that Leng Feng had encountered an accident, but now seeing Leng Feng running like flying, they naturally turned their worries into joy, and began to worry about Leng Feng's lifelong events. "I'll go see the young master." Fluttershy says hello to the others and chases them out. Leng Feng's mother pondered for a while, as if she had made up her mind, and said, "Three sisters, you don't know, the master has ordered a family affair for Fenger before. Now that he has arrived in such a field, the master is gone, and he can only count on Fenger's family business." Through Leng Feng's mother's words, the three aunts also knew the general outline of this marriage. It turned out that 15 years ago, when Leng Feng was still in his mother's womb, the Southern Song Dynasty court organized an army to go on a northern expedition, but it ended in failure. The city of Linzhou, not far from the front line, poured in a large number of refugees, and Leng Feng's father took in a down-and-out scholar and his family while doing business abroad. 3 months later, the situation stabilized, and this down-and-out scholar turned out to be a lifter. Coincidentally, not long after Leng Feng was born, the lady of the scholar's family also gave birth to a girl. In order to repay Leng's father for saving his life, the two sides set up a baby kiss. Later, this old man was assigned to be an official in other places, and now he has become the prefect of Jiankang Mansion, and his official residence is from the 3rd grade. It can be regarded as the great history of the Southern Song Dynasty's feudal territory. Jiankang Mansion is today's Nanjing, the capital of the Southern Song Dynasty, second only to the military town of Linan, the national capital. The scholar who was rescued by Leng's father was named Huang Mingli, and he still had contact with the Leng family when Leng's father was alive, but in the past 2 or 3 years, there has been no contact. Although Leng Feng's mother is a woman, she also knows that the 2nd and 3rd uncles of the Leng family want to steal her family's property, so they will inevitably harm Leng Feng. In this case, I can only hope that Huang Mingli can remember the old love and help them. Of course, the biggest hope is that Huang Mingli can recognize this family business. When Leng Feng's mother told the matter, she received strong support from the three aunts, and they decided to wait for Leng Feng to participate in the academy selection before letting him rush to Jiankang Mansion with the marriage certificate to propose. Leng Feng didn't know what his mother and others were discussing. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this time, he was lying under a tree outside the backyard, looking at the sky of this world and thinking about life. According to the memory of the original owner, all the information that was sorted out was unfavorable to him. The era I am in now belongs to the late Southern Song Dynasty, and it seems to be different from the history in my memory. Based on what he learned, it can be seen that there are many literati and celebrities who have not appeared in this history. What can coincide is the direction of each dynasty. The other is that the social environment I am in now seems to be very safe, but it is actually very dangerous. In terms of the overall environment, the Southern Song Dynasty court was already in danger of being destroyed at any time. The worst thing is that the two uncles of this body are always ready to kill him. Since you are reborn in this troubled world, if you want to settle down, you must have strong capital. And for him now, he has almost nothing, and everything has to start from scratch. Lewd development is crucial for a reborn, but his time seems to be running out. Fortunately, he has mastered the advanced knowledge of the 21st century, and he has grown from a national defense student to the captain of the special combat team. As long as he is given enough time, he can completely stir up storms in this world. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. But that's all for later, and the problem now is how to survive the calculations of the two uncles. At this time, Leng Feng's two uncles were also discussing how to deal with Leng Feng as he thought. Third child, aren't you sure that kid Leng Feng is dead? My people saw him fall into the water with their own eyes, and when he caught it, he was sure he was out of gas. So what's going on now? Maybe it's Leng Feng's fate. While Leng Feng was thinking about life, the second and third uncles of the Leng family were discussing how to plot to harm him. Second brother, according to me, it's better to kill him directly. Third child, how many times have I been with you? This is the last resort. Leng Feng must die in an accident, and we won't have a problem if we take these properties of the eldest brother. And although the eldest brother has been missing for 2 years, you and I know that the news of his death was deliberately spread by us. What if the eldest brother hadn't died? Then what should I do? Leng Feng is still a few months away from being crowned. Will we return the eldest brother's property to him then? Also, then he has to have his life to take it. Second brother, do you have anything to do again? The last time I used my hands and feet on a horse, since I let him escape. So let him fall into the water again. I don't know if this good luck can avoid it." After speaking, a hideous sneer appeared on the second uncle's face. In this world, the cold front is a landlubber, and drowning is the best way to cause accidental death. If you can't make a plan, then set up another plan. Leng Feng's two uncles recognized this and made up their minds to let Leng Feng die from drowning. Although Leng Feng didn't know the plans of the two uncles, he knew that the two uncles would definitely not treat him in order to seize the family property. Soft-hearted. He still knows the truth that open guns are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are difficult to prevent. If you want to be fearless of other people's calculations, improving your own strength is the last word. Leng Feng didn't know the force value of the current world, and he didn't know if there were legendary martial arts masters. As a former king of soldiers, he advocates personal strength. If there are really martial arts masters in this world, then do you have the opportunity to learn from a teacher? Of course, that's all for later. For now, the most feasible thing is to create some self-defense weapons that are not available in this era. Of course, the most important thing is the issue of developing forces. In troubled times, only by mastering a certain amount of power can we have the capital to settle down. Otherwise, even if you have the wealth of a country that rivals the rich, you will only become someone else's fish. If you don't want to dominate the world, you must at least be able to protect yourself. Leng Feng also understands that although it is a bit far away to plan these things now, people must have near-term worries without long-term concerns, and these are the foundations for him to be able to live well in this world. As he was thinking about this, a thin figure ran up to him, none other than his maid Fluttershy. As soon as the little girl ran over, she asked Leng Feng, "Young master, which girl are you talking about? Why hasn't Fluttershy seen it?" "Jingjing, who is Jingjing?" Leng Feng was confused by the question. The key is that he doesn't know Jingjing either. "Young master, didn't you say you wanted to be quiet just now?" "Ha ha ha." Leng Feng couldn't help but laugh as he watched Fluttershy blink with a pair of big eyes. It seems that the people of this world still don't understand the stock of my want to be quiet. Rubbing the little girl's head, Leng Feng smiled and said, "Be quiet." He can't see or touch, he can only think in his heart. With that, Leng Feng smiled again at Fluttershy's puzzled look. At this moment, he felt extremely relaxed, and it seemed that it was not bad to live in this world. The next day, Leng Feng got up early in the morning. From now on, he wants to be a happy person, go to bed early and get up early to exercise well. After all, in this era of cold weapons, physical fitness is very important, and many things cannot be done without a good body. In his previous life, he was the captain of the special combat team, and he was naturally very clear about how to exercise. And he also has a special set of body forging techniques, and the reason why Leng Feng can become the captain of the special combat team has a lot to do with the body forging techniques he has practiced since he was a child. After running around the house twice, calculating the distance, it was about 2,000 meters, and Leng Feng had a feeling that he was about to collapse. He couldn't complain about this body anymore. If it was in his previous life, this level of exercise would not even count as an appetizer. After gasping for breath in the courtyard for a while, Leng Feng felt relieved again. The set of training methods in the army in the previous life is not suitable for this body at present, and only the family set of body forging techniques can fundamentally change the weak state of this body. There are 9 sets of movements in the family forging technique, and the difficulty of each set increases exponentially. In the previous life, Leng Feng's physical fitness was considered the top in the Wolf Tooth Special Combat Team, but he only trained the second set of movements. It can be seen how difficult this kind of body forging technique is. However, the effect on improving physical fitness is very obvious. The Leng family all have a long life, and few diseases find them, which is also related to this set of body forging techniques. Leng Feng made a gesture in the middle of the courtyard, his hands in the sky and then straight behind him, while his legs were also bent backwards in an upright position. This is the starting style of the first set of movements, and it is considered qualified to be qualified if it is like a full bow, and it is considered complete to grasp the foot and neck with both hands. However, the quality of this body is too poor, and I can't do the first movement, let alone last long. But Leng Feng never lacked perseverance, and his military career in his previous life brought him an iron will. Hang on. 20 minutes later, sweat soaked Leng Feng's whole body, and his vision became blurred. I can feel that this body has reached its limits. This kind of body forging technique tests perseverance. Leng Feng has the experience of the previous life, and knows that the moment he breaks through the limit, it will bring qualitative changes to the body. Just as his body trembled more and more, and he was about to fall, an inexplicable force suddenly rose from his body. In an instant, Leng Feng felt that his eyes became clear, and his brain was as happy as a fish swimming into the water again. Phew! Leng Feng let out a long breath of turbidity, and a refreshing feeling of tongtai was fed back to the flesh. This is the benefit of pushing the limits of the body, and it is obvious that I feel that my physical fitness has improved a lot, and my thinking and actions have become more agile. Ha! A puzzled sound came out of Leng Feng's mouth. This feeling is different from the first breakthrough in the previous life, and the benefits brought by the body forging technique are obviously stronger than in the previous life. I don't know if it's because of this body, or if there's something special about this era. However, Leng Feng was only puzzled for a moment and did not delve into it. Young master, it turns out that you are here. Just then, Fluttershy panted and ran over. Fluttershy knows best what her young master's virtues are. What day didn't she get up until after 3 o'clock in the morning, and getting up so early today had never appeared in her memory. Looking at the little girl running over, Leng Feng couldn't help laughing. When he first arrived in this world, he was not used to the feeling of being served, and his personal little maid, although he looked a little malnourished, looked cute and stupid. It can be seen that although the little girl looks yellow and thin, she is also a beautiful embryo. However, Leng Feng doesn't have the bad taste that a girl has cultivated, he just treats the little girl as a sister. The day is in the morning, how can you waste this great time? Leng Feng laughed. Leng Feng's words once again made the little girl feel a kind of weirdness. Because in her impression, the young master is not like this. Although the young master in the past was quite good to her, the way he smiled never made her feel like this. Heart. Young master, today is the day of the Academy's selection, you can't be late. Fluttershy remembers what she is doing and quickly suppresses the strange feeling. She knew that with Leng Feng's temperament, she wouldn't take this matter to heart at all. Sure enough, Leng Feng really forgot about it. Only then did he remember that Leng Feng in this world still has no fame, and he is not even a real talent. Remembered that when I was a student in my last life, I was a scholar, and my identity in this life is really wasteful. The examinations of this era were different from those of other eras, and there was no such thing as a child or a talent, and the only way for a scholar to excel was to take a formal examination, or to take the Academy selection test before the age of 14. Leng Feng is exactly 14 years old this year, and this is his last chance to participate in the selection. Of course, at the level of the cold front in this world, it is the bottom of the market every time. Although Leng Feng in the previous life was a scholar, the knowledge systems of the two worlds were different, and his knowledge of this world was still obtained from the memory of the original owner. However, Leng Feng found a strange phenomenon, that is, his memory was extremely clear, and he could now clearly remember the plausible things in the memory of the original owner, or the content that had been forgotten. In other words, his current knowledge is much higher than that of the original owner. Okay, isn't it just a selection spot? The young master will take it down for him today. Leng Feng smiles at Fluttershy. Seeing Leng Feng's confident appearance, Fluttershy shakes her head, thinking that she has another illusion. At this time, it was bright, and Leng Feng didn't plan to exercise anymore. He was going to clean up, and then go to the academy after eating something. This is the first exam since he was reborn, and although the original owner of this body is a scumbag, he also wants to see what the world is like with exams. At this time, Leng Feng's mother Lang Li and the three aunts also came over, and they saw that Leng Feng had already gotten up early and finished exercising, and their faces showed the same surprised expressions as the little girl. Fomer, why did you get up so early? Look at your sweaty body, go and wipe your body to keep it from the cold. Surprise is surprise, Lang Li's most concerned about Leng Feng's body. Yes. Young Master Feng just fell into the water yesterday, so he has to rest more. The tonic has been stewed, young Master Feng's body needs to be replenished. Leng Feng felt this feeling of being overwhelmed by doting again, and he finally understood why Leng Feng in this world was so wasteful. Loving his son is like a harmful child, which refers to this kind of doting. Of course, these women don't understand either, and perhaps in their opinion, this is just a way to express their feelings. In the chattering concerns of this group of women, Leng Feng's heart inexplicably rose a little. It was as if he had seen his mother in the real world. In his mind, his mother in the real world and his mother in this world seemed to be slowly overlapping. Leng Feng didn't know if this was an illusion or if he was affected by the original owner of this body after being reborn. He smiled and saluted his mother and three aunts, and then finished wiping his body with the help of the little girl. In the process, there is also a small episode. "I'll do it myself, you can go out first." Leng Feng took the towel from the little girl's hand, and then subconsciously waved his hand to the little girl. This is normal for the 21st century Leng Feng. Since he was in middle school, the personal hygiene problems are all solved by Leng Feng himself. Let a little girl wipe herself, Leng Feng has never experienced it. "Master, you dislike Fluttershy." Fluttershy didn't move at all, and she looked like she was about to cry, which left Leng Feng speechless. Even if he is the king of soldiers in the 21st century, he can't understand the brain circuits of people in this world. In the end, Leng Feng just asks Fluttershy to wipe his back and change into a pair of dry underwear. When eating, I found that a porcelain urn had been placed on the table, and inside it was a large tonic soup made of cordyceps and old mountain ginseng. The corners of Leng Feng's mouth couldn't help twitching. "Aren't you afraid of overdoing this thing you drank in the morning?" "Gollum." "Grunt." In the end, Leng Feng drank the bowl of tonic soup in one go under the gaze of a group of women. When the hot soup enters the stomach, I only feel a stream of heat spreading out from my body, and the heat rushes straight to my brain. Leng Feng secretly said in his heart, "Sure enough, it is not enough to make up for it." But at this moment, his body absorbed the heat like a sponge. Humph! Leng Feng snorted lightly, and he could clearly feel that the strength of his body had increased a little. He had also drunk this kind of tonic soup many times before, and at most he felt a little irritable and occasionally had nosebleeds. For people, his physique has not improved significantly, but this time it is different, and it can be clearly felt that his physique has become stronger. This is the benefit of body forging, which can perfectly absorb the medicinal power in the great tonic soup, and there will be no deficiency and no replenishment. "Fonger, what's wrong with you?" Leng Feng's appearance surprised Langley. "Well, this soup tastes good," Leng Feng said with a slight smile. "If you like it, it's fine. When I come back, my mother will stew a bowl for you." Langley's face showed a happy smile. She didn't expect that Leng Feng would say that this soup was delicious. In the past, Leng Feng didn't like this kind of big tonic soup, and he always disliked the strong smell of medicine. After drinking the soup, Leng Feng rushed to the county seat in a carriage driven by Fu Bo under the gaze of all the women in the family. Fluttershy was also with him, and the little girl had already brought everything Leng Feng needed to eat, and it was inconvenient to travel in this world, so she had to prepare everything by herself. At this time, many students in Linjiang Academy had already gathered. 2 years ago, Leng Feng also studied here, and these people were all his former classmates. I heard that this time it was the Lord of Jiankang Mansion who came in person, so I have to behave well. The imperial court is at the time of employing people. As long as you enter the eyes of the Lord of the Tao this time, you will have the opportunity to enter the linen face saint. I heard that there are a total of 10 face saints this time, and the chances are still very good. Although there is no first martial arts and no second, and the literati have been inferior to each other since ancient times, these scholars are hypocritical enough, and they are discussing the things of the world as if they are reading without going out, and they are also observing words and looking for news. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Brother Wang, with your talent, there must be a place for you this time. Brother Li Liaozan, it's still slightly inferior to Brother Li. The two scholars of the same age as Leng Feng hugged each other. Although they were not very old, their words and actions revealed a sour meaning. If Leng Feng was here, he would find that these two guys were both guys who had been smashed with silver by him before. And the reason was because he couldn't get used to seeing these two guys sour and rotten. This time for the state capital selection, we all have a chance. Even if you can't enter the top 10, you still have a great chance of fame. I waited 10 years of hard work to get my chance. But I heard that Leng Feng's stubborn guy actually came to participate in the selection. Isn't this disgusting? Just as everyone was touting each other, someone suddenly said, "What, Leng Feng can also participate in this kind of selection?" "Yes, I heard that the mountain chief and the forest master jointly protected it." "Why is this? How can the mountain chief and the forest master be so stubborn in order to protect it?" "It's not that Leng Feng has a good father. The mountain chief and Lin sure both received the kindness of Leng father back then. Now that Leng father is no more, I heard that it was Leng Feng's mother who found the mountain chief, and used Leng Feng's father's favor back then to exchange this opportunity for Leng Feng." Someone said sourly, but there was a sense of disparagement and schadenfreude in the words. "People like Leng Feng, I'm ashamed to be with him. Yes, this is a disgrace to us. When he comes, I'll give him some color." For a while, everyone no longer discussed the selection, but became angry with Leng Feng. Seeing the reactions of the scholars, one of them had a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and this person was the person who deliberately revealed Leng Feng's information before. At this time, Leng Feng didn't know that these former classmates were saying bad things about him behind his back, but even Leng Feng wouldn't care about these people's faces here. Leng Feng in his previous life was the demon king of the mixed world in the eyes of these people, so he would not be used to these people, and if he didn't like it, he would do it directly. It is precisely because of this character that he is very unsociable in the academy. As for this life, he didn't take this kind of selection to heart. Leng Feng knew what his specialty was. If he wants to compare with sour Confucianism in this era, he doesn't have any advantage. The reason why I came to participate in today's academy selection is purely to see the world and go through the motions. There is another reason, that is, Leng Feng's mother used a lot of connections to win the place for him this time. In Leng Li's view, he didn't expect Leng Feng to grab one of the 10 places, but only hoped to use this opportunity to gain a fame. Scholars, peasants, industrialists, and merchants, the class concept of this era has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Fame is the dream of all people, and having fame in the body is equivalent to having a talisman. For this reason, the little savings left by the Leng family have been used up this time. Leng Feng also knew this, so he wanted to come over to see if the banknote ability could be invincible in this era. Leng Feng had already calculated in his heart that if he wanted to survive in this world, he had to do his old job, focusing on the development of force. After all, he knows that the world will soon be chaotic, and in troubled times, big fists are the last word. Although this era emphasizes literature over military force, and the temple is also dominated by civil officials, Leng Feng knows that it is precisely because of the emphasis on literature and light on military force that the Song Dynasty will be defeated repeatedly. Lengjia Villa is located on the outskirts of Linjiang City, not far from Linjiang Academy. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Leng Feng and his party had already come to the outside of Linjiang Academy. Under the watchful eyes of Chai Bo and Fluttershy, Leng Feng walks into Linjiang Academy. Not much has changed here from when I left 2 years ago, and Linjiang Academy is still the same. Cold front. Someone shouted. When Leng Feng just walked into Linjiang Academy, he was recognized by the scholars who were talking together before. 2 years have passed, and the young man's appearance and body have undergone some changes, but everyone still recognizes Leng Feng at a glance. The main reason is that the original owner of this body was too famous before, and the scholars here have a deep memory of him. After all, as the son of the richest man in Linjiang City, the scholars here have more or less had some stories with him before, which should be an accident to be precise. Leng Feng swept over at a glance, and the memories of the original owner instantly flooded into his heart. He knew most of these people, and they were all former classmates of Linjiang Academy. Everyone's eyes invariably looked at Leng Feng, although they already knew that Leng Feng was coming to participate in the selection, but when they really saw Leng Feng himself, they still showed a look of surprise. After all, hearing is false, seeing is believing. They know what kind of goods Leng Feng is, and where does he get the confidence to participate in the selection on the same stage with them? That is, after a moment, most people's eyes were retracted, and they were still talking together. However, the flash of disdain in these people's eyes could not hide it. Only a few did not withdraw their gaze, but they did not hide their contempt. These people are all people who think they are talented, and they naturally despise people like Leng Feng who come in by relying on relationships. After seeing Leng Feng, the other two glanced at each other, their eyes flashed with inexplicable meaning, and then they said with a smile on their faces, "Leng Dashao, I haven't seen you for a long time, but I want to be a brother." Leng Feng saw that it was these two people, and a sneer immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. These two people used to be Leng Feng's doglegs, and their parents were all shopkeepers in the industry under Leng Feng's name. But since it was rumored that Leng Feng's father was killed in the north, the two immediately turned into serfs and sang and took the lead in bullying Leng Feng. In the past, Leng Feng didn't understand the reason, but now it seems that this is with the tacit approval and even support of their fathers. Seeing Leng Feng now, although the two of them greeted each other with a smile, it was obvious that the weasel was not happy to greet the chicken. The performance of these people was fully seen by Leng Feng, and they were a vivid image of all beings in the world. From the memory of the original owner, Leng Feng already knew the virtues of these people very clearly. Although the original Leng Feng boy was a gentleman and didn't learn anything, he was not stupid, but very smart, but he was too lazy to use his brain in most cases. At the beginning, each of these people had taken a lot of advantage from him, even those few guys who pretended to be high-minded, and they had also teamed up to deceive him of his money. At that time, Leng Feng had no concept of money, and in the eyes of others, he was an image of a stupid person with a lot of money. Later, Leng Feng's family fell into the middle of the road, and there were not many of these people who really fell into the trap for him. After all, everyone is a scholar, and they still have to be cheeky. The happiest thing about bullying Leng Feng is the two guys with a smile on their faces, and sure enough, they are biting dogs who don't bark. 2 dogs, 3 dogs, long time no see. Leng Feng also said with a smile. These two people are the second and third in the family respectively, and Leng Feng has also called them this before. At this time, Leng Feng's face immediately revealed an uninhibited appearance, and the image of a second ancestor who was alive appeared in front of everyone again. Ahem! Everyone is a scholar. 2 years have passed, how can Leng Dashao still be so vulgar? In the past, I was young and ignorant of the world, and my brothers and I did some ridiculous things with Leng Dashao, but now I am very ashamed to think about it. In the past 2 years, I have been reading the books of sages and sages, so that I can understand things very well, and I will greet Leng Dashao with a smile when I think of the old feelings, but I didn't expect Leng Dashao to humiliate the two of us as before, which is really shameful. Hearing Leng Feng call the two of them 2 dogs and 3 dogs, the two scholars immediately changed their faces, putting on a look of deep understanding of righteousness and sanctimoniousness. Sure enough, it's a dog that can't be fed. Weren't you proud of that title back then? This kind of treatment is not enjoyed by ordinary people, and this is not forgetting the old feelings. Leng Feng's words made the faces of these two guys turn green. They didn't expect Leng Fengxian's words to be so sharp. Originally, they wanted to put a trap on Leng Feng, first give Leng Feng a hand, and then trick Leng Feng into ordering something, and after making sure that Leng Feng had no oil and water to squeeze, they would humiliate him. But I didn't expect that now Leng Feng didn't play cards according to the routine at all, so they had to change their strategy and directly suppress Leng Feng. These two people were also instructed today, and if Leng Feng wants to make a fool of himself here, it is best to make Leng Feng unable to participate in the selection. However, at the level of these two people, they can only be a pawn at most. These 2 doglegs, who were Leng Feng before, now seem to have hugged their thighs again, become other people's doglegs, and start barking at their former masters. Leng Feng, call you a cold boy, that's lifting you, don't take yourself too seriously. Little thief, who do you say is a dog? If it weren't for the day of the selection today, I would have to teach you a lesson. The two completely tore off their disguises and began to attack Leng Feng. Brother Du and Brother Zhang, don't be like this kind of person, that's a shame for us and other scholars. What Brother Wang said is very true, people like Leng Feng can participate in the selection, which is a shame for us. When the society meets the master of the Tao, we will protest together and cancel the selection qualification of this prank. For a while, Leng Feng seemed to have aroused the anger of the public, and some people even proposed to make a statement to the master of the Tao and cancel Leng Feng's selection qualifications. Looking at the righteous and awe-inspiring appearance of these people, Leng Feng felt funny in his heart. To be honest, he didn't pay attention to these people at all. And with his character, there is no need to waste words with these people. He doesn't have the habit of fighting a group of Confucians. And Leng Feng also saw that someone was deliberately targeting himself. As for what the purpose is, it is naturally self-evident that he will not have the opportunity to participate in this selection. It's actually very simple to deal with this group of scholars, isn't there such a sentence, so that Xiaocai can't be justified when he meets soldiers, as long as he beats them, he will naturally be honest. Anyway, he has the image of the original owner as a cover, and beating people is also in line with the style of the once cold and young people. Don't look at the joy of these people dancing now, one by one standing on the moral high ground and accusing Leng Feng, but what they are most afraid of is that Leng Feng will flip the table and fight with them regardless of his image. In the thinking and cognition of these people, the reader must be like a reader, and they can strike at the cold front in words. But to actually get them to do it, especially on a day like today, that's absolutely impossible. The most important thing for readers in this era is the external image, and once they do it, whether they can gain the upper hand or not, the deliberately created image of Sven will collapse. And the fists and feet have no eyes. Once they leave a little scar on their face, they may completely miss today's selection. This is a pain they can't bear. Leng Feng had already seen this clearly, and he was just trying to have fun before. As a traverser, he was just venting for the former owner of this body. Leng Feng's previous life had several years of experience as a special combat team soldier king. Whether it was the law of the jungle or performing missions in a foreign country, his experience was quite rich. These scholars, who only read the books of sages with their eyes and don't know what is going on in the world with their ears, want to fight him, but they are still too tender. When Li Fu and Zhang Lu were still pointing fingers in front of Leng Feng directly slammed 2 punches and hit these 2 people in the face. Sure enough, it was immediate, and the 2 punches immediately calmed the scene, and all the scholars were stunned. Someone swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and there were only 2 whales at the scene. Cool. Lang Xuan waved his fist and said with a smug face, "The image of a gentleman is vividly expressed by him." In fact, all of this was deliberately done by Leng Feng, and he knew that there were shadows of those 2 uncles behind everything today. This kind of performance is in line with Lang Daxiao's consistent style, and it also leaves an illusion for the 2 uncles. For this group of scholars, Leng Feng's performance still scared them. Although Leng Feng also had a fight with these scholars before, at that time, everyone was half a catty to 8 tails, and they were also powerless, which was not very harmful, and at most they made their clothes messy. Now Leng Feng's body has been strengthened a little, although the degree of this strengthening is minimal, but it has obviously gained the upper hand for this group of scholars. Leng Feng made a sudden move, and coupled with the rich fighting experience in his previous life, before everyone could react, the 2 of them had already been knocked down by Leng Feng. Even Du Fu and Zhang Lu didn't expect Leng Feng to suddenly make a move on them. Their memories are still stuck in 2 years ago, when Leng Feng liked to play tricks on people, but he rarely went straight to fight without saying a word. It's a fight, and it depends on the 2 of them acting as thugs. They know Leng Feng's strength, and when they really make a move, Leng Feng can't do it for the 2 of them. However, the results were always unexpected, and it was only after Leng Feng's fist hit them in the face that the 2 realized they were wrong. Not only did Leng Feng dare to hit them, but the force of his fist was far greater than they expected. Just when everyone at the scene was surprised how Leng Feng dared to do something here, the scholar who took the initiative to reveal that Leng Feng was going to participate in the selection took a step forward. This is a white-faced scholar dressed in white with a handsome face, revealing a feminine aura on his body. If it is placed in modern society, a proper piece of small fresh meat. I saw that the corners of his mouth involuntarily outlined a sneer. All of this was what he was leading behind the scenes, and the purpose was to deliberately target Leng Feng on this occasion. This person knew Leng Feng's character, so he deliberately arranged for Du Zhang and the 2 to take the initiative to approach Leng Feng, and then make provocative remarks. With Leng Feng's violent temper, the former dog-leg dared to show his teeth and claws in front of him. Presumably Leng Feng would definitely not be able to withstand such a teasing. As long as Leng Feng's anger is ignited, he will definitely not choose to speak. And what he wants is this effect, as long as it is guided, so that everyone can squeeze out and suppress Leng Feng with the same hatred. However, everyone didn't expect that it was Leng Feng who dared to hit someone. However, this was a surprise for him, and it was far better than what he had planned. Sure enough, it's too insulting to be so vulgar, the white-faced scholar said coldly. In fact, Leng Feng is not bad, but because of his handsome image, everyone automatically ignores his appearance. However, compared with the white-robed scholar, whether it is in terms of bearing or dress, Leng Feng is not as good as this person. This person Leng Feng also knows, his surname is Liang Mingdong, and this person has always regarded himself as a pillar. Liang Dong also has another identity, he is the maiden nephew of Leng Feng's second aunt. The Liang family was originally a small family in Linjiang City, but this family was a family with poetry and books, and it was a declining scholarly family. At the beginning, Leng Feng's second uncle's family affair was still a dowry given by Leng Feng's father for him, and everything before and after was arranged by Leng Feng's father. The Liang family also took a fancy to Leng Feng's father's financial resources that they married Miss Liang to the second uncle of the Leng family, who had no culture. Later, the Liang family, with the financial support of the second uncle of Leng Feng, donated a person to the eldest young master of the Liang family. However, the fame bought with money is not the same as the fame that is really obtained. Although the eldest young master of the Liang family has become a lifter, he did not have a real errand at that time. I waited like this for 7 or 8 years, and after checking up and down, I released a small official from a surrounding county. However, in the past 2 years, due to the financial support of the second uncle of the Leng family, he has been promoted 3 levels in a row with a thigh, and it is said that he is already expected to be transferred to Linjiang County in the second half of the year to serve as the county leader. This is also the plan of the second uncle of the Leng family. The reason why he dared to murder Leng Feng is also one of his reliance. And once his eldest brother is transferred to Linjiang County to take the position of county leader, then he will be more confident in acting. At that time, the property left by Leng Feng's father would be occupied by him alone. Even if it was Leng Feng's third uncle, at most he could only drink some soup with him. However, in any case, Leng Feng will not live to be crowned at the age of 15 in his plan. Today's all of this was also instructed by Leng Feng's second uncle. He knew that Leng Feng's mother almost emptied her family in order to let Leng Feng participate in the selection, and also used the last bit of connections in order to make Leng Feng famous. Everyone knew that Leng Feng had no talents, so the second uncle was not worried at all that Leng Feng would be able to become one of the geniuses of the 10 Face Saints. But he knew that with the funds that Leng Mu spent, he could buy Leng Feng a reputation. Although whether Leng Feng has a reputation or not has little impact on his plan, he wants to make Leng Feng's reputation stink first, so that Leng Feng's accident will not be so noticeable. Although Leng Feng didn't know the second uncle's calculations, he could also think that these must have nothing to do with him. After all, in this world, the only people who want to frame him the most are the second and third uncles. The relationship between this white-faced scholar Liang Dong and his second uncle, Leng Feng knows. Sissy, you also want to taste the taste of young Master Ben's fist. Leng Feng glanced in the direction of Liang Dong and said, and at the same time waved his fist arrogantly. Liang Dong couldn't help but twitch his face when he saw Leng Feng's movements, which made him subconsciously think of those unpleasant memories from a few years ago. Although Liang Dong is a deep-minded person, when he encounters an unreasonable person like Lang Ji, he is always the one who suffers in the event of a conflict. In the past, Leng Feng looked at this Liang Dong very unpleasantly, and often found trouble with Du Zhang and the others to beat him. Liang Dong seems to like to wear white clothes very much, often wearing a white long shirt, which does look forceful. But almost all of his clothes were splashed with ink by Leng Feng, and he even led people to block him halfway, beating him to the point that his nose was blue and his face was swollen. Seeing Leng Feng's expression again at this time, Liang Dong naturally thought of the past in his heart. Although the anger rose in his heart, he also knew that he couldn't face Leng Feng head-on. In Liang Dong's cognition, Leng Feng is the kind of character who doesn't hesitate, and he can't be rough with Leng Feng. Sometimes, soft knives can also kill, and they are the kind that kill without seeing blood. However, Liang Dong's thoughts have been seen through by Leng Feng, and his plan is doomed to failure. Because Leng Feng at this time is no longer the Leng Feng he used to be, combined with the experience of his past and present lives, he knows what kind of method to use to deal with the group of talents in front of him is the most effective. Renaer's 1,000 words, I will break them with one punch. What Brother Liang said is very true. Such a vulgar person should be expelled from the academy. Such a vulgar person is not worthy of our company. Yes, get him out. Get out. Liang Dong's words really worked, and a group of scholars echoed their words. However, despite the outrage, no one dared to take a step forward. It seems that the previous 2 punches did have a certain effect, bringing them some shadows. It's okay for these people to let them move their mouths, but if they really want to do it, they really don't have the guts. Leng Feng also saw through this, so he didn't pay attention to the clamor of these people at all. A bunch of Sven lackeys. Leng Feng pursed his lips disdainfully and said. Sure enough, as soon as Leng Feng's words came out, he brought 100,000 critical damage points to the opponent. At this time, everyone's faces really made Leng Feng right, just like a group of Sven lackeys. Most of these scholars are 13 or 14 years old, and they are no longer the kind of people who don't understand anything, so they can naturally understand what Leng Feng means when he scolds them. If you continue to shout, you will just wait for the appearance of a Sven lackey who cooperates with Leng Feng's words. If they do, they will be worse than eating flies. Therefore, after Leng Feng's voice fell, the scene was quiet for a while. Embarrassed, aggrieved, some people's lips are trembling, but they don't know how to speak. Ah, bleeding. I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding too. At this time, two panicked voices resounded throughout the audience, which alleviated everyone's embarrassment. When everyone heard the sound, they saw that the two people who had been knocked to the ground by Leng Feng before were wiping their noses with their hands, and two long blood stains flowed from their nostrils. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, the faces of those scholars became even more ugly, so that they were not sympathizing with these two people, but couldn't help but think that if they were also hit like this, would they be as miserable as the two of them? Sure enough, the friends of the dead path are not dead and poor, and they are universal in any situation. People in this era pay more attention to the parents of the body, especially the readers. And it is about to participate in the selection exam, and the appearance image is also very important. Once the two of them are broken by Leng Feng like Du Zhang, then today's selection may not be possible. Brother Du and Brother Zhang are so miserable, it is difficult to pass the selection if their image is ruined. Someone couldn't help but sigh. It was this sentence that stimulated Du Zhang and the others. They suddenly stopped howling, and looked at Leng Feng with red faces. If the gays could eat people, then Leng Feng would already have no bones left after they had eaten. Leng Feng, what you are doing like this is ruining the future of my two brothers. Don't think about it. The two of them roared angrily, got up from the ground and rushed towards Leng Feng. The jar is broken, and the two of them can't take care of it so much at this time. Anyway, their image has been ruined, not to mention participating in the selection exam with such an embarrassed appearance, even if the ancestral grave is smoking. Seeing Du Zhang and the others rushing towards Leng Feng, Liang Dong's little white face showed a sneer. In his opinion, Leng Feng was in a catastrophe now. Although Du Zhang and the others are Liang Dong's pawns, they will not give up everything for Liang Dong. On a day like today, all scholars want to show something, and if they can gain fame, it will definitely be a matter of glory to their ancestors. Du Zhang and the others can attack Leng Feng, but they will not give up this selection for Leng Feng's sake. But who would have thought that Leng Feng would attack them? Especially when the face is broken, it is even more uncomfortable than killing them. So after the two of them were frightened, their eyes were red, and their anger value skyrocketed, as if they had been turned by an 80-year-old mother. Even if they die, they will pull a cushion. Phew! With two sounds, Du Zhang and the others collided with Leng Feng with their teeth and claws. Then woohoo! Two rings rang, and the two went faster and came back faster. Was kicked in the abdomen by Leng Feng alone, hunched over like a shrimp ball and wailed again. In terms of dry fighting, the two of them together are not as good as half of Leng Feng's fingers. Leng Feng's fighting experience is so rich, that is, Leng Feng's physical fitness in this era is not good, but his rich combat experience in his previous life makes it impossible for him to beat these two people with his eyes closed. The previous two punches on the front door were actually not very hurtful, and they were extremely insulting. Now these two kicks are on the lower abdomen, which is called real sourness, and the painful faces of both of them are distorted. At this moment, everyone saw clearly how Leng Feng moved his feet, but although they saw it clearly, they were even more confused. Because from their point of view, it seems that Du Zhang and the two took the initiative to bump into Leng Feng's feet. This made some people can't help but have a ridiculous thought in their hearts: could it be that they are acting? It's no wonder that some people have this kind of thought. After all, 2 years ago, Du Zhang and the others were still Leng Feng's loyal lackeys. Who knows if these two people are difficult to change, and they got involved with Leng Feng again. Does anyone want to try it? Leng Feng ignored these people, took 2 steps forward to the two Du Zhang who fell to the ground, looked around and said. Everyone couldn't help but take 2 steps back. There seemed to be an invisible aura between the two sides, and everyone's movements were surprisingly consistent. Seeing this, Leng Feng couldn't help but smile. The reactions of these scholars were indeed within his expectations. A group of guys who bully the soft and are afraid of the hard. As long as you are tough enough, then these people will not dare to argue with you. Once you show your weak side, these will treat you as a soft persimmon. Don't come, don't come. Du Zhang and the others, who fell to the ground, immediately panicked when they saw Leng Feng walking towards them with a cruel smile on his face. Now they are finally scared. At this time, the pain in their lower abdomen makes them unable to straighten their waists. If Leng Feng gives them a few more blows, maybe their lives will be handed over here. Others don't know Leng Feng, but they know what kind of virtue Leng Dashao used to be. Leng Dashao has a perverse personality. If you are good to him, he may not be good to you. If you are bad to him, he must be even worse to you. Ha! 2 dogs, 3 dogs, aren't you long-lasting? Why is it still like this? We will always bow down in front of Leng Dashao. Yes, in front of Leng Dashao, we will always be the little brother. The two immediately confessed, and Leng Feng lost the interest in dealing with them. He stepped over them with his feet and walked towards the group of scholars in front of him. Seeing Leng Feng's arrogant appearance, "These scholars, you look at me, I don't know what to do when I look at you." Mingzhi protects himself, and no one wants to follow in the footsteps of Du Zhang and the others at this time. The most important thing is that these scholars all think that they are high and Leng Feng is first class, and they don't want to lower their status and fight Leng Feng. Brother Leng, all this is a misunderstanding. In fact, everyone still welcomes Brother Leng to study poetry and poetry with us. Seeing Leng Feng walking towards everyone step by step, feeling the increasing pressure, someone finally spoke. Yes. After all, Brother Leng used to be my classmate, and after 2 years, he and I participated in the selection on the same stage. This is fate. What's more, today is the day of the selection. We should exchange more poems and songs, and show the spirit of my Linjiang scholars. At this point, these people finally changed their faces. At least on the surface, they seemed approachable. Finally able to speak well. Leng Feng smiled. Sure enough, some people just don't clean up, and only by showing thunder means can they be honest. At this point, Leng Feng's purpose has also been achieved. He is not trying to be an enemy of everyone, just to kill chickens and show monkeys. The scholars present really had a strong relationship with Leng Feng, that is, there were 2 or 3 people, and most of the others had no contradiction with Leng Feng. Even if he was teased by Leng Feng before, it wasn't a big problem. Besides, although Leng Feng was sloppy back then, he was willing to spend money. If you really calculate it, almost all of these scholars present have benefited from Leng Feng. Ha, all of you classmates are dragons and phoenixes among people, and there are furrows in your chests. I, Leng Feng, am fortunate to be able to get to know you. Leng Feng immediately seemed to have changed as if he had changed, and said with his hands clasped into fists. This temperament has changed too quickly, and he was fierce and vicious a moment ago, but now he has become a humble gentleman. If it weren't for the fact that there were 2 people lying on the ground behind Leng Feng, this scene would be harmonious. Everyone's eyes subconsciously glanced at the 2 people on the ground, and the corners of their eyes twitched involuntarily, and they thought, I believe in you as a ghost. However, Leng Feng can speak well, which is exactly what they are happy to see. After all, at this critical moment, no one wants any accidents. Brother Leng Liaozan. It's also a blessing for me to be able to be a classmate with Brother Leng. Everyone is a classmate, the same people of the great Song Dynasty, and there will be opportunities to serve the country together in the future, so we should advance and retreat together and support together. For a while, everyone seemed to selectively forget what had happened before, and there was a harmonious appearance. At this time, no one looked at Du Zhang and the 2 on the ground. Even Liang Dong also showed the appearance of a humble gentleman. Seeing that everyone seemed to have forgotten them, Du Zhang and the others instantly felt bored, and supported each other to find a place to tidy up their appearance. In a few days, a few of us will be crowned. Yes, after being crowned, you can go out to study and make contributions to the country. Brother Leng, if I'm not mistaken, you're about to be crowned. Everyone unconsciously talked about the crowning, and someone asked Leng Feng. At this time, everyone had an illusion, as if Leng Feng was also one of their fellow practitioners. Who knows, this is a means for the cold front to penetrate the enemy's interior. In his previous life, as the king of special soldiers, Leng Feng was an all-round soldier, and this means were still difficult for him. To get the other person to accept you quickly is to show that you are like-minded with the other person. However, the scholars of this era do not understand the key. They feel that the current cold front seems to have changed, and it is no longer so annoying. Yes, in a few days I will be crowned, and then I will take over the family business. Don't look at me now, I don't have much money, and once I take over the family property, I don't have a lot of money. I used to be young and ignorant, but I knew that I couldn't live up to my classmates. When I am crowned, I will compensate everyone. I don't have any other skills, but if you classmates need silver, I will support Leng Feng unconditionally. Leng Feng took over the conversation and said, anyway, it is to draw a big cake, hit a stick and give a sweet date, and specially pick up what others like to hear, and he will not lose a hair. Brother Leng is really righteous. I used to say that Brother Leng is a man of temperament and worthy of deep friendship. Indeed, Brother Leng is a person who values love and righteousness. The big cake drawn by Leng Feng really had an effect. These are all people from Linjiang County, and they naturally know how huge the Leng family's industry in Linjiang City is. Outsiders are not clear about the plans of the second and third uncles of the Leng family, which is mainly due to the fact that the two uncles have managed their personalities very well, and many people who do not know the truth think that the second and third uncles of the Leng family are benevolent and righteous people. Thought that the two of them were sincere in setting up the industry for Leng Feng, and when Leng Feng was crowned, they would return the industry to him. Among these scholars, that is, Liang Dong knows the doorway here, but he will not say it. Even if it is Du Zhang and the others, their father may know the second and third uncles of the Leng family and the plan, but the two of them don't know the logic behind this at all. Therefore, Leng Feng's words are still very credible among all scholars. And everyone has been with the same class for many years, although Leng Feng left here in the past 2 years and went to a private school to study, but Leng Feng's original inherent impression still exists in everyone's minds. If Leng Feng has another advantage, that is, he never looks at the weight of more money. Although it has not reached the point of treating money as dung, it is absolutely unambiguous when it comes to spending money. It is precisely because of the original cold style that the eyes of everyone present look much kinder. After all, this era is at the end of the Southern Song Dynasty, and everyone is not rich, so if you want to get out of Linjiang County, you must have a certain amount of financial support. The uncle of the Liang family was a good example before, although the Liang family was a scholarly family, but in recent decades, there has not been a decent scholar in the family. Only the uncle of the Liang family, with the funding of second Uncle Leng, donated a meritorious name. Everyone is not stupid. Knowing that they can get benefits from getting along with Leng Feng, they will naturally choose what to do. As a result, the next atmosphere was more harmonious, and the faint cold front seemed to be the focus. This is the role of banknote ability, that is, Leng Feng himself sighed that the banknote ability of this era is no worse than the era in which he lives. Although at this time, everything in society was still inferior, and only reading was high, but in this era, there was no asset in the family, and it was impossible to read the books of sages. After a stick of incense, Du Zhang and the two also returned. After some tidying up, this pair of brothers and sisters are no longer as embarrassed as before. Although Leng Feng's 2 kicks were not light, they were injured inside, and they couldn't be seen from the outside. Only the noses of the two of them were slightly red and swollen, and those who didn't know it didn't know that they had been beaten. This is barely acceptable for the two. As long as no one points out what they did today at the time of selection, there is no problem. Brother, am I dreaming? Du Fu said to Zhang Lu. In their eyes, the scene they saw was like this. They saw Leng Feng talking among the crowd, and many people around him greeted each other with smiling faces. Even their new master, Liang Dong, was also talking about something with Leng Feng. Looking at the two of them with a spring breeze on their faces, they seemed to be old friends for many years. This is different from the picture imagined by the two of them. When Leng Feng didn't come before, they had heard with their own ears that these scholars were disdainful of Leng Feng. Even if it was just when they were leaving, everyone was frightened by Leng Feng's behavior. At most they just stayed away from Leng Feng, and it would not be as harmonious as now. Abnormal, there must be demons. Smack. Why are you hitting me? Does it hurt? Isn't this nonsense? I'll beat you to see if it hurts. It's good to hurt, prove it's real. Du Fu looked at Zhang Lu with a resentful face. Why don't you beat yourself? But at this time, the two also reacted, but fortunately, these two people have an advantage, that is, they never go into it when they can't figure it out. Obedience to the strong is their strength, and now the situation is stronger than people, and the cold front seems to be different from before. This made the minds of the two of them active again, looked at Liang Dong, and then at Leng Feng, and the two looked at each other and walked towards the crowd. Young Master Feng, we were too excited just now, which caused such a big misunderstanding. Brother Du is right, in fact, the two of us have always admired you like the water of the Yellow River, and like the nine heavens Milky Way. The two of them are really a pair of talents, and this sycophant Kung Fu is absolutely first class. For the virtues of these two people, Leng Feng is naturally clear. To be honest, he didn't bother with these two people at all in the first place. All of this was instigated by someone behind his back, and the two were just pawns who were pushed out. I didn't expect the two of you to be so talented, Leng Feng said with a slight mockery. However, the two of them didn't seem to understand, but said to Leng Feng with a sincere face, Feng is less than the award my brothers can have today thanks to young Master Feng's support back then. What he said made Leng Feng really speechless. Sure enough, if a person is cheap, he is invincible, and the thick-skinned person who is embarrassed to a certain extent is not himself, but others. When the other scholars saw the two of them behaving like this, they all turned their heads and looked at the two of them embarrassedly. This is not too disciplined. I was beaten by Leng Feng just now, and there was a big red nose on his face, and he turned his face and slapped Leng Feng's ass. Ha! Leng Feng smiled and ignored the two of them. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. I saw a large group of people walking in from outside, and this group of people had a much stronger aura than Leng Feng and these scholars. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing an official uniform. However, for Leng Feng, no matter in his past or present life, he didn't know what level of official this official uniform represented. However, judging by the position of the entourage, it is clear that this person is respected. Then it is not difficult to guess the identity of this person. It is the presiding official of the selection test in Linjiang City, the master of Jiankang Mansion. On the left and right of Lord Shuadao were the magistrates and county governors of Linjiang City, and the rest were other officials, large and small, as well as the mountain chief and chief teacher of Linjiang Academy. In fact, according to the past practice of the Southern Song Dynasty court, with a county like Linjiang City, there is no need for such a big battle in the selection of prodigy geniuses. The reason why the scholar of the state capital came in person was because of the special environment of the Southern Song Dynasty at this time. At present, there are not many state capitals in the hands of the Southern Song Court, especially only a few places that really obey the orders of the Southern Song Court. Moreover, the partisan struggle in the court was very serious, and the promotion of officials was almost monopolized by various factions. Even if you want to make a difference today, you have to look at the faces of various parties. If all these parties oppose it, even the decree of the Son of Heaven will not be able to leave Linen, the capital of the country. Unfortunately, when today's son continued to the throne, he was bent on making a difference, and he tossed several times before and after. However, it always ended in failure, and it almost tossed the few family foundations in the Southern Song Dynasty. After reflection and summarization, the 95 Supreme in the court also figured out that the main reason why he failed repeatedly was that there were not many available materials under his rule. If you want to make great efforts, only talents are indispensable. If the command can have a large number of talented people, and they are loyal to today's saints, then why worry that the great Song Dynasty cannot be prosperous? So, that's why we have today's National Genius Selection Test. The Holy Lord personally arranged for several close ministers who were loyal to him to select a batch of available materials in the jurisdiction. Moreover, the selection method of this batch of talents is different from the past, and students with innocent backgrounds are directly selected in the academies of various state capitals. Of course, the innocence of the background here is also relatively speaking, mainly because these scholars do not belong to the people of various factions, in order to skip the constraints of those factions. Even if these people have a low starting point and no experience, in the eyes of the emperor of the temple, this is not a thing. As long as they are trained a little, they can become their own team. Reducing talents without sticking to one pattern is the purpose of this selection of geniuses in each academy. Of course, it is not possible to put it into the hands of the executive as the holy god thinks today. After all, at this time, the Southern Song Dynasty court had rotted to the roots. Like a big tree, the roots and trunk were almost rotten, and only one or two branches were still exuding vitality, which was useless for the big tree. However, this is definitely the best opportunity for scholars all over the world, especially for scholars like Linjiang Academy, in their eyes. Most of the scholars were born at the bottom of society, and they did not have a clear view of the battles at the court and the current situation. There are even many people who still fantasize that the imperial court can recover the lost territory in the north and reproduce the glory of the founding years of the great Song Dynasty. For this era, information underdevelopment also has the benefits of information underdevelopment, at least people's hearts will not be so panicked, and society will not collapse so quickly. Often, many times, it is only when the sword is added that people realize that they are already in troubled times. The scholars in the entire Linjiang Academy, even including Liang Dong, are not clear about the current situation in the world. That is, Leng Feng, a traverser, has a god's perspective to know the general direction of future history. Of course, knowing whether history can influence history or not is the greatest test for the reborn. However, this is still too far away for the current cold front. The meal has to be eaten in one bite, and he is now on the second day of rebirth, and he can solve his potential danger before he can take this problem into account. If you don't sweep a house, how can you sweep the world in the future? In fact, Leng Feng is not clear about the specific situation of today's imperial court. After all, he does not specialize in history, but only understands the general trend of this era. Specific to the dynamics of the court in each period, he is the same as Leng Feng of this era, and he is equally ignorant. Master Xuedao's group did not pass by Leng Feng, but walked into the Wensheng building of Linjiang Academy from the side road. Wensheng building is the representative building of Linjiang Academy, which houses the tablet of Master Wensheng, and is also the most sacred place of Linjiang Academy. All major events in the Linjiang book are held here. Today is no exception. This place has been arranged a long time ago, and it is the main venue for this selection test. Master Jiankong Mansion Xuedao sat at the top of the high platform, and there were 4 examiners on both sides. Several officials from Linjiang County sat on the side, and they were not also witnesses to the selection. Squeak! With a bang, the door opened. Li Hongqiu, the head of Linjiang Academy, and Chen Jiaxing, the chief teacher, walked out of it, followed by 5 young people, who looked about the same age as Leng Feng and the others. However, everyone didn't know these 5 people, and they didn't know where they came from, so they were able to follow the mountain chief and the others into here. In this case, it is very disciplined. Although these students of Linjiang Academy have long known that the location of today's selection test is in Wensheng building, they can only wait at the closest place to Wensheng building, and they will not be able to enter Wensheng building without being notified. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all people with both talent and virtue in my Linjiang Academy, and today is the time to test the results of several years of hard work. The so-called once famous in the world, I hope that some of you can become the pillars of the country, and I will be proud of you in Linjiang Academy. The mountain chief walked in front of the scholars, and simply said a few inspiring words, and the scholars who listened to them were boiling one by one, as if the pillars of the country that the mountain chief said were them. Leng Feng was bored and dug his ears. He was not interested in the words of the mountain chief, but the 5 young people who appeared with the mountain chief made him a little interested. Instinctive instinct told him that the appearance of these 5 people here was not accidental, and there must be something wrong with them. Sure enough, after the mountain chief gave all the scholars a lot of blood, he introduced these 5 young people to everyone. It turned out that these 5 people were new students who joined Linjiang Academy, and they also came to participate in this selection test. And from the words of the mountain chief, it is not difficult to hear that these 5 people are here to pick peaches. They are different from Leng Feng. The reason why everyone is polite to Leng Feng is that in addition to Leng Feng's previous performance, there is another important reason, that is, everyone knows that Leng Feng is not learned and has no skills, and will not become a competitor in their selection. Although the mountain chief said very vaguely and did not specifically introduce the origin of these 5 people, everyone was not stupid and naturally understood what was going on. As a result, the faces of the scholars of Linjiang Academy became ugly. For the reactions of the scholars, the mountain chief also had a full view, and he had expected this situation for a long time. But there is no way for him to do this. After all, he is only a mountain chief of Linjiang Academy, which is equivalent to the current principal of the school, and he can't refuse the pressure from the top, so he can only try to appease the emotions of the students. Everyone, please be quiet and have good news for you. In this selection test, Master Xuedao has added 10 more places for us to be famous. The mountain chief's words still had a certain effect, and everyone immediately fell silent. After all, in Linjiang City, there are more than 100 scholars who participated in this test, and there are not many people who can stand out and win the top 10 in the end, and most of the scholars are still rushing to get a fame. After all, in this era, the fame and identity of a scholar are still very precious. If you don't have an officially recognized fame, even if you have read a book for a lifetime, you can become a talent at most, and you don't have any privileges. This time, the fame given by the imperial court is equivalent to that of the imperial examination, and this is different from the person who spends money to donate. It is the real official identity recognized by the imperial court. Meritorious people can have certain privileges, do not perform military service and do not pay taxes, and can also reasonably own private property and private soldiers in the nursing home. In the past, people had to pass the imperial examination to be able to successfully go ashore. In addition to the imperial examination, there was also the donation of life, which was a false name that needed to spend a lot of money to buy. Although the fame given by the imperial court this time has no real job, it is still very valuable compared to the kind of fame that is donated by spending money. For low-level scholars, this kind of opportunity is already precious. However, it seems that this time there are still policies and countermeasures. Although the idea of the Holy Lord today is good, it is still exploited by others when it is implemented. Take a small place like Linjiang County as an example. 5 of the 10 places are held by those factions, and the remaining 5 places are still reserved for local scholars in Linjiang to take care of the feelings of today's saints. And among these 5 places, no one dares to guarantee whether there are other related households in it. Of course, these people also know that they can't do things too desperately, and they can fool the past by giving 10 more fame in order to appease the people. This kind of innocuous quota is not worth anything at all for those big people who are above the temple. This kind of fame with no real power is nothing in the eyes of those in power, and what they want to hold in their hands are those who have been appointed by the Holy God today, because these people are the ones who will be able to govern in the future. Under the appeasement of the mountain chief, the scholars in Linjiang City also had to accept this reality. After all, the little arms can't twist the thighs, and it's useless to shout. Finally, under the arrangement of the mountain chief and the chief teacher, everyone lined up and began to enter the Wensheng building. Leng Feng was ranked at the back of everyone, and just as everyone rushed in, the mountain chief and the chief teacher came to Leng Feng. "It's not easy for you to get this opportunity. Leng Feng, you must perform well. This time there is a great chance to gain fame. You must listen to the words of the mountain chief, don't make a mistake this time. This may be the last chance for you. Your father is no longer there, and the Leng family will depend on you in the future." The chief teacher and the mountain chief began to tell Leng Feng. They knew what kind of temperament Leng Feng was, and if they didn't tell him well, they might make a mistake in any situation. However, their worries were destined to be unnecessary, because the cold front at this time was no longer the cold front they knew. Leng Feng knew that these two had been favored by his father, and this time Leng Feng's mother also asked these two to coordinate and get through some relationships. After the operation of these two people, not only did Leng Feng have the opportunity to enter this selection, but as long as Leng Feng did not perform so out of line in this selection, it should not be much of a problem to gain a fame. Leng Feng already knew this in advance. Otherwise, with his usual performance in the past, it would not be his turn to have a chance to enter the Wensheng building to participate in the selection anyway. It can be said that nothing in this world is absolutely fair, and the matter of fighting dad exists at all times. Thank you for the mountain chief and Master Chen's mention. The kid will definitely remember it. Leng Feng clenched his fists and bowed and said. Looking at Leng Feng's very standard disciple ceremony, Li Shanchang and Master Chen couldn't help but be stunned. They were really surprised by Leng Feng's performance. Like everyone else, their perception of Leng Feng is still stuck in the past, and now Leng Feng's performance is really a little unacceptable in their opinion. However, this was also a good thing for them, but after a short period of surprise, the two nodded in satisfaction with Leng Feng and waved him in. After everyone entered the Wensheng building, this selection test officially began. After worshipping Master Wensheng, Xuedao Jian Yuanji read out the edict of today's sun, and put forward the requirements and ardent expectations for all students. After going through a whole process, the first round of test questions is issued. In fact, this kind of selection test is not very new, and it is not much different from the traditional imperial examination. The only difference is that the process is simplified, and the form of assessment is relatively casual.
The traditional imperial examination is divided into 3 sections, namely Jing and Rhyme, which is the so-called Baguan.
The last 2 sessions are the test scriptures and the test strategies, which are also known as the practical texts and the policy theories. But today's selection test is different. There is not so many processes, and all the scholars present only need to write an article. Those who pass the article will receive fame, and will have the opportunity to serve the imperial court in the future. Even this excellent article can be directly listened to by heaven, and the saints may see your article today. If your essay is appreciated by the saints today, it is very likely that you will ascend to heaven in one step. This kind of precedent is not unprecedented, although under normal circumstances, only the part of the palace examination, the Son of Heaven will personally preside over the examination, and the candidate's articles may be personally consulted by the Son of Heaven. But there are also cases where in the history of the Great Song Dynasty, there are also teenage prodigies who are the champions. Moreover, the Great Song Dynasty in the context of this world, unlike other dynasties for the imperial examination, the Song Dynasty in this era seems to pay more attention to the selection of prodigies and geniuses and the selection of talents.
In terms of the examination system, it is also relatively flexible.
The selection test of Linjiang Academy was presided over by Xu Edo in person, and the content of the article required candidates to comment on the rights and wrongs of historical dynasties.
This topic is very in-depth for everyone in Linjiang Academy.
After all, most of the scholars here are only 13 or 14-year-old teenagers, and it is difficult to write a decent article in terms of ideas and opinions. The reason why such a question appears has a lot to do with the purpose of this selection. The current saint is not a fool, and he knows that those factions will be used to lead this selection. It is also the result of a compromise between the two sides. The faction can arrange some of its own people to enter it, but the Holy One can also choose some people for their own use. It seems that this kind of article is easy to use, but it is not easy to really write brilliantly. This is not only a test of the reader's mastery of historical dynasties, but also his own unique opinions. From the written essays, it is obvious that the cognitive level of the person answering the question, as well as the ability to insight whether a person has the ability to govern the world, can be seen in this small article. Therefore, the level of the questions this time is still very high. This test question was drawn up by the personnel of the Holy Organization and distributed to the responsible persons of each state capital, and then each state government arranged personnel to preside over the test in the counties and counties under its jurisdiction. Because Linjiang is located in the rear of Jiankang Road, it has experienced the least war, and it is also a rich place, so it is naturally the most valued. As a result, the master of the Tao came here to preside over the selection. As for other counties and counties, they are much worse than Linjiang County, and there are only 1 or 2 places in some places. After getting the test questions, Leng Feng smiled after a little thought. If he is asked to conduct the imperial examination honestly, he is self-aware, and he can't pass other scholars at all. Writing 8-strand essays is not his strong point at all, but it is not difficult for him to write such a policy essay at all.
I can't write it myself, can I copy it?
The advantages of being a reborn person are revealed, although Leng Feng of this era does not learn and has no skills, but he still knows basic historical knowledge. The trend of the dynasties of this era is almost the same as the history he knew in his previous life, but the historical celebrities who appeared in each dynasty are different.
For example, the sage of literature in this era was not Confucius, but Confucius Wenzi.
And now the saint of the Southern Song Dynasty court is not surnamed Zhao, but surnamed Jiang. But there are also similarities. For example, there is also Yufei in this era, and it seems to be the same person as Yufei that Leng Feng knows. They all had the same experience, and they were all framed and killed by traitors, but the traitors who killed Yufei in this era were not called Qin Hui, but Pang Gao.
Over the Qin theory.
Leng Feng thought of an article he had studied, which was an essay written by Jia Yi in the Western Han Dynasty in the era in which he lived. This is a classical Chinese essay. When Leng Feng studied Qin theory, he was still in middle school, and I felt that this article was difficult to understand and memorize. But now he found a strange phenomenon. Whether it was in the past life or in this life, his memory was extremely clear. As long as he has seen something, he can now reproduce it clearly and completely in his mind, and his comprehension ability is also very strong, and he can face the essence directly. Could this special ability be the benefit of rebirth? After thinking of Qin theory, this article automatically appeared in Leng Feng's mind, and there was not even a single punctuation mark with the original text. While the others were still pondering, Leng Feng had already picked up his pen and written. He is not worried at all about being found to be plagiarized, because there is no such character as Jia Yi in the history of this era. Although Leng Feng is not good at academics, his calligraphy level is still good. This is mainly in the interest of his father. Although Leng the rich man doted on Leng Feng, he worked Leng Feng's studies. When Leng Feng was enlightened, Leng the rich invited some calligraphers to educate Leng Feng's calligraphy. There is still a certain reason for famous teachers to come out, and Leng Feng was not as sloppy as he was later at that time, so Leng Feng's calligraphy level was still good. And now that Leng Feng has crossed over, coupled with the works of those calligraphers he has seen in his previous life, this special ability to never forget has made his experience of calligraphy even more profound. Therefore, as soon as Leng Feng's first word came out, he himself felt that it was very meaningful. This level of calligraphy has not reached this level in either previous or present lives. After a slight pause, Leng Feng waved his pen and began to write. In the entire examination room of Wensheng building, there were a total of 132 candidates. Except for a few candidates such as Leng Feng, the rest of the candidates were selected by the academy. In addition to Linjiang Academy, there are many large and small private schools in the entire Linjiang city, and there are nearly 1,000 students from 10 to 14. Most of the people have been eliminated in the first round, and the people who can appear here are all really talented. But now these people have not officially written except for Leng Feng. It can be seen how difficult it is to write this article well. Who's that candidate? Xuedao Zhang Yuanji also noticed Leng Feng's movements and asked the mountain chief on the side. In fact, there are many people who have seen Leng Feng's behavior, but the Taoist master did not speak, and they are not easy to discuss. Mountain chief Li Hongqiu also paid attention to Leng Feng, but he was not as surprised as the others, but frowned slightly. Others don't know Leng Feng, but he knows it. In his opinion, Leng Feng is a broken jar and started to make trouble again. When he entered the door before, when he saw Leng Feng's humble and polite appearance, he thought that Leng Feng had reformed himself. Unexpectedly, I still thought too much about myself. This kid is still the same virtue as before. Alas, how could a person as reliable as Brother Hai give birth to such a jumping son? Just as Li Hongqiu was sighing in his heart, he heard Zhang Yuanji's question. I can only hope that Leng Feng can be reliable, and don't make any moths. This time, Leng Feng's matter has been sorted out up and down. Even if the Lord Xuedao has also received benefits, as long as Leng Feng doesn't write any bullshit articles, it shouldn't be difficult to get a fame. I'm afraid that the cold front is not too thick and I will scribble on the test paper. Master Xuedao, this son's name is Leng Feng. The mountain chief replied. Cold front. When Master Xuedao heard this, he nodded slightly. He knew this name, and he had received the best jade from someone before, saying that he wanted to take care of this son. How could he forget this name? Although Zhang Yuanji is not a big corrupt official, he is not a very upright person. This man does not love gold or silver, but he loves jade. The piece of superb jade that the mountain chief gave him through a relationship made him love it, and now he is playing with it in his hands. Yes, this son has an extraordinary bearing, and his pen posture is quite strong and powerful, and he will be able to write a splendid article. Xuedao Zhang Yuanji said. When the mountain chief heard what Zhang Yuanji said, the corners of his mouth twitched, but he couldn't help but speak. At this time he felt that it was not good for him to say anything. The same is true for other people who know the details of the cold front. Even the county magistrate is also the corner of his eyes jumping. As the supreme governor of Linjiang City, although the magistrate is not familiar with the situation in Linjiang City, he has heard of the situation of the richest man in Linjiang City. However, not long after he became the magistrate of Linjiang City, Leng's father disappeared, so he didn't have much friendship with Leng Feng's family. Similarly, Leng Feng's two uncles don't have much friendship with this magistrate. Otherwise, the Leng family's property would have been occupied long ago. It is precisely because everyone knows Leng Feng's situation that they are not optimistic about Leng Feng's performance. That is, the Lord Xuedao and several examiners are unknown, plus the benefits of receiving the Leng family, so they think Leng Feng is good. However, they are not stupid, and seeing the reactions of the people around them, they seem to have noticed that something is wrong. Everyone is a 1,000-year-old fox, and naturally knows the truth that if you say more, you will lose, so you keep your mouth shut. In fact, Zhang Yuanji said that it was good. Leng Feng's performance at this time was really as he said. Putting aside everything else, Leng Feng's calligraphy is indeed good, coupled with the change in temperament after rebirth. This gesture is very generous. Leng Feng's unconventional operation still affected some people, such as the 5 candidates who came with the Taoist master. They didn't know the details of Leng Feng, and like the Taoist masters, seeing Leng Feng waving ink could create a lot of psychological pressure for them. As for the people in Linjiang Academy, they didn't care much when they saw Leng Feng's appearance. The reactions of the others could no longer affect Leng Feng, and he was entering a wonderful state at this time. Although this article is not his original, it can be well integrated into the artistic conception. This article aims to summarize the historical lessons of the fall of the Qin dynasty, which is profound and artistically appealing. More than 1,000 words describe the history of more than 100 years from Qin Shaogong to Qin's demise, and generally explain the whole process and main phenomena of Qin's rise and fall, and explain the key to its rise and fall. Due to the influence of the cold front, everyone's thinking time has been shortened this time, and the preparation time for writing this kind of article is not enough without 1 or 2 incense sticks. However, it only took Leng Feng a few breaths to put down the pen, even if they knew that Leng Feng might be pretending. However, with the performance of the cold front first, if they ponder for too long, they will also leave a bad impression. Therefore, even if they slandered Leng Feng in their hearts, they could only speed up. However, that's it, just when everyone just started the article, Leng Feng had already completed the answer. Phew! Leng Feng let out a long breath, then put down his pen. Under normal circumstances, there is no such thing as submitting papers in advance for the imperial examination in this era, but this selection is not an imperial examination, and everyone is also very curious about Leng Feng's answer. When Leng Feng said that he wanted to hand in the papers, his test papers were also submitted. Good word! Leng Feng's test paper had just been opened, and the examiner who saw the test paper couldn't help but praise secretly. Not to mention anything else, it is this hand of calligraphy that can already see some patterns. Passing the Qin theory. When Zhang Yuanji, a scholar of Taoism, saw the name of the article, his eyes couldn't help but light up, and he secretly said a good name in his heart. As I continued to read, I was deeply attracted by the content of the article. Being able to become a scholar in the state capital of the road, the professional level in this area is still very high, and he can naturally see the quality of an article from Leng Feng's article to the author of the article. The narrative of the Qin state from prosperity to decline and rise and fall is clear, grasping a vertical line from the rise of Qin Shaogong to the death of the Qin dynasty, and the layers of the article are extremely clear. A certain point at a certain time is prominently laid out and brought into play, so that people can not only see the line, but also see the points on the line that are emphatically described in thick ink and color. The train of thought of the master of the Tao is led down by the nodes described in the article, and if the content of the article is not interrupted, he cannot be interrupted, and if the article does not have extraneous branches, he cannot side with the rest. The article of just over 1,000 words gave him a feeling of great momentum. In the eyes of the scholars, another highlight of this article is that the author is writing an argumentative essay in the style of writing. Writing is extravagant and exaggerated, and this technique is used throughout this article. For example, some words in the article, sweeping, encompassing, annexing, the world, the universe, the 4 seas, the 8 wildernesses, etc. It reads with great momentum, sharpness, aggressiveness, persuasiveness, and a sense of unstoppability. What is more important is that the essence of the article is not just superficial rhetoric, and the views and opinions expressed are very clear and unique. Look at it! Master Shuedao read the article in one go, and then closed his eyes and reminisced about it, and did not comment on it, but passed the article on to others. This kind of selection test is conducted openly, and unlike the previous imperial examination papers, several examiners will mark the papers on the spot, and finally the excellent test papers will be selected and handed over to the scholars to decide. Of course, if necessary, the Taoist master can also read the paper in person, such as the case of Leng Feng. Good article. Another chief examiner who followed the master of Shuedao couldn't help but praise Leng Feng's article after reading it. This made those who did not see the article very surprised, especially the mountain chief Li Hongqiu and others, whose hearts were as anxious as a cat's claw. With their understanding of Leng Feng, they were already ready, and when the Taoist master read Leng Feng's article, he would look ugly. But unexpectedly, their prediction was wrong, and it seemed to be outrageously wrong. Looking at the appearance of Master Xuedao, and the expressions of several other examiners, a thought that made them feel ridiculous rose in their hearts. Could it be that Leng Feng wrote a splendid article? As soon as this thought arose in their hearts, they immediately rejected it. In their opinion, the probability that Leng Feng will be able to write a splendid article is even less likely than that of a sow being able to climb a tree. However, they couldn't see Leng Feng's test papers, and now all the scholars' answers were not over, at least until the Taoist master finished reading the articles. They might have a chance to see it. However, Master Xuedao and those examiners no longer paid attention to them, but exchanged ideas about Leng Feng's article. Wonderful! This treatise on the Qin dynasty compares the Qin state itself between its strength and then its weakness, its prosperity and then its decline, its prosperity and then its demise, the comparison between Qin and the Six Kingdoms, the comparison between Qin and Chenxi, and the comparison between Chenshi and the Six Kingdoms. Several contrasts are intertwined, and the structure of the article is naturally grand, the momentum is also naturally magnificent, and the words seem to have more weight. In particular, the argument and assertion in this last paragraph still use a comparative technique to synthesize several aspects and then draw conclusions, which is the so-called judgment. In order to make the conclusion solemn, he brought Qin up again and said it again, and only then ended with, benevolence and righteousness are not applied and the offensive and defensive forces are different. The article must be able to be released and received, opened and closed, and the ability to be seen from the beginning. Those who have passed the Qin theory will also talk about the mistakes of Qin. Qin would just cut off the last sentence of benevolence and righteousness with one sentence. This and the essence of the article. Although Jiang Yuanji and several examiners were talking softly, the people around them could also hear it, and they had already understood at this time. It turned out that Leng Feng had really written a splendid article. At this time, other articles had already been written, but the fastest among them was also nearly 2 sticks of incense slower than Leng Feng. This incident, Leng Feng's image among the scholars in Linjiang City has been changed. Although this change is not visible now, time will slowly change everything. Leng Dashao's character in this world also began to change from this day. In fact, Leng Feng was able to win the title of the top spot in this selection test, not only because of this article, but also for many other reasons. The belongings sent out by the Leng family also played a certain role. If there is no relationship between the Taoist lord and the Taoist to play a certain role, Leng Feng's theory of passing Qin is impeccable, but it is not easy to get the top spot. They could have been a little darker and didn't publish the top 10 articles, so that no one knew that Leng Feng's articles were so amazing. After all, if Leng Feng had not won the top spot in this selection test, it would not have caused a backlash from many scholars, let alone the link of copying the top 10 articles for publicity. In this way, others naturally can't see Leng Feng's article. There is also a very important reason, that is, the 5 scholars who came to pick peaches with the master of the Tao do not necessarily have to get the top spot, as long as they can get 5 opportunities to face saints within the top 10. In addition, Leng Feng's 2 uncles couldn't afford Leng Feng at all, and in their inherent impression, Leng Feng was not a piece of material at all. This is also the reason why they are indifferent, knowing that Leng Feng's mother took out her family funds to make a relationship. In the eyes of Leng Feng's 2 uncles, it is not easy for Leng Feng to get a chance to become famous. What's more, they have already signaled Liang Dong to target Leng Feng in the academy. With Leng Feng's temperament, he will definitely cause some mistakes, and it is not certain whether he can participate in the selection or not. Is to take a step back. If there is an accident, Leng Feng will gain a reputation. In the eyes of the 2 uncles, this is not a big deal, at most it is just a little troublesome when they do it. It was precisely because of the contempt of the 2 uncles for Leng Feng that Leng Feng did not face much resistance in the process of participating in the test. Ladies and gentlemen, do you still have any objections? Just when many scholars were still in amazement, Master Xuedao looked around the audience and spoke. Seeing that the scholars below were all speechless, Master Xuedao nodded with satisfaction. This is all within his expectations, and if anyone dares to disagree at this time, it is either head iron or stupidity. There is absolutely no stupid person who can be selected from among the many scholars and enter the selection test. At this time, even if the scholars were sour and rotten as scholars, they also knew how to judge the situation.
And everyone is not stupid, so they can naturally see the quality of the article.
Not to mention the rest, putting aside Leng Feng's identity, just talking about Qin's article made them happy and convinced. At this point, the dust has settled on the selection test in Linjiang City, and naturally some people are happy and some are worried. However, except for the cold front, there were no other upsets.
In fact, this is also deliberately done by Xu Edo and others, not just to prove to everyone that Leng Feng's matter is so simple.
The main reason is to block the mouths of all scholars through Leng Feng's matter, so that no one will mention the matter of the 5 foreign scholars occupying the quota.
Although the results of the selection test have come out, there are still many follow-up matters. For example, those who pass this selection test have to go back and prepare apprenticeship stickers.
This apprenticeship post does not mean to meet their former teacher, but to meet the master of the Tao. There was a tradition in this era that anyone who passed the imperial examination or the selection test would meet the examiner of the current session afterwards and recognize them as the teacher. This is a mutually beneficial good thing for both parties. After all, most scholars do not have a backstage. And those who can serve as the chief examiner have some influence in the officialdom, and if these candidates enter the officialdom in the future, it will be equivalent to having thighs. And for the examiners, this is also an opportunity to strengthen their faction, and if these protégés develop well in the officialdom in the future, they will also help each other. This is also the reason why those court officials knew the thoughts of the current saints, but not only did they not mean anything about this selection test, but they vigorously supported it. In addition to preparing apprenticeship stickers, they also have to attend banquets held by the government.
After all, this selection is also a big event for the Linjiang government.
Especially these scholars who will have the opportunity to meet the saints in the future, they are all the faces of the Linjiang government. If some of them can go further, it will also be a great achievement for the Linjiang government. Moreover, among the scholars, there will also be a classmate banquet and a teacher appreciation banquet. In short, according to the usual practice, in the next period of time, these selected scholars or scholars who have gained fame will be busy with this matter. But with the exception of Leng Feng, he doesn't have these thoughts. I have just crossed into this era, so it's better to think about how to develop my strength. After Master Xu Edo left, the people who entered the top 10 became the focus of everyone, and everyone was surrounded by many compliments. Even the 5 scholars who came with the Taoist master were also surrounded by everyone. After all, for them, although these 5 people are outsiders, they also occupy their places, which is equivalent to classmates. Leng Feng's side was no exception. In addition to Du Zhang and the others following closely, there were more than a dozen scholars who also surrounded him and refused to disperse. Leng Feng was a blockbuster this time, and no one would have thought that Leng Feng would be able to win the top spot in this selection test. If the previous Leng Dishao could win this honor, then the tail should not go up to the sky. But at this time, Leng Feng seemed very calm. In his opinion, this was not obtained by his true ability, so naturally he would not take him too seriously. And he comes from the 21st century, and he is not interested in the system of this era. Simply dealing with a circle of people who complimented him, Leng Feng was almost overwhelmed. It's not that it's hard for him to deal with these people, but it's that it's too boring to be with these little kids. And no matter what, the 2 lives add up to dozens of years old, not to mention that in order not to arouse suspicion, you have to try to pretend to be the original cold and young demeanor. After all, before yesterday, Leng Dashao was still a young man who did not learn and did not know how to do it, and it was already exciting enough to be able to write such an amazing article as Qin Luan today. If he shows a completely different style of character, then even these scholars who are ignorant of the world may also have doubts about his identity. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a fluke to be at the top of the list. The so-called article is made by nature, and the magic hand is handy. It just so happened that I was interested in the history of the Qin dynasty recently, and I had consulted a lot of records about the Qin dynasty. I've been thinking about this for a long time, but I didn't expect that today's test question is exactly what I feel in my heart, and this article will come naturally. If you want to change the topic, you can't do anything about it. Leng Feng clenched his fists to the surrounding crowd and said, "Don't say it." These scholars really believed his words. After all, Leng Feng's character is there, and only this reason can be explained. If it is really like what Leng Feng said, they have also painstakingly studied a piece of history, maybe they can hold back a good article. The scholars of this era are like this, they have a strong sense of substitution, and there are still some unconvincing elements in their hearts. If you think about it this way, it can also prove that they are not worse than Leng Feng, but they are just not as lucky as Leng Feng. The article is made by nature, and the magic hand is happening. This is very exquisite. With such a great talent, it is no wonder that Brother Leng can win the top spot, which really makes me admire. Leng Feng's words really played a certain role, and all the scholars inevitably complimented each other. After that, the scholars who had already been selected also recovered from their excitement. Naturally, they shared this joy with more people in their hearts, so everyone dispersed and prepared to go home to report the good news. A group of people walked towards the gate of the academy, and the formation of the Feng team opened. Leng Feng and the others who won the top 10 walked in the front like the stars and the moon, followed by the 20 people who received ordinary fame, and then most of the people who were not selected. The class concept of this era is so distinct. A moment ago everyone can talk together, and after an exam, people are divided into 3, 6, 9 and so on. In fact, the college entrance examination in the 21st century also has this shadow, but it is not as influential as this era. The outside of the academy was already packed at this time, and most of them were the families of more than 100 scholars here. This is very similar to the parents who are waiting outside in the modern college entrance examination. Of course, this kind of selection test is more important than today's college entrance examination. After all, there is a golden house in the book, and it is nonsense to say that there is jade in the book. In addition to the families of the scholars, many social idlers also rushed over to join in the fun. Therefore, the scene outside was a little chaotic. If it weren't for the soldiers guarding the gate of the academy, maybe the gate of the academy would not be able to stop these people. Leng Feng is in a good mood today. This is the first step he has taken since his rebirth, although the status of the top of the selection list is not of substantial help to him now, but for his future development, it will be more convenient. Yesterday, when he was thinking about his life, he was still thinking about how to form his own forces, and he didn't expect that he would have an opportunity today. With ordinary fame, he can legally own some private soldiers in the nursing home in this era, not to mention that he is at the top of the list. As soon as today's results came out, the magistrates of the county had to look at him differently. Not to mention anything else, the emperors and ministers of this era like to promote and reuse people with the title of prodigy. Once Leng Feng can rise to the top, the future achievements will definitely not be comparable to a county. In other words, if Leng Feng can continue to perform as well as he does today, his future is definitely promising. This is also the reason why when many scholars had doubts before, Zhishan stood on Leng Feng's side, which was also showing favor to Leng Feng. As soon as Leng Feng walked out of the gate of the academy with his front feet, his gaze immediately became cold, and he walked quickly in the direction of a crowd. There was a circle of people there, and a little girl could be faintly heard crying, and an old carriage could be seen through the crowd. This carriage is Leng Feng's house, and Leng Feng took this carriage to catch the exam today. Leng Feng could already hear that the crying girl's voice was from Fluttershy. And his own carriage was surrounded by a crowd. Something bad must have happened. As Leng Feng walks briskly towards the crowd, 3 teenagers in the crowd are tugging at Fluttershy and spitting foul language. "Little lady, what future can you have with Leng Feng's waist? It's better to follow the young master. I promise to let you eat and drink spicy food. Little beauty, you are from Zhou Shao. That Leng Feng can't even feed himself now. Look at you thin. You see, we still know that Zhou Shao is distressed." "Ah, Zhou Shaohui is still distressed, and I can't see the little beauty pitted. Yes, this is to save you from the dire situation." The 3 teenagers sang and harmonized, and they looked quite arrogant. Fluttershy is a weak woman who has little power to resist the bullying of these 3 bad boys. Chaibo was old and frail, and they had knocked him to the ground, and one of his feet was still on Chaibo's chest. Fluttershy hasn't grown yet, and she looks malnourished, but she's a beautiful woman. This appearance seems to have a different flavor in the eyes of some people, and these 3 bad queens are obviously crooked. The surrounding group of people obviously knew these 3 people, and although many of them showed a look of indignation, they didn't dare to stop them. This Zhou Shao has the title of Little Overlord in Linjiang City, and this person's name is Zhou Tong, who is 2 years older than Leng Feng. Like Leng Daxiao before, he is also a young man who does not learn and has no skills. However, this week, Tong's family is playing a dart game, and his people are also 5 big and 3 thick, with the image of a reckless man.
is also studying at Linjiang Academy, and Leng Feng is a classmate. At the beginning, Leng Feng and Zhou Tong were known as the two major public hazards of Linjiang College, and the mention of the two of them was terrifying. However, Leng Feng and Zhou Tong did not smell like each other, but looked at each other unpleasantly. But at that time, Leng Feng's father, Leng de Rich, was still there. The name of the richest man in Linjiang City is not covered. He has connections in all aspects of Linjiang City, although the strength of the Zhou family's dart game is not weak, but it is still weaker than the relationship between the rich man of Lengde. At that time, although Zhou Tong bullied men and women in Linjiang City, he still had to retreat when facing Leng Feng. The difference between Leng Feng and Zhou Tong is that although he is also a young man who does not learn and has no skills, he does not bully men and women many times. Zhou Tong likes to bully people with force, while Leng Feng likes to bully people with silver. The people who have been bullied by Zhou Tong are scared away when they see him, but the people who have been bullied by Leng Feng will expect Leng Feng to continue to bully him. This is the difference between the two. They are also very young. One is disgusted by thousands of people, and the other is hated and loved. Later, Leng Feng's family's property was occupied by the second and third uncles, and Zhou Tong did not take Leng Feng in his eyes from then on. Although he didn't beat Leng Feng with his hands, he blackmailed him with a lot of silver. It wasn't until Leng Feng left Linjiang Academy that this guy didn't have much trouble with Leng Feng. This situation made a cloud of anger rise in Leng Feng's heart, and new hatred and old hatred surged into his heart together. In Linjiang City, Leng Feng's biggest enemy is this little overlord Zhou Tong. Although Leng Feng's two uncles have always wanted to murder him, but the two uncles have covered it up very well. Leng Feng didn't notice much of anything unusual before, so he didn't have much hatred for the two uncles. That is, Leng Feng after being reborn, only to discover the ambitions of the two uncles. And this little overlord Zhou Tong's bullying of him is indeed real, in the memory of the original owner. If you want to find the person you hate the most, then it must be this person. Leng Feng had a gloomy face, and quickly walked through the crowd, barely alarming anyone, and came behind the little overlord Zhou Tong in a few arrow steps. Since the three of them were facing away from Leng Feng, they did not notice Leng Feng's arrival. Of course, this is also a reaction under the instinct of the cold front. In his previous life, as the king of the special combat team, Leng Feng had extremely rich combat experience, and he knew that he was not the opponent of the little overlord Zhou Tong at this time. Without further ado, Leng Feng punched straight and hit the back of the little overlord Zhou Tong fiercely. The little overlord Zhou Tong snorted, and he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Before, this guy was getting carried away and stomping his foot on Chaibo's chest, and was attacked by Leng Feng, and he almost lost his breath. The back of the heart is an important acupoint of the human body, and it is easy to lose combat effectiveness after being hit hard. Even if it was the 5 big and 3 thick of the little overlord Zhou Tongchang, he was attacked by Leng Feng from the back of his heart, and his face was distorted and gasped. Suddenly turned around and found that the person who attacked him behind his back turned out to be Leng Feng. Waste material surnamed Leng, you dare to sneak attack me? Damn, I'm going to abolish you today. What are you two still standing stupidly for? Go up and him. The little overlord Zhou Tong roared loudly while baring his teeth. Those two teenagers are the followers of the little overlord Zhou Tong, similar to the roles of Du and Zhang. Although these three people are all students of Linjiang Academy, they are obviously the kind of goods that can't be supported by mud, and they are all at the bottom of the school academically. These three were all born in the dart game, and they have lived in a group of rough men since they were children, and they are different from Du Zhang. The parents of those two still expect them to get ahead in their studies, so they still dare not be sloppy in their studies. But these three people are different. Neither they nor their parents and the family think of them as a piece of reading material. So these people have developed a character of not being able to study well and causing trouble everywhere since they were young. Usually they beat people, but now the little overlord Zhou Tong has obviously suffered a loss under Leng Feng's hands. Where can he bear it? The two attendants were scolded loudly by him, and then they came back to their senses, and immediately pounced on Leng Feng with their teeth and claws. Although they have not learned much real kung fu, their physical fitness and fighting skills far exceed ordinary people. But it's a pity that the cold front they are facing today is no longer the wastewood young master they once were. Although Leng Feng is even inferior to these three in terms of pure force, he has too much experience in martial arts.
Just as the two of them rushed towards him, Leng Feng's body swayed slightly from side to side, his hands were put together, and the sticky words in the Tai Chi push hand were used by Leng Feng on the two of them. In his previous life, before Leng Feng joined the special combat team and became the king of soldiers, he met the chief instructor who taught fighting skills was the successor of Chen's Taijiquan. At that time, Leng Feng's family forging technique had reached the second stage, and his body functions were extremely perverted, so he was an excellent candidate for learning Taijiquan. When the chief instructor saw Leng Feng, it was like seeing a treasure, so he taught him the essence of Chen-style Taijiquan. After learning orthodox Taijiquan, Leng Feng realized how wrong his previous understanding of Taijiquan was. Tai Chi is not the aerobics of the old man in the park, the real Tai Chi is a broad and profound martial arts. The more I learned the essence of it, the more I felt that it was not easy. In the past, Leng Feng's body forging technique did not have any attack power, only to change the physique, but after mastering the essence of Taijiquan, their combat effectiveness was substantially improved. This is also an important reason why Leng Feng later became the captain of the special combat team and won the championship of the whole army competition. Now after being reborn, although the quality of this body is not good, the instinct imprinted in the memory has not changed. The true essence of Taijiquan is to emphasize the mind and not the form, and with Leng Feng's current skills, there is not much problem in dealing with these two people. Especially in this era, people don't know what Tai Chi is, which makes it even more difficult to guard. The two of them only felt that after Leng Feng's hand touched their arms, there seemed to be an invisible suction force that changed the direction of their punches, and their bodies involuntarily turned. It was just such a slight change, and the fists of the two passed through the gap on the left and right sides of the cold front. Then Leng Feng leaned forward, looking crumbling, but he dodged the attack of the two just right. After the two lost their goals, they suddenly found that it was their own people who appeared in front of them, but it was too late to stop at this time, so the two collided fiercely. Bah! Ouch! The sound of bodies colliding, plus two wails, rang out almost simultaneously. It all seems like a long time, but it only happens in 1 or 2 breaths, and many people don't realize what it's all about. Even the scholars who came out with Leng Feng had just squeezed into the crowd. Waste, you two can't even deal with Leng Feng, and your strength is used on the little girl's body. The little overlord Zhou Tong had already relieved his breath at this time, although his heart was still aching faintly, but with his strong physique, it was basically fine. This is also because Leng Feng's physical fitness is too weak. If he can play 1/10 of the level of his previous life, he can at least ask for Zhou Tong's half-life with one punch. However, it is a pity that Leng Feng's current body is still too weak, and the little strength that has just awakened in his body has still not completely gotten rid of the category of powerlessness. Ha! I saw Zhou Tong suddenly shout, his body bent like a bow, his fists clenched and his muscles knotted. The reason why Zhou Tong is called the little bully is not only because of his domineering style, but more importantly, because he is powerful, and his skills are also good. Young master, be careful. Seeing this, Fluttershy's face immediately fills with a look of concern, and she reminds Leng Feng. Fluttershy had been bullied by the trio before, but she didn't suffer much. It was Chaibo who was knocked to the ground by Zhou Tong and others when he was blocked, and he was trampled on by Zhou Tong and couldn't move. Young master, go quickly. At this time, Chaibo also got up from the ground and waved to Leng Feng and said. In the eyes of the two of them, Leng Feng was not Zhou Tong's opponent at all, and he had unexpectedly attacked Zhou Tong before. Now that he is facing the enemy with Zhou Tong, he will definitely suffer a big loss. Humph! Zhou Tong, you are so capable, you can only bully the old and weak, women and children. Leng Feng didn't care about Zhou Tong's menacing appearance at all, but turned on the mockery mode. I'm going to beat you up. Zhou Tong roared angrily, and his body was like a tiger descending from the mountain, attacking Leng Feng. Zhou Tong's fist and foot kung fu was good, although it seems reckless, but the punch is very orderly. A simple straight punch enveloped Leng Feng's body. If Leng Feng was still the original young master, he would definitely not be able to dodge this punch. However, in the face of Zhou Tong's ferocious punch, the corners of Leng Feng's mouth only showed a sneer. Although Zhou Tong's fist and foot kung fu was good, he can only be regarded as an ordinary martial artist, with a body of brute strength. Although Leng Feng's strength was not as strong as his, it was not much of a problem to dodge. Leng Feng quickly took 2 steps back,
dodging Zhou Tong's powerful punch.
Zhou Tong saw that Leng Feng didn't dare to touch his fist, and his momentum rose even more, and he immediately changed his fist to a leg, and swept towards Leng Feng's chest with the sound of whirring wind in his right leg.
Tiger Fist. Mainly fierce.
This is the little overlord Zhou Tong's specialty boxing skills. This set of boxing techniques was beaten by him quite well, and he won the essence of Tiger Pounce. Leng Feng flashed and retreated, and he had already retreated 5 or 6 steps, but although his body seemed to be unstable, he could just avoid Zhou Tong's attack range. This is not that Leng Feng did it deliberately, but that he really can't compete with Zhou Tong now. Zhou Tong's strength is several times that of his, that is, Leng Feng is deeply rooted in the essence of Taijiquan, and pulling out 1,000 caddies in 4 tails is not really able to pull out 1,000 caddies with the power of 4 tails. In the case of such a huge difference in strength, it is completely possible to break through 10,000 laws with one force. Therefore, the cold front can only avoid its edge now. The best way to deal with tiger boxing is not to go head-to-head with the opponent, especially if the strength is not as good as the opponent's, only to wait for the opponent's boxing to pass before counterattacking. Of course, there is a big premise for this, which is that you have to be able to dodge the opponent's attacks.
Okay, Zhou Xiao is mighty.
The 2 followers who collided with each other and fell to the ground also stood up at this time, and the 2 saw Zhou Tong punching and kicking Leng Feng to keep retreating, and immediately slapped their asses loudly. However, they didn't pay attention to these 2 at this time, and everyone's eyes were on Zhou Tong. At the gate of Linjiang Academy, they are more or less related to the academy, or someone in the family is studying in the academy. They naturally know about the little overlord Zhou Tong, and most people are not optimistic about Leng Feng in their hearts. Although Leng Feng has not been defeated by Zhou Tong for the time being, in their opinion, it is a matter of time before Leng Feng is defeated.
Alas!
It's a pity. If the rich man Leng is still there, how dare this little overlord Zhou Tong provoke Leng Daxiao?
Isn't it?
The strength of the Leng rich man's comptoir guard team is no worse than that of the Fuwei Dart Bureau, but unfortunately they all folded in the north with the Leng rich man.
There were people in the crowd who lamented. Although they couldn't get used to Zhou Tong, they didn't dare to step forward to stop it. However, the main thing is that they don't know that Leng Feng has already achieved the top spot in this test, and if they knew, then they wouldn't be just watching the excitement from the sidelines. Because of the top of this selection test, it is a saint who has to face the saint, and he may become a big official in the future. People are utilitarian and naturally know how to make trade-offs. But just because these people are indifferent doesn't mean that everyone else will do the same. Zhou Tong, stop it.
Zhou Tong, you sloppy, how can you bully the body of a cold young man, and you don't stop admitting your mistakes?
Zhou Tong, you are so bold.
Zhou Tong thief dares. Suddenly, there were several sounds of exasperation. It turned out that those scholars saw Zhou Tong attacking Leng Feng fiercely, and Leng Feng was even more dangerous, under Zhou Tong's attack, like a flatboat in the stormy waves. These scholars have seen the importance that Lord Xuedo and Lord Jixin attach to Leng Feng, and they also understand that this is a good opportunity to tie up Leng Feng. The reaction of these scholars blinded everyone, although they were not ashamed of being thoughtful, but they also knew what kind of goods Leng Daxiao was. That is, compared with Zhou Tong, everyone will sympathize with Leng Daxiao. If the 2 of them are taken out alone, they will have a bad impression in everyone's hearts.
When did the scholars in Linjiang City treat Leng Feng so well? And looking at the attitudes of these scholars, they couldn't wait to rush up and beat Zhou Tong to death one by one.
However, the fact is also that these powerless scholars flocked to Zhou Tong in a swarm of this matter. This battle also startled Zhou Tong, and the movements in his hands naturally slowed down.
Zhou Tong's title of the Little Overlord was not blown out, and it was really fought with his fists.
Usually these scholars are hiding when they see him, but today is it because he took the wrong medicine?
Not only Zhou Tong, but everyone present thought the same way.
Leng Feng was used to Zhou Tong's style of play at this time, but no one stopped him, and he also believed that he could find an opportunity to counterattack. But that's fine, everything is under your control, and now is still the time not to reveal your strength.
Zhou Tong, you're done this time. Leng Daxiao is now at the top of the list. If you hurt a single hair, you won't be able to eat and walk around.
A loud shout came, and it turned out to be Du Zhang and the others jumping out. They want to perform in front of Leng Feng, so they are naturally no longer afraid of Zhou Tong.at this time. Everyone understood why these scholars reacted so violently, not because they took the wrong medicine, but because they took the fierce medicine. Leng Feng became the top of the list in this selection test. No wonder these scholars maintain Leng Feng so much.
Wait, am I mistaken? Leng Feng is at the top of this selection test.
Just when everyone just felt that they understood the reason, they suddenly reacted that there seemed to be something wrong with each other.
Leng Feng actually won the top spot in the selection test. This news is too shocking.
If it weren't for seeing so many scholars standing up for Leng Feng and Zhou Tong being tough, they really doubted that this was a big joke.
What, you said Leng Feng won the top spot? Even if it was Zhou Tong, he was confused at this time.
For him, this made his heart tremble even more than the moment Leng Feng sneaked up on him just now.
What does this mean? Although he is stupid, he is not stupid.
If Leng Feng really wins the top spot, then he really can't afford to provoke Leng Feng. At least in the near future, he has to avoid the cold front, at least until he understands the specific situation before making a decision. Thinking of this, Zhou Tong also stopped moving, and immediately said with a roll of his eyes, "Leng Feng, how much money did you spend to buy these guys to say that you are ridiculous? At your level, you can get the top spot in the selection test. Don't say I don't believe it, even if everyone present doesn't believe it. However, today's sneak attack on my account will be counted for the time being, and we will calculate it later." This really made many people around believe it. After all, the reputation of young Master Leng is known to everyone in Linjiang City. Zhou Tong said that he paid these people to help him lie, and this credibility is really beyond the credibility of Leng Feng to win the top spot. In fact, Zhou Tong, who said this, was beating a drum in his heart, and he had already believed the words of these scholars. Because he is also a member of Linjiang Academy, he knows that it is impossible for all of these scholars to be bought by Leng Feng, at least in the current situation. Then there is only one truth, that is, what they said is true, Leng Feng did win the top spot. But at this time, he will definitely not admit it, and he will leave here first. Zhou Tong knows what kind of virtue these scholars are, especially those sour and rotten people, and there are really people who are not afraid of his fists. There are not many scholars who have come over now, only about a dozen, and if most of them come over, then they really can't cope today. Especially on today's kind of day, the people in power in Linjiang City are all in Linjiang Academy. Once the matter is big, today has to take off the skin. Seeing Zhou Tong standing there stunned, looking dumbfounded, but in fact, his eyes were rolling in his bones, Leng Feng understood what he was thinking. However, Leng Feng didn't plan to do anything to Zhou Tong today. Anyway, it will be a long time coming, and he will have a chance to clean him up in the future. Although cleaning up Zhou Tong can make himself cool for a while, it will inevitably expose some means, which will make those who really want to put him to death prevent it in advance. Zhou Tong is hateful, but he is not the person who must be eliminated in front of him. Zhou Dashao's ability to sue the wicked first is not weak. Why don't you say why I want to attack you? When Leng Feng saw Zhou Tong's appearance, he knew that he wanted to slip away, so he mocked it first.
You're sneaking up on me anyway.
Zhou Tong knew that he couldn't say Leng Feng, so he could only pretend to be stunned at this time. Brother Leng, don't worry about him like this. Wait for him to write a letter for Brother Leng one day, and ask the magistrate to punish such villains.
Yes, we will definitely write for Brother Leng.
Although everyone dared to step forward and be tough with Zhou Tong just now, this kind of courage could not last long. Especially when facing a martial artist like Xiaoboang Zhou Tong, the pressure was several times greater than when he faced Leng Feng and beat Du Zhang and the others before. Under this pause, the momentum was lost by 3 points, and there was no longer the momentum just now. Therefore, everyone is selling favors to Leng Feng, and they are also looking for a step down for themselves and others.
Otherwise, do you really think that they dare to fight with Zhou Tong?
On this point, Leng Feng saw it very clearly.
Thank you, I Leng Feng wrote down this favor, and I will be useful in the future, please just speak.
However, Leng Feng saw through it and didn't say it. He knew that Tu Taiwa had no friends. The so-called sedan chair carries people, and there is nothing to lose by moving their mouths, so that both parties are happy, isn't it? Brother Leng is serious, we are all classmates, how can we let Brother Leng be bullied by such a splash? The scholars are also very suitable for the occasion, and it seems that everyone is really good friends. Zhou Tong left with 2 followers, but no one paid attention to him at this time. The news that Leng Feng obtained this selection test is indeed shocking, Everyone seems to be looking at him like a rarity. Who cares about his little overlord's face? Even Leng Feng, a person like Leng Feng, who is a too-worldly person, can't stand this kind of staring. In the end, he finally got rid of everyone and returned home in Chaibo's carriage. That's when he is able to talk to Fluttershy and learn what happened. That is, the little overlord Jotong didn't know which one was wrong today, and came to the gate of the academy to join in the fun. With the character of the little overlord Jotong, he knew that he was not treated well in the academy, although he was still a student of Linjiang Academy, but he generally did not participate in this kind of occasion. When Jotong, the little overlord, sees Fluttershy, he naturally recognizes her as Leng Feng's maid, and this is the time to step forward and flirt. On the one hand, he does fall in love with Fluttershy's beauty, and on the other hand, it is also for the purpose of targeting Cold Front. In Jotong's opinion, Leng Feng and him are the same goods, and it is definitely not material for reading. Even if Leng Feng participates in the selection test today, it is not interesting to be self-deprecating. But he guessed the beginning, not the result. With Leng Feng's departure, the news about him winning the top spot slowly spread, and the invisible influence is slowly spreading. Damn, how could Leng Feng get the top spot in the selection test? It's really annoying to me. In a courtyard in Linjiang City, the little overlord Jotong and his two followers were furious. At this time, Jotong's face was flushed, the green tendons on his neck were bursting up, and he held a stone lock in each hand, and the dancing tiger was in the wind. Zhou Xiao was angry, and he was angry. Isn't that Leng Feng just shit lucky? He can get the top spot. There must be some ulterior secret behind it. Yes, we don't know who Leng Feng is. If he can get the top spot, then our brother can also be the champion. Nonsense, don't I know that Leng Feng must be tired at the top of the list? But now he's really at the top of the list, and we can do anything about it. Jotong threw a pair of stone locks on the ground and sat down at Zhou Xiao. I don't think this is necessarily a good thing. I think that Leng Feng has no two caddies of goods in his belly. It is a fluke to get the top spot at this time, and he will definitely meet the saint in the future, and when the time comes, he will show his feet in front of the saint. I see how many heads he has enough to cut off. Well, that's right. Even if Leng Feng now won the top spot with his shit luck, once he shows his feet in the future, it will definitely be a crime of bullying. But it's a pity that we really can't do anything about him during this time. In addition to Jotong, Leng Feng's second and third uncles also learned the news as soon as possible. Their reaction was no worse than Jotong's. The teacup in the second uncle's hand had been smashed by him, and his face was pale. The third uncle also had a gloomy face and looked constipated. Top of the list. My good nephew, he really gave his ancestors a long face. The second uncle said with a sneer. Second brother, what do you think we should do now? What to do? But the plan had to be advanced. Didn't he get the top spot in the selection test, and if there was an accident at the top of the list, then the second one should thank us. The second uncle said sadly. Second brother, what do you mean? Arrange it, get ready to do it, the sooner the better. These two groups of people won the top spot because of Leng Feng, and they all hated it. However, they treated Leng Feng differently. People like Jotong could only choose to forbear for the time being, while Leng Feng's second and third uncles were stimulated by this incident and decided to attack Leng Feng in advance. Mountain Chief Li Hongqiu and Chief Teacher Chen Jiaxing were also talking about Leng Feng, and the two were chatting with emotion on their faces. In this selection test, they would never have thought that Leng Feng would be able to make the top 10 in any case. What's more, Leng Feng is not only selected now, but has also become the top of the 10 face saints with the qualification of being at the top of the list. Leng Feng grew up watching these two people, and he naturally knows Leng Feng's personality and knowledge. Especially this time, if it weren't for the fact that they had received the favor of Leng Feng's father, and they also vaguely noticed that Leng Feng's second and third uncles seemed to have bad intentions towards Leng Feng, they would not have been busy for Leng Feng to gain a fame. Master Chen, you said that Leng Feng, this kid, really gave us a surprise. What the mountain chief said is very true. Bei should be impressed in 3 days. When Leng Feng left the academy 2 years ago, he thought that he would sink like this, but he didn't expect that he would be so talented now. Judging from the level of that article, you and I can't match it. The mountain chief twisted his beard and said with emotion. So is it really just a coincidence, as Leng Feng said? the two of them picked up the teacups and discussed while sipping tea. It turned out that Leng Feng's remarks in the academy and the scholars had also reached the ears of the mountain chief and Master Chen. But they are not those scholars after all, and with their understanding of Leng Feng, they still have doubts about Leng Feng's statement. If it is really as Leng Feng said, he is more interested in this history of the Qin dynasty, and he has written similar articles before, it is really possible. The mountain chief said. However, with Leng Feng's insight and talent, it is really unbelievable to want to write such an article that makes us ashamed. Master Chen still believes too much in this possibility. After all, he used to be Leng Feng's mentor, and he still knows Leng Feng's roots very well. A person's level is there, even if he feels it in his heart, he may not be able to express it in writing. So, is there a possibility that Leng Feng has been guided by a master? It's a big possibility. Over the years, the rich man Leng has made a lot of strange people. Maybe during this time, someone really pointed out Leng Feng. If that's the case, it makes sense. Fortunately, Leng Feng didn't hear the conversation between the two, otherwise, he would really feel that the brains of people in this era are indeed rich enough. At this time, Leng Feng and Fluttershy are sitting in the bumpy carriage, and although the old horse is walking slowly, it is very steady under the guidance of the experienced Chaibo. Although Chaibo was pushed to the ground by Zhou Tong and the three before, he did not suffer much damage. It's not that Zhou Tong knows how to respect the old and love the young, but Zhou informed that he can't cause a big mess in this situation. Their original intention was to flirt with women from good families, and at the same time, they were also preparing to blackmail Leng Feng for a sum of money. After all, this was their usual trick. But unexpectedly, the final result was beyond their expectations. "Young master, you are really amazing." At this time, Leng Feng was lying in the car, and he bragged about the selection test process. The little girl who had never seen much of the world was stunned, and there were little stars flashing in her eyes. "Ha! Your young master is powerful. It's not a star. As long as this young master is powerful, how can there be other people's business?" Leng Feng continued to stink. All the way, Leng Feng brags and Fluttershy is blindly adoring. Perhaps, in this world, only Fluttershy will not doubt Leng Feng's words. Although Leng Feng used to be cunning and his sisters could tease her, he was very good to Fluttershy and never treated her as a girl. Fluttershy is also obedient to Leng Feng's words, and never suspects that Leng Feng will lie to her. The sunset slowly set, stretching the shadow of the old carriage longer and longer, and bursts of laughter came from time to time. Chaibo, who was driving the car, heard the laughter in the car, and the old man couldn't help but show a happy smile on his face. As the most loyal housekeeper in the Long Mansion, Chaibo has no children and no daughters all his life, and Leng Feng's father and son have grown up under his watch. In the old man's heart, Leng Feng's father and son are his heirs. Now he feels that Leng Feng has really grown up, not only because Leng Feng won the top spot in this selection test, but also because he sees something different from Leng Feng in the past. That is, Leng Feng has become responsible, and there is more human touch. In this way, with a soft laugh, the carriage drove into the courtyard of the Leng family's house in the countryside. "Madam, great joy." As soon as Chaibo stopped the carriage, he called out to the women who were in front of the door. It turned out that the women of Leng Feng's family were already waiting outside the door. Although they have not been to Linjiang City today, they have been thinking about it in their hearts. Is it that the young master has gained fame? Yang, who has always been straightforward, asked. "Come on." Chaibo laughed. "Great. Once the young master has a meritorious reputation, many things will be easy to do." Another aunt said. This time, Leng Feng's mother was not surprised. She knew very well how much weight she gave away this time. After all, as a person who has taken care of the family business with Leng Dekai, he still has a little knowledge. If these things are sent out, Leng Feng can't get a fame, then it can only show that the people of this era are too upright. However, in the current environment, almost all upright people have been swept into the dust of history. "Madam, the young master has won the top spot this time." At this time, Leng Feng and Fluttershy also get out of the carriage, and the little girl can't hide her words, and immediately reveals her old bottom. What, top of the list? Now Leng Feng's mother is not calm. If Leng Feng just got an ordinary fame, she can still hold back and not be surprised, but this top spot is too amazing. Even if Leng Li always thought that her son was very good, no matter how confident she was, she didn't think that Leng Feng could become one of the 10 face sages, let alone the top of the list. The young master is indeed at the top of the list. Fluttershy smiles at Madame's shocked look. In her opinion, the surprised appearance of Madame and the others was really funny. Like those people in Linjiang City, the reaction after hearing that the young master became the top of the list was too exaggerated. Didn't the young master just get the top spot? And it's only the top of the list of Linjiang City, what is there to be so surprised? According to the young master's words, it is normal for him to win the top prize. It seems that Leng Feng blew loudly enough along the way, and the little girl was brainwashed by him. I've seen my mother and aunts. Leng Feng bowed and said. Fomer, is what Fluttershy said true? Langley asked eagerly. What's the point of worrying? I won it accidentally. Leng Feng smiled. Sure enough, my son has a great talent. God bless, now my son finally has a chance. When Langley heard Leng Feng admit it in person, he became emotional, and his eyes immediately rippled with tears. Now I don't know how to fix Leng Feng, how can I cry again? Although he knows the truth of crying with joy, he really can't stand the feeling of women crying at every turn in this era. Of course, the main reason is that his soul is not the original inhabitants of this body. Although there are sequelae of time travel, and the memories of the original owner are also affecting him, it is still his own soul that plays a leading role. Although this is a bit awkward, the meaning is actually obvious, that is, he still treats everything around him as an outsider. So, tonight's Leng family house was very lively, and the surrounding villagers were also alarmed. They were equally happy to learn that Leng Feng had topped the list in today's selection test. All of a sudden, Leng Feng's home received 2 chickens from this family and a basket of eggs from that family. After a while, there were a lot of rural specialties piled up in the yard of Leng Feng's house, and there were even a lot of wild meat from the villagers. Leng Feng's family is the largest landlord in Huashan village, and more than 70% of the land here belongs to the Leng family. When Leng Feng's father bought this land, he didn't think about making money from it, therefore, the tenants of the Leng family may be the luckiest tenants in the entire Southern Song Dynasty, and they only need to symbolically pay the intersection rent. In the event of a bad year, their rent will be waived. Even after Leng Feng's family returned to the countryside from the city, they didn't change much. Therefore, this is also the reason why Leng Feng's family has been in a recession in the past 2 years. In fact, just with thousands of acres of land, you can live a rich life as a big landlord in the countryside. In this era, most of the people are still very simple, and they naturally remember the good of the Leng family, and they also took the initiative to ask for an increase in rent. However, in the past 2 years, there have been many natural disasters, and the harvest is not good, and they are also powerless, and the harvest has become a problem even to maintain their own food and clothing. Therefore, this construction to increase the rent was rejected by Lang Li. Leng Feng's father once told Lang Li that even if they returned to the countryside one day, the tenant rent here would never change. However, although the Leng family did not collect the rent of these tenants, the tax per mu of the imperial court still had to be levied. And over the years, it has been almost higher than a year, which is also the real reason why many tenants can't open the pot. In addition to the tax per acre, there is also a poll tax and forced labor, coupled with the compulsory conscription of the imperial court. Even the residents of Hongshan village are struggling with life and death. Don't underestimate the chickens, ducks, fish and meat sent by these villagers. Maybe those 1 or 2 chickens are the living capital of the family for a few months. It can be seen that the villagers of Hongshan village are still good to the Leng family. That night, the Leng family's house was very lively, and it was celebrated until the second half of the night. This is the most lively time since moving to the countryside for 2 years for everyone in the Leng family. However, as the protagonist of this matter, Leng Feng did not persist to the end and quit halfway. Although most of the people in the Leng family's house at this time were women, they also drank a lot of alcohol. Maybe it's because everyone's life has been too depressing in the past 2 years, and now it's hard to wait for the day when Leng Feng raises his eyebrows. So Leng Feng's mother and several aunts were dizzy from drinking, and no one cared what Leng Feng was doing anymore. There are 2 reasons why Leng Feng quit halfway. One is that as the only male in the family, and he is a junior, he feels very uncomfortable on this occasion. Another reason is that the drinks of this era are very unappetizing, not only low in content, but also have a bitter feeling. At this time, Leng Feng was standing in front of a wooden box in his room in a daze. This wooden box looked a little old, but the workmanship and pulp were very good. It looked simple and generous, and there was no damage. The wooden box had not been opened in the room for several years, and it had been brought with it when it had been moved from Linjiang City. Now that Leng Feng has been reborn, he feels that this box is a bit of an eyesore and wants to clean it up. At the same time, you can free up a lot of room and do what you want. After opening the box, a faint musty smell spread. However, because this box is made of sandalwood, there is absolutely nothing to say about antiseptic and insect protection, and the contents are very well preserved. Most of these are some of the items that Leng Feng had collected before, and after seeing these items, Leng Feng couldn't help but pout. It seems that the original owner of this body really has a bad taste. As the son of the richest man in Linjiang City, although the items collected are some strange things, most of them are not worth much. For example, there are a lot of puppets here. Although the production is beautiful and realistic, it is not worth much money in this era. There are even sachet embroidery bags. I don't know why Leng Feng collected these things back then. Through the memories of the original owner, Leng Feng found that this guy liked to collect this kind of items when he was a child, and he was even cheated out of a lot of money because of this. This wooden box is Leng Dashao's trophy, and it is also specially used to store these treasures. Back then, Leng Dashao was not as sloppy as he was later, and he was even more naive, so he loved to collect these items. Just like the teenagers in modern society who like to collect two-dimensional dolls. These things are of no use to Leng Feng now. He is not the previous Leng Dashao, and he will not put these things in the room to get in the way. As the former king of special forces, Leng Feng is accustomed to a simple life, and these useless things in the room are ready to be cleaned out. In this way, he will be able to free up a large space, which will not only facilitate his practice, but also facilitate some tinkering. After all, it was only the force value of the little overlord Zhoutong before, and it was not something he could deal with, and if he didn't make a little self-defense, he was really a little uneasy in this era. Leng Feng also knew that he had won the top spot this time, and he must have invisibly stimulated the nerves of some people, which had to beware of someone secretly attacking him. Just as Leng Feng was about to close the box and move it outside the door, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be several yellowed books at the bottom of the box. Although it was only a glance, the name of the top book was already in sight. 18 Palms of the Dragon. Wow! Leng Feng couldn't help but smack his mouth. The title of this book is really enough to bluff. Leng Feng remembers the origin of these books very clearly, because this incident is very impressive to him, and it is a shame in his life. I remember that when Leng Dashao was 8 years old, that period was the period of Leng Feng's transformation from a naive child to a gentlemanly teenager. At that time, it was also a special period, and there was a large-scale war between the imperial court and the north, and even Linjiang City also had a feeling of chaos. Although the Leng family had become the richest man in Linjiang City at that time, their business was also affected, and Leng Feng's father was very busy during that time and often did not touch the family. At that time, Leng Feng was also without his father's discipline, coupled with the unstable situation, and the fish and dragons in Linjiang City were mixed, so he slowly learned badly. One day, Leng Feng grabbed a handful of silver from the store, a string of sugar gourds in his left hand, and a big chicken leg in his right hand were wandering around the street. I met an old beggar with gray hair, beard and eyebrows, but although the old beggar was in tatters, he did not look sloppy. Ouch! I'm starving, I haven't eaten in 3 days. As soon as the beggar saw Leng Feng's middle chicken leg, his eyes immediately lit up, and he covered his stomach with his hand and screamed. After Leng Feng paused for a moment, he suddenly felt that this old beggar was so pitiful. He looked at the big shiny chicken leg in his hand, and gave the chicken leg to the old beggar. The old beggar quickly took the chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth eagerly. A full bite down, the corners of the mouth glow with oil. Leng Feng looked at the old beggar's fragrant appearance, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Only then did he feel that the chicken legs were really fragrant. Child, I see that your bones are strange, and you are a 1-in-a-million martial arts wizard, so this martial arts secret book will be given to you. In the future, the task of upholding justice and eliminating violence and peace will be entrusted to you. 8-year-old Leng Feng took the cheats handed over by the old beggar with a confused face, and found that the book only had a few thin sheets of paper, and some villains were drawn with simple lines on the paper. These villains are in strange postures and are not beautiful at all, so Leng Feng has no interest in them. The cover of the cheats has only 5 words, 18 palms of the descending dragon. When he looked up again, he saw that the old beggar was gone. Leng Feng didn't take this seriously at the time, thinking that the old beggar was coaxing his chicken legs, so he casually threw the thin book on the side of the road. After that, Leng Feng continued to wander the street, only to meet Zhou Tong bullying a little girl. Although Leng Daxiao was still very young at that time, he also knew that bullying the weak was not a real hero, so he stepped forward and yelled, "Stop, let go of that girl." As a result, he was severely beaten by the little overlord Zhou Tong. Although the rich man Leng found a place for him later, and the little overlord Zhou Tong was also cleaned up fiercely, the impact on him was still quite big. Therefore, Leng Feng's ability to become a gentleman also has a lot to do with this incident back then. The young Leng Daxiao ran home with a pair of panda eyes, crying and snorting snot to call his parents. Just as he was running around a corner of the street, a shocking thunderclap suddenly sounded in the clear sky, startling him. Under his feet, the ground seemed to shake, and Leng Feng, who was running, tripped over something and fell. Leng Feng got up and found that he had tripped over one of his packages. The package was small, but it looked sturdy, and there were things in it. Leng Feng was very angry. He was beaten by Zhou Tong before, he was just frightened by thunder, and now he was tripped by this inconspicuous package. So he kicked the package hard, and the package rolled to the side of the road by him, and Leng Feng also held his foot and screamed and jumped. It turned out that the contents of the package were very hard, and his feet were kicked very painfully. Leng Feng's curiosity was piqued, and he jumped to his feet and walked over to the package, only to find that the package happened to land on top of the book he had thrown away earlier. Leng Feng ignored the book, but directly opened the package, which turned out to be still a book inside. However, in addition to the 3 books, there are also a few puppet figures. Seeing the contents inside, Leng Feng had no interest in the books, but just glanced at them lightly. The titles of the 3 books are the 9 True Scripture, the Innate Divine Skill, and the Wumu Testament, and Leng Feng had no concept of this thing at that time, so he was very interested in those little wooden people. At that time, Leng Feng liked to collect puppets, and these little wooden figures happened to be in his favorite, so he took the package in his hand and prepared to take it home. I don't know what kind of psychology it is, Leng Feng picked up the book on the ground and put it in the package. Leng Feng was only 8 years old at the time, and he didn't know what the value of these things was. In his eyes, only those few little puppets were not bad, and as for those books, he didn't even bother to read the names. Leng Feng's love for dolls was only a whim, and after a while, he was no longer interested in these things. Soon after, all of his beloved things were locked in this wooden box. If it weren't for Leng Feng today in order to clean up the room and make room for him to make some things, he really wouldn't have thought about it. Leng Feng was young and ignorant, and he didn't take these things to heart at all. But as a person who has traveled through the 21st century, Leng Feng is still very interested in some legends of this era. Some martial arts novels in the 21st century portray this era as a period of high martial arts, and many martial arts novels are set in this era. Although in the memory of the original owner, there was no content related to martial arts masters, Leng Feng also knew that no matter what era it was, ordinary people could not come into contact with some special secrets. Even in the 21st century, when the internet is highly developed, ordinary people don't know that there are people like them. Real special forces, especially soldiers at the level of Leng Feng, are almost impossible for ordinary people to touch, and even if they do, they don't know their true identities. As for the scenes described in the relevant film and television works, they are just the tip of the iceberg. And as the captain of the special combat team, at this level, Leng Feng also knows some unknown secrets. Even in the 21st century, there is a group of mysterious people whose abilities far exceed those of ordinary people, and who also live in circles that ordinary people cannot reach. The previous Leng Daxiao didn't know this, but Leng Feng was different. There was a faint expectation in his heart, thinking that the old beggar who ate his chicken legs that Leng Daxiao met back then, and the package he inadvertently picked up, might be extraordinary. At this time, Leng Feng's breathing became short, even he had always been calm, and he was extremely looking forward to it in his heart, and even his hands trembled slightly. If it is really as he guessed, then these things can definitely make the entire rivers and lakes set off a bloody storm. Due to the special historical environment in which they were located back then, many masters who were not familiar to the world gathered in Linjiang City and launched a great war. The thunderous sound that Leng Feng heard back then was not really natural thunder and lightning, but a movement from the collision of masters. That old beggar is very likely to be a legendary master, and the reason why he gave Leng Feng the martial arts cheats is that this old beggar feels that this battle is full of dangers, and he may not be able to get out of the way. In order to leave a legacy, he hurriedly gave the secret that was not passed on to Leng Feng. Perhaps as the old beggar said, Leng Feng is a martial arts wizard. Or these real masters have strange personalities, and in this case, they met Leng Feng, and ate one of his chicken legs, thinking that this was destined fate. In short, this is Leng Dashao's adventure. But it's a pity that Leng Dashao didn't grasp such a good opportunity, and all made wedding dresses for Leng Feng. Picking up the thin book at the top, the first thing I felt was that the material of this book was extraordinary, not made of paper, but of a special animal leather.
18 Palms of the Dragon.
These quaint characters written in seal script seem to have a special charm, giving people an extremely strong and domineering feeling. Just the big words on these covers made his heart surge, and the blood flow involuntarily sped up a little. Leng Feng stretched out his hand to open the booklet. There were a total of 9 sheets of paper, each of which had a villain drawn on it. The movements of these villains are different, and there are small dots on top of the villain's body, and the dots are connected by different lines. When Leng Feng saw these portraits of villains, especially the dots and lines on the villain's body, there was an inexplicable airflow in his body. A surging force seems to be about to recover. But Leng Feng had a hunch that if he allowed this force to grow, he wouldn't be able to control it at all now. It's like using a bottle of water, which is the capacity of a bottle, and if you have to fill it with a bucket of water, the bottle will burst. Phew. He closed his eyes and let out a long breath, forcibly interrupting the feeling. Although there are only 5 words on the cover, it can be seen that the skill of the writer of these 5 words is extraordinary, and there is an artistic conception that is integrated into it. Just by looking at these words, you can feel something. Sure enough, this was the same as he guessed. What the old beggar gave Leng Dashao back then was indeed a genuine martial arts cheat book. However, this cheats book is not complete, only the first half. If Leng Feng didn't guess wrong, this cheat book should have 18 pages, recording a move on each side. This is the famous 18 Palms of the Dragon descending, but unfortunately there are only the first 9 styles. Turning the cover, the villain on the first page has his left leg slightly bent, his right arm bent inward, and his right palm is pushed outward in a circle. Although it is a static image, it looks like it is alive when you look at it.
Konglong has regrets, and the first type of 18 Palms of the Dragon is lowered. There is also a line of small characters under it. Yang Qi is concentrated in the Dumai. She enters the Dantian. Tong Chang Chang walks around the waist. Yu Yang Guan. The life gate hangs in the pivot spine. The central tendon shrinks to the Yang Ling Terrace. The Shindao body pillar Tao Dao spine. The Dum Dor Fing Fu brain Hu Chang between the back top 100 will be before the top will be on the star. The Shinting Su Ji water ditch is exchanged with the end of the gums. The Han Taiyin Lung is passed to the Zhongfu Yunmen Tianfu, and the white ruler Zikong is the most missing meridian to the palm. The image of the villain and the mantra of the fortune are concise and clear, and a painting plus dozens of words is the essence of the first style of the 18 Palms of the Dragon. As the saying goes, if you really pass on a sentence, you will spread 10,000 books falsely. The more subtle the thing, the simpler it is. The next 8 pages are the same, they are all concise and clear, and even Leng Feng, a traverser, can understand it. Holding back the surging mood, Leng Feng continued to flip through several other books, and the expectation in his heart rose a lot again. After all, this half of the book brought him a great surprise, so the remaining few complete books must not be far behind. There are 3 other books below, especially the 2 above, which look even more primitive than this half of the 18 Palms of the Dragon descending. When he saw the name on the book, Leng Feng couldn't hold back the excitement at this time. 9 True Scripture, Innate Divine Skill, Wu Mu's Testament.
It turned out to be these 3 strange books, and now they are developed.
Leng Feng couldn't help but clench his fists and muttered to himself.
Although he didn't open the books, Leng Feng could be sure that these 3 books were true, especially the 9 True Scripture and the Innate Divine Skill. These 2 books exuded an inexplicable charm, and they were not weaker than the half of the Dragon descending 18 Palms. According to the novels that Leng Feng had read in his previous life, the Nine True Scripture was born in this era. Because the True Scripture contains the methods to crack the martial arts of various major schools, and it is the general outline of martial arts in the world, it has caused a competition among the heroes of the rivers and lakes and set off a bloody storm. When Leng Feng saw these contents, he was still an 11 or 12-year-old boy, and he couldn't help but feel emotionally surging in his heart. Unexpectedly, now he is going to be the protagonist of the book. If this book is really the Nine True Scripture, then its value is far more than that half of the dragon descending 18 poems. However, the Nine True Scripture is divided into 2 volumes, and Leng Feng only has one here. It seems that like the 18 poems of the dragon descending, he has only obtained half of this mastery. Sure enough, Leng Feng saw a small word shang under the 4 big characters of the Nine True Scripture. The upper and lower volumes of the Nine True Scripture record different martial arts. The upper volume is internal strength, and the lower volume is the moves. The way of heaven is to make up for the deficiency when there is more than what is lost, so the void is better than the real, and the lack is more than enough. Its meaning, its mystery, its interest is profound. The image of heaven and earth, the column of yin and yang, the cause of change, the sign of death and life. As soon as Leng Feng saw the opening paragraph, he immediately felt a sense of alarm, so he immediately closed the book. Like the half of the 18 palms of the dragon descending, with his current level, he is not suitable for this kind of divine skill. If you can't understand anything, it doesn't matter, it won't affect you. If you can fully understand the integration, there will be no problem. The most afraid is that Leng Feng is like this now, he can see whether he understands or not, and the chi in his body will automatically follow. Leng Feng didn't know if he could be regarded as a martial arts wizard like this. With such a profound martial arts cheat, he could react at a glance at his body. However, whether he is a martial arts wizard or not, he can only watch but not practice now. What's more, his current physical fitness is extremely poor, the meridians in his body are blocked, and his chi energy cannot run smoothly at all. In such a situation, the energy generated in the body is equivalent to igniting gunpowder in a confined space, which will blow you up. However, even the first volume of the Nine True Scripture is broad and profound, containing several supreme learnings. For Leng Feng, he was already content. As for the chance in the future, I'll see if I can get the next volume. Leng Feng doesn't know if there is also a Huashan sword in this era. If so, I will take a look later. It is said that Huashan Luwenjian is full of masters, and the original intention of Huashan Luwenjian was also to determine the ownership of the Nine True Scripture. Of course, that's all for later. You have to wait until Leng Feng has learned these things thoroughly before you can go. The second book is innate Shinggong, which is a Taoist practice of breathing and breathing. Leng Feng could feel that the artistic conception of this book was very peaceful, and there was no adverse impact on him. The content of the cold front can be understood. This skill is a unique Taoist secret, in order to dispel all kinds of diseases, adjust the void in reality, and treat heavy internal injuries. If you want to practice this skill, your body is like a virgin, not moving like a mountain, and moving like a rabbit. When the limit is reached, the touch can be silent, the dark energy in the air is crossing, the wind is excited, and the mysteries in the exercises can make people's potential consciousness be stimulated to the limit, and martial arts will enter the unfathomable realm. This is exactly where the cold front comes in. And there is another benefit of innate divine skills. As long as the cultivation is introduced, it is a long-term accumulation process, that is, you can practice while sleeping. And this exercise can be attached to all martial arts. It is really a nanny-level divine skill. The so-called innate divine power is the meaning of turning the acquired into an innate one, which will constantly purify the body, and eventually reach the realm of no leakage and no pollution, and become a fairy-like existence. The third book is of little use to the current Leng Feng, and Wu Mu's suicide note was left by Yu Fei, most of which are battle formations in the art of war. Among them, the most precious is the backhand left by Yu Mu, although Yu Mu is loyal to the imperial court, but he is not stupid, knowing that there are people in the imperial court who want to be unfavorable to him. So, before he was recruited back by more than a dozen gold medals, he had already hidden some forces under his command and secretly developed. In order to one day, he can rely on Wu Mu's suicide note to gather the old department and clean up the old rivers and mountains again. Therefore, no matter what era it is, Leng Feng admires people like Yu Mu very much. But it's a pity that when Yu Mushing didn't so, he didn't meet Ming Jun. After sorting out his mood, Leng Feng solemnly put aside the 3.5 books. His gaze fell on a puppet figure, and his gaze lit up again, even more shocked than the books he had posted before. Thinking of the package that Leng Dashao picked up at the beginning, Leng Feng had guessed before that the little puppet who could be put together with these 3 strange books would never be simple. Now seeing this puppet villain, Leng Feng's emotions finally couldn't hold back. So, Leng Feng continued to search in the wooden box, and soon he found 9 different little puppeteers among the many objects. The posture of these little puppets is very peculiar, and in the eyes of normal people, they are beyond the scope of common sense. Leng Dashao before might just think that these little puppet villains were a little interesting, but after Leng Feng saw these 9 puppet villains, the expression on his face was extremely exciting. Because of these 9 puppet villains, the shape of 2 of them is exactly what Leng Feng's family forging technique looks like. Although the other 7 were different from the body forging techniques that Leng Feng knew, he could see at a glance that they were definitely from the same source. After seeing these 9 puppet villains, Leng Feng realized that his family forging technique was incomplete. Now Leng Feng finally understood why in his family records, after no one was able to practice the body forging technique to the 3rd level, it turned out that these strange puppet villains were missing. After taking these 9 puppet villains in his hand and studying them carefully, Leng Feng finally understood that the body forging technique inherited by the Leng family was only some external forms, lacking the key charm and the internal exercise route. It turned out that their family's body forging technique was not as simple as a few pure movements, but a very advanced cultivation method, and what their Leng family inherited was only the skin. Some of the 9 puppets are carved with some intricate patterns, and some are written records. The 12 heavenly gods and demons forged their bodies. At this time, Leng Feng knew that his family body forging technique was originally this name. It is said that this set of body forging magic skills has a long history and is very mysterious, and cultivators can not only develop their own potential, but also through the operation of the exercises, they can carve runes on their bodies, and have the ability of the ancient 12 ancestors to pass through the heavens and latitudes. When all the 12 methods are cultivated, you can go to heaven and earth and travel through time and space. Of course, this is the information that Leng Feng got from the 9 puppet figures, but there were originally 12 of them, and now there are only 9 here. In other words, in order to verify the authenticity, whether it can reach that level, the other 3 must be found. However, in Leng Feng's view, this statement may have an element of bragging. These 9 puppet villains are still different from Leng Feng's family forging skills, and each little puppet villain does not represent a level of exercise. The 12 heavenly gods and demons forging body divine skills, this set of exercises is indeed divided into 9 layers. And these 9 puppet figures represent a magical ability, that is, it is equivalent to a kind of exercise, and each exercise is also divided into 9 levels. Moreover, there are special requirements for cultivating each kind of exercise, and it is very difficult to succeed in cultivation, and the conditions are very demanding. For example, if you want to cultivate the divine water technique of co-working, then you need the majestic power of water, and you can only cultivate it if you are located in a place with abundant water sources. Even better, you can find the essence of water, and after absorbing it, you can save years of penance. However, with these puppet villains, Leng Feng can practice the complete body forging technique. For the current body, the effect of the body forging technique is definitely the best. Cultivating innate skills internally and forging body skills externally, I believe that before long, Leng Feng will be able to temper his body to a height beyond his previous life. At that time, he would be able to cultivate the 18 palms of the dragon descending sect, as well as the martial arts on the 9 true scripture. At this moment, Leng Feng's heart can be regarded as truly balanced. Others have golden fingers when they cross, but he himself crosses into the waste wood, and he gets nothing except being in danger. Now that this treasure has been discovered, I finally feel the superiority of being a reborn person. It seems that he can be reborn into this era. There is some kind of certainty in the dark, otherwise he can't explain why he crossed into this era, and he coincidentally crossed over to Leng Dashao's body. These things were all obtained by Leng Dashao when he was 8 years old, but after he got these things, he didn't find out the secret of these things at all, and just threw them here as rags. It seems that these opportunities are waiting for them, and they are their real masters. Leng Feng seemed to have a kind of realization in his heart, and he had some thoughts about why he came to this world. After calming down, Leng Feng rummaged through the wooden box again. In fact, at this time, he had a fluke mentality. after all, he found so many good things in this wooden box. If there were other good things that were missed, wouldn't it be a big loss? However, after these things were handled by him one by one, he found that except for these few things, they were all useless things. Then Leng Feng put the 4 books and the 9 small puppeteers aside, and as for the other things in the box, they all packed up and put them in another ordinary wooden box. At this time, Leng Feng changed his original intention and did not throw away these things. After all, he got these good things, which is equivalent to owing Leng Dashao a favor, leaving these things, even if it is a commemoration of the late Leng Dashao. And this wooden box is really well made, and can continue to be used to store some items. Half an hour had passed since Leng Feng came back from the front yard, and he could still hear the faint laughter coming from the front yard. Leng Feng also smiled, pushed open the window and felt the April air blowing. Wind. At this time, Leng Feng felt that this era was not bad, at least he already had the foundation to gain a foothold in this era. Raising his eyes to look at the not-so-bright moon outside the window, Leng Feng picked up a puppet and placed it on the windowsill. The moonlight shone through the window on the people in the room, and the figure was very strange. Leng Feng's body took on a strange shape again, and this time Leng Feng could clearly feel that this time the body forging technique was much smoother than when he practiced in the morning. At the same time, his body trembled rhythmically, and the muscles under his skin were also wriggling, as if some invisible insects were crawling inside. This is the wonder of the 12 heavenly gods and demon forging techniques, which are far from comparable to the forging techniques inherited by the Leng family in the previous life. If in his previous life, Leng Feng's family body forging technique was just a broadcast exercise, then the current 12 heavenly gods and demon body forging divine skills are equivalent to the 18 palms of the dragon descending. At this time, Leng Feng also completely understood, although the realm division of the 12 heavenly gods and demon body forging divine skill was also 9 layers, it was more complicated than his original family body forging technique. And these 9 levels are only used to lay the foundation, and each level has different actions. In conjunction with the specific exercise route, the chi and blood are driven by the shaking of the body's muscles and meridians, so as to form an external training of muscles, bones, skin, and internal training, and the internal and external training will train the body functions to new heights one after another. In the end, the body is polished into the body of gods and demons. After reaching a certain level, you can cultivate the innate skills of the 12 heavenly gods and demons. However, it is not easy to cultivate the innate skills of the 12 heavenly gods and demons, and it has to cooperate with many external conditions. To truly cultivate, it is not only a matter of talent and perseverance, but also under a specific environment. However, those cold fronts are still too far from the current ones. With his current situation, if he wants to cultivate the 9 levels of the 12 heavenly gods and demon forging divine skills to the highest level, he still doesn't know that it is the year of the monkey. Great oaks from little acorns grow. Doing a good job in front of you first is the first priority. Leng Feng has never been a dreamer, so from now on, he will use it to practice whenever he has time. In less than a pillar of incense, Leng Feng was sweating profusely again, and he fell to the ground like a dead dog. This time, the workout was once again out of the load of the body, and once again exceeded the limit, and the first movement was still barely completed by less than a third. Compared to the results of this morning's workout, the improvement is obvious. However, the feeling for the cold front is obviously different from this morning. Everything has a hard time at the beginning, and the same is true for practice. Once a certain habit is formed, a kind of inertia will be formed in the long run, and the cold front in the previous life has a deep understanding of this aspect. So, everything has to start from scratch. Fortunately, Leng Feng has never lacked perseverance and patience, although he has only started to practice martial arts at this time, and his age is indeed a little older, but the body forging magic skill can make up for the shortcomings in this regard. As long as perseverance can keep up, nothing is a problem. After lying on the ground, Leng Feng felt that his body didn't seem to be his own, and it was difficult to move a finger. However, he could feel that every cell in himself had become different, and it seemed that some kind of metamorphosis was underway. There was also an invisible electric current surging, and the whole body felt sour and numb. This feeling is different from the feeling of relief after the first workout this morning. It is painful and happy. That feeling in my body this morning came and went as fast as I could, and there was hardly any force left in my body. But at this time, Leng Feng could clearly feel that the newly born strength slowly accumulated in his body after he traveled around his body a few times. As long as his mind moves, the power accumulated in every inch of muscle and bone can be mobilized by him at will. The 12 heavenly gods and demons forging body divine skill is different from the martial arts of the world. The energy he produces is very special, and it is not gathered in the Qi Si Dan Tian, but dispersed to every part of the body. And these forces are not only as simple as staying in the body, but also tempering the body all the time. This is the magic of the true 12 heavenly gods and demons forging body power. After a pillar of incense, Leng Feng got up from the ground, feeling sticky all over his body, and smelling a sour smell. Fluttershy! Leng Feng shouted outside the courtyard. He wanted to get some hot water to come over and take a bath. After all, the conditions in this era are too simple, and it is a luxury to get some hot water for a bath. Hot water had to be boiled and used, and there were no insulation facilities in this era. And for the pot stove in this era, to be honest, Leng Feng really doesn't know how to use it. Although it was April, the weather was still very cool at night, and the water was taken from the deep well. In this season, bathing in cold water is still very sour. At least Leng Feng does not have this masochistic tendency. Although with his current physique, bathing in cold water would not be much of a problem. But this sour substance on his body was oily and greasy, and his hands were slimy to the touch, and it was difficult to wash off with cold water without shower gel and soap. Young master, here. As soon as Leng Feng's words end, Fluttershy's voice comes from outside the courtyard. It turned out that after this little girl saw Leng Feng coming back, she also hurriedly ate a few bites of food and ran back. However, she did not enter Leng Feng's courtyard, but played outside with a few little sisters. Ah, young master, you've fallen into the manure pit. As soon as Fluttershy enters, Fluttershy clutches her nose and screams. Ah, my brother stinks. Unexpectedly, the little sisters run in after Fluttershy, and they cover their cute little noses one by one. Leng Feng. At this moment, Leng Feng realized something. He is used to the smell of abalone for a long time, but Fluttershy is different from these little sisters. At this time, it is about 10 o'clock in the evening. In fact, there are very few people in this era who haven't slept at this point in time. If it weren't for Leng Feng winning the top spot today, and the ladies in the Leng family compound were in a good mood and had a family banquet, these children would not have played so late. In fact, Leng Feng still likes children very much, especially these cute little sisters. However, because of the Leng Daxiao in his previous life, he bullied these little sisters a lot, so they were still a little afraid of Leng Feng. Not if it weren't for the fact that everyone in the family was happy because of Leng Feng today, and that Leng Feng seemed to give them a kinder feeling today, they wouldn't have dared to follow Fluttershy into Leng Feng's small courtyard. Come, cicadas. Brother has good things for you. Leng Feng said to a 7 or 8-year-old girl. This little girl is Leng Feng's own sister, and like Leng Feng, she was born to the eldest lady Lonely. But although she is her own sister, Leng Daxiao has not teased her less before. Therefore, Leng Chaner can't say how close he is to Leng Feng. Obviously, after hearing Leng Feng's words, the little cicada shrank back in fright. Before, because of the excitement, there was also a slight hint of horror on the red fluttering little face. This is still his own sister, and when he saw Leng Feng, the reaction of several other little girls was even worse than Leng Chaner, and some people even had tears rolling in their eyes. They thought that the stinky brother shouted by their few people before had angered Leng Feng, and Leng Feng was trying to clean them up. If according to the previous Leng Daxiao's virtue, there is really this possibility, no wonder these little girls are afraid of him. However, Leng Feng at this time did not mean this, but really had something to give to these little girls. Seeing Leng Chaner and other little sisters, this reminded Leng Feng of the treasures that he had just found out of the box before. Although those things are useless to themselves, they are the toys that Leng Chaner and a few little girls like. Giving these things to Leng Chaner and others can be regarded as giving full play to the value of these things again, and also making up for some mistakes for Leng Daxiao before. But Leng Feng didn't expect that the reactions of these little girls, including his own sister Chaner, would be so strong. Fluttershy, go get the bathwater hot. Leng Feng had no choice but to arrange business first, and the sticky feeling on his body was really uncomfortable. Fluttershy glances at cold front and immediately turns and runs out. Okay. In this era, most people rely on the weather to take a bath, and only some wealthy people will build a special bathing room at home. Moreover, the bathing rooms of this era are different from the era in which Leng Feng lived. Most of them were wooden houses, and there was a stove in the house that could boil water. On the side of the stove there is a large wooden barrel in which water can be refilled at any time. Leng Feng knew that there was such a bathroom in the courtyard of the Leng family's house, but he really didn't know how to get the stove inside. After seeing Fluttershy run away, Leng Feng tries to make his face appear amiable. Facing the four little sisters who were about to disperse, he said, "Wait a minute. I really have something fun to give you." Originally, after seeing Fluttershy leave Leng Feng's place, the little sisters also wanted to leave, but they were stopped by Leng Feng. They know that Leng Dasho has a strange personality. Sometimes it's okay for you to scold him, and sometimes you show favor to him and attract his teasing. Therefore, the little sister can't figure out Leng Dasho's routine, and the best way is to stay away from him. However, Leng Feng ignored their reactions and pulled out a wooden box from the room. Inside this wooden box are the treasures that Leng Dasho collected, and now they have all been taken out by Leng Feng. "These are the treasures I collected before, and now I give them to you, just take whatever you like." Leng Feng also knew that these little sisters were afraid of him, so after opening the box, he left with a smile. It's up to the little sisters to choose by themselves, and he will make these little sisters have some scruples here. Seeing that Leng Feng really left, these little sisters looked at the boxes in front of them and walked up cautiously one by one. When they saw the contents of the box, they all had expressions of surprise on their faces. There are many things they have seen here, and Leng Dasho has not shown off these things in front of them before. The children of this era are very pitiful. There are no toys at all, and these things can be said to attract the attention of all children in this era. The eldest of Leng Dasho's little sisters is 7 or 8 years old, and they are at the age when they are curious about everything. Leng Chan'er took the lead in reaching into the wooden box, and a sachet was held in her hand. Then, the eyes of the others also lit up, and after a while, these treasures of Leng Dasho were divided by several little sisters. Cold Front is already lying in the vat, and Fluttershy is driven out after boiling the water. He can accept Fluttershy wiping his body for him, but he can't accept bathing himself. Besides, even the previous Leng Dasho didn't let Fluttershy bathe herself. In his previous and present lives, Leng Feng had never taken such a long bath, and even the bath water had been changed 3 times. When he came out of the shower, he never felt so refreshed. Looking at his skin again, there is already a faint crystal texture, and some of the scars left on his body before are no longer visible. These are all superficial phenomena, and the cold front can feel that the changes in the body are greater. The previous feeling of being powerless has disappeared, and there is a kind of power hidden in the body, and it feels like it is not a problem for me to be able to defeat a dozen ordinary people. "Young master, your face has turned white." Fluttershy stares at Leng Feng after taking a shower, as if she had discovered a new world. "Ha! Take a bath more and it will naturally be white." Leng Feng smiled. "Really? Of course, if you don't believe it, you can try." Fluttershy touches her face, feeling that she is not as white as the young master's face, and says that she must try. When Leng Feng returned to the gate of his small courtyard, he found Chan'er playing happily with her 3 sisters. When they saw Leng Feng, they couldn't help but stop what they were doing. Leng Feng walked away with a smile. I don't know if it was because Leng Feng had just finished taking a shower, and he was exuding a special charm on his body. It was these toys that played a role, and this time the 4 sisters did not show any more fear, but all looked at him with big eyes. "Chan'er, do you like these things?" Leng Feng walked over, touched Chan'er's head and said. It's rare that Chan'er didn't dodge this time, but met Leng Feng's gaze and whispered, "I like it." "Well, you're having fun here. But don't be too late. When Fluttershy comes over, you can go back to rest with her." Leng Feng played with a few sisters for a while, and then left. He knew the truth of overreach. The 4 little sisters had been afraid of him before, and now he wanted to change that. However, because it was too late, the little girl could not sleep too late at this age. Seeing Leng Feng leaving, these younger sisters all showed happy smiles, and at this time they felt that it was a happy thing to have an older brother. After Leng Feng returned to the room, he could faintly hear the laughter of the mother and the 3 aunts in the front yard, and it seemed that they were going to be sleepless tonight. But Leng Feng doesn't care about this, they are happy to let them. turned over to bed, but Leng Feng did not sleep, but sat cross-legged according to the requirements of the innate divine skill.
Holding his breath and concentrating, silently reciting the mantra, Leng Feng's body slowly relaxed.
It didn't take long for their breath to enter a state of seeming nothingness, implying some kind of strange rhythm. At the same time, the mind is slowly empty, there is nothing else and no self, and the mind is empty.
Innate Shingung is a Taoist cultivation method, which is secretly in line with the natural way of heaven and earth. It's not like it, it's a wonderful state.
It is a realm pursued by many masters of Buddhism and Taoism, but it can be seen that Leng Feng has reached this realm by cultivating innate divine skills for the first time, which is indeed extraordinary. Of course, Leng Feng's situation is very special. Unlike those true Buddha powers, he only temporarily entered this realm. Once this cultivation is over, if he wants to enter this realm again, it depends on whether there is a chance.
However, Leng Feng, who was in a state of concentration, didn't know. He only felt as if his body was soaked in warmth.
In the liquid, even the soul is sublimated. This is the so-called innate state of innate divine skills, but anyone who can enter the innate state when cultivating innate divine skills is a person with great opportunity. Especially if you practice for the first time, you will be able to enter the innate state, and your future achievements will be absolutely limitless. Time passed slowly, the moon outside the window disappeared at some point, and the countryside finally returned to the silence he deserved.
There was no noise in the Leng family's compound, and everyone fell asleep.
No one knew that in the early years of the Southern Song Dynasty, in an inconspicuous small village, there was a teenager whose body was undergoing some strange changes. The history of the Southern Song Dynasty will also be rewritten because of this teenager.
Wow!
Suddenly there was a long, long whistling sound from the distant sky, and I don't know what kind of bird of prey was calling.
Brush!
Leng Feng's eyes opened suddenly, and a bright light seemed to flash in the slightly dark space, but if he looked closely, his eyes were still the same, as if they were illusions that had never appeared.
This is the innate skill, it is really magical.
Leng Feng felt his state and felt better than ever.
Sure enough, as described in the innate divine skill, the time to enter the innate realm for a few breaths is equivalent to 4 hours of deep sleep.
From the second half of the night, the cold front was in an innate state for 2 hours. In these 2 hours, all the previous deficits in his body have been perfectly filled. At this time, Leng Feng felt that his aura had become more vigorous, and there was a feeling of continuity, and his strength had more than doubled again. More importantly, Leng Feng could feel that his durability had become stronger. The innate divine skill is not like the 12 heavenly gods and demon body forging technique, which can significantly increase the strength of the body, nor is it as domineering and strong as the 18 palms of the dragon descending, and it does not have the strange and unpredictable changes and all-encompassing of the 9 true scripture. But there is one other exercise that has no merit, that is, it purifies the body and soul, makes people's breath and vitality more vigorous, and the stamina and recovery speed can reach a terrifying level. If at this time, let him face the little bully Zhou Tong again, Leng Feng is confident that he will defeat him head-on. However, Leng Feng never regarded him as an opponent, at most he was just an insignificant stumbling block on the way forward. Turning over and getting out of bed, Leng Feng simply cleaned up, then pushed open the door and breathed in the cool air. The air in this era is good, there is no industrial pollution that has passed through later generations, and the air has a hint of sweetness. As a human born in the 21st century, that is, a traverser like Leng Feng, he can clearly feel the difference between the two types of air. At this time, there was still a little time before dawn, and according to the routine of his previous life, Leng Feng just woke up at this time. It seems that the powerful inertia of his previous life has traveled with him yesterday morning, and it is still the same today. If it weren't for that, it would have been the cry of a bird of prey just now, which wouldn't have startled him at all. But what kind of raptor made that cry? A thought flashed in Leng Feng's heart. He had the opportunity to go to Dongshan to have a look. There was an old mountain forest, dozens of kilometers long, and there were many birds and beasts. The voice I heard before came from that direction. Capture the sky on the left, lead the yellow on the right. What a majesty this is. Leng Feng in his previous life had this kind of dream. However, this wish could not be realized in the previous era, but it should not be a problem in this era. Run! The first thing he did after getting up, Leng Feng ran around the Leng family's compound just like yesterday. In fact, with the current cultivation method, running no longer has much meaning for Leng Feng, but this habit from the bones engraved in his previous life, he does not plan to change it now. Not only is it a memorial to a past life, but it's also a great time to relax your mind and think about things while running. After Leng Feng ran around the Leng family's compound for more than 20 laps, he felt a little tired, and the speed at this time was far from comparable to yesterday. It seems that yesterday's cultivation of the 12 heavenly gods and demons forging divine skill and innate divine skill was indeed quite a big change in his physical fitness. After running for another 10 laps, Leng Feng had a feeling of being out of breath. At this time, there is a faint light on the horizon, and the sun will rise from there before long. Leng Feng paused and adjusted his breathing for a while, then returned to his small courtyard and began to practice the body forging technique. Since everyone slept late last night, Leng Feng was active alone in the Leng family's compound at this time. It wasn't until Leng Feng posed facing the place where the sun was about to rise that he felt Fluttershy's head poke out of the courtyard, and then the girl turned and ran away. Leng Feng ignores Fluttershy, he knows that this is the girl's habit, and now he must be busy with other things. This time, Leng Feng still didn't last until a stick of incense, and he was tired again. But compared to yesterday, the performance is not so unbearable, and there is only a layer of sweat on the body, and there is no sticky smell. Leng Feng could feel his body strengthen again, but compared to yesterday, this change was much weaker. Leng Feng can also understand this situation, knowing that martial arts training is a step-by-step process. Progress is most noticeable at the beginning, and once you get started, you have to practice diligently. However, as long as there can be progress, it will be meaningful for Leng Feng. It wasn't until the sun fully rose that the Leng family's compound became lively again. Those who slept late last night all got up one after another, and there was a smell of fireworks in the world between the chickens and the chickens. Langley came and walked towards Leng Feng's small courtyard. Although they slept late yesterday, they didn't really drink much, and most of the time they were chatting. "Fomer, when did you get up?" When Langley saw Leng Feng, he had already changed his clothes and cleaned himself up. "I've seen my mother. The child has just gotten up." Leng Feng hurriedly returned the salute, but he didn't tell the truth, mainly because he was afraid that the contrast between himself and Leng Dashao before would be too big and cause some unnecessary trouble. In fact, he is very unaccustomed to some etiquette of this era, but when he was born in this era, he must follow the customs of the locals. And Leng Feng was also more or less affected by the memory of the original owner of this body, although Leng Dashao was very filial, but he was very filial, and he was even more respectful to Langley. Fenger has really grown up. How happy it would be if the master was still there. Langley looked at Leng Feng and said, his eyes red again between these words. Leng Feng couldn't see this situation the most. He quickly changed the topic and said, "Mother, I have to go to the city today." "Yes, my mother almost forgot about it. I'm definitely going to the school and the master of the school today, and I've prepared a thank you gift, but I have to thank the mountain chief and them." Leng Feng's trick really worked, and Langley immediately stopped his mood swings. Although she also knew that Leng Feng was able to win the top spot this time, and it had nothing to do with the help of her to Huashan Chang and others, but this should still be courteous. This is where Lang Li's insight exceeds that of ordinary people. As the richest wife in Linjiang City, this insight is still there. As she speaks, Fluttershy walks in, but the girl wakes up early. When Leng Feng began to practice the 12 heavenly gods and demons forging divine skill, she had already been to Leng Feng's courtyard once. However, seeing that Leng Feng was practicing, he didn't bother, and turned around to go to other things. Of course, Leng Feng knew that Fluttershy was here, but with his current state, he couldn't be distracted while practicing, so he didn't say hello to Fluttershy. Last night, the Leng family compound was very lively, but after the excitement, there were many things left behind that were not cleaned up. Fluttershy has always been a hard-working little bee in the house, and if she hadn't gone to bed with her little sisters last night, she wouldn't have waited until this morning to clean up. As for the ants at home, they have just woken up at this time. After all, she drank alcohol last night and slept late, so it naturally falls to Fluttershy. Luckily, it's all odd in bits of work, and Fluttershy cleans it up in a short time, and she stews Leng Feng's tonic soup as well. After having breakfast with his family, Leng Feng killed a big bowl of tonic soup again, but this time it didn't have the same effect as yesterday. In fact, the soup is still the original soup, but Leng Feng's physical fitness at this time is not comparable to yesterday, and these soups have little effect on his nourishment.
I don't have to stew this soup in the future, I don't like to drink it. After Leng Feng finished the soup, he still spoke.
After all, this is different from what he thought before, thinking that drinking soup for a long time can improve his physical fitness, but now it seems that this is not the case at all.
And the current situation of their family is not what it used to be, especially this time. In order for him to get a fame, Leng even made a little bit of a mess up and down, and spent all the remaining savings of the family. Leng Feng knew that his family valued him now, and his words still worked, so he didn't have to spend money in this regard. This time, instead of letting Chai Bo drive him off, or letting Fluttershy go with him, Leng Feng once again rode the skinny horse that had caused him to fall into the water. For this matter, Leng Feng also fought with Langley, and after riding a horse and walking back and forth, Langley agreed to ride into the city. The main thing is that the last time he fell into the water caused a psychological shadow to Langley's family. She was afraid that she would miss the front hoof again, and Leng Feng could not have good luck every time. However, seeing Leng Feng's flexible skills on the horse, coupled with the fact that the old horse was also very stable this time, this made Leng Feng ride into the city. As for why he fell into the water last time, Leng Feng knew in his heart that it was not a horse that stumbled at all, but someone did it on purpose. This old horse was also a gift to Leng Feng when his father was there. At that time, this horse was raised by Leng Feng, and he had a good relationship with Leng Feng, and he was also very docile. This is also the reason why people can find out for the first time after Leng Dishao falls, mainly because the loud sorrow of the old horse attracted the attention of passers-by. But it's a pity that Leng Dishao was already out of breath when he was rescued. However, if there is no old horse, maybe he will have to wait until Leng Dishao's body is swollen before he can be found. If that's really the case, even if Leng Feng's soul crosses over, he can't be reborn through the corpse. Therefore, Leng Feng is still very grateful to this old horse. Coming to Linjiang City today, Leng Feng's mood is very different from the past. In the past, when I was a cold teenager, I lived in a mess all day long, and I didn't think about what the future would be. Even yesterday, Leng Feng came to this world as a reborn person, and he didn't have the mentality he has today. Yesterday, although he knew his situation and had some plans in his heart on how to deal with the crisis, those were still too vague. And some methods also take time to implement, and what he lacks is precisely time. After last night's discovery, he is now confident that he will have the strength to protect himself in a short period of time. Even if he put aside the experience of the Special Forces King in his previous life, he would not be afraid of the calculations of his two uncles. All conspiracies and tricks will come to naught in the face of great strength. What's more, Leng Feng, as a reborn person, has the blessing of God's perspective and future technology. If it's like this, and it can still be calculated by the two uncles, it will really be a shame for the reborn. Throwing the horse to an inn outside the academy, Leng Feng walked into the Linjiang Academy with 2 gift boxes. When Leng Feng arrived at the gate of Linjiang Academy, he was let in by the concierge who was waiting there. This kind of treatment is the first time Leng Feng has enjoyed it in more than 10 years. It seems that no matter what era it is, identity is a golden signboard. Mountain Chief, Master Chen, the juniors are so polite. Ah, good, good. When the Mountain Chief and Chen Shi saw Leng Feng coming, they immediately burst out laughing. Before, they were wondering if Leng Feng would come over to meet them today. After all, Leng Feng is now holding the title of the top of the list, and with Leng Dishao's original character, it is completely possible not to take the two of them in his eyes. However, the current Leng Feng is not the original Leng Dishao. He knows very well the importance of human feelings in this situation. When you don't have the strength to do what you want, then you have to learn to go with the flow. Careless. Sometimes it doesn't necessarily mean weakness, but accumulating strength in order to be stronger in the future. Of course, in Leng Feng's opinion, this is not called following the crowd. After all, these two people really helped him, and it is also appropriate to express his gratitude. Leng Feng still understands that if he wants to make a difference in this world, he must establish his own circle of influence. To establish a circle of influence, we must first start with the people around us, especially in this era, when troubled times are coming, and we must be prepared now. Although these two can't help him in terms of force, as respected elders, not to mention the peach and plum all over the world, the two of them have some ability to govern the world. Mountain Chief, Master Chen, this is a small gift prepared by my mother for the two of you, a little heart-wrenching. Leng Feng handed over the gift box in his hand and put it on the table on the side. It's a shame for me to be ashamed of the eldest lady in this matter. However, it is gratifying that Leng Feng, you have great talents, and your future will be limited. What the mountain chief said is very true. I didn't expect that Leng Feng could be amazing. It's really terrifying. Mountain Chief and Master Chen are tormenting boys, this time it's just luck. Leng Feng was telling the truth. He didn't think that the knowledge he had mastered in his previous life would be able to come out on top in the imperial examination in this era. However, in the ears of the Mountain Chief and Master Chen, it meant something else, and they thought that Leng Feng was being modest. The two sides each said a few words of humility, and Leng Feng also did his due courtesy. Before proposing to say goodbye, the Mountain Chief casually asked, Leng Feng, are your greetings ready? Please. Leng Feng was stunned when he heard this. He really didn't care about it. The main thing is that I am used to the life of modern society, and I am not familiar with many etiquettes of this era. Mountain Chief and Master Chen glanced at each other, revealing an expression that was indeed like this, and now Leng Feng looked like he had a trace of what he had before. Only the previous Leng Deshao could not take this matter to heart. Because in their opinion, the current cold front is a bit too unreal, and it is too different from what people in the past imagined. That's okay, we have ready-made pen and ink here. The Mountain Chief said, rubbing his beard. Leng Feng only realized it this time, although he knew that the top 10 in the selection test were going to meet the master of the Taoist according to the convention, but as for Leng Feng, who was sticking to something, he was not prepared. This is not to blame him, but now there are only a few women left in the Leng family, and they don't know much about this aspect. Second, Leng Feng himself didn't know about it. The previous Leng Dashao didn't learn and didn't know how to do it, so he didn't have any concept of it at all, and Leng Feng himself came from modern society. Where did he know these red tape etiquette? Indeed, I was not prepared. Leng Feng didn't make excuses, but honestly admitted. How can you not prepare for such an important matter? Fortunately you came to us first, otherwise it might be bad when you get to the side of Master Shuedo. Master Chen looked at Leng Feng and said in a slightly lesson-telling tone. Master Chen's criticism is right, the kid used to be stubborn, and there are still many unclear points about these etiquettes, so please ask the Mountain Chief and Master Chen for advice. Seeing that Leng Feng's attitude was good, and what Leng Feng said was reasonable, he was indeed stubborn before. Well, then we'll tell you the relevant etiquette to pay attention to here, and how to write this worship sticker. Under the guidance of the Mountain Chief and Master Chen, Leng Feng quickly mastered the relevant etiquette and the content of the prayer post. This time Leng Feng didn't pretend, he really didn't know this, but Leng Feng learned quickly, and he had mastered these without a second time. With the written greeting post, Leng Feng walked to the Yamen of Linjiang County. Although he has lived in Linjiang City for more than 10 years since he was a child, and his father was once the richest man in Linjiang City, to be honest, Leng Feng has never entered the Yamen of Linjiang City. The Yamen of this era is more majestic than the government buildings of modern society in the hearts of the common people. Although the scale of the building is not as good as it is now, in the minds of the common people, the Yamen is not something that ordinary people can enter. Either it's an official, or it's a person who has committed a crime. However, Leng Feng does not have this kind of mentality. In his opinion, the Yamen of this era is the same thing. Stuffed a little bit of broken silver to the little errand at the door, this person immediately smiled and was respectful to Leng Feng, and ran to the Yamen. In fact, with Leng Feng's identity today, there is no need for this at all. But Leng Feng also understands that no matter what era it is, the role of banknote ability is powerful. Leng Dashao in this era has lived for more than 10 years, and the only reason he understands is to use money to open the way. In the previous Leng Dashao's view, there is no problem that money can't solve. If there is, it means that not enough money has been smashed. Today, Leng Feng came to the top of the selection test. Even if he didn't give the little errand at the Yamen a copper coin, he would send the news for Leng Feng, but it would definitely not be this attitude. The current Leng Feng is not the previous Leng Deshao. Leng Deshao is a salted fish, and naturally he is the biggest in the world. Leng Feng is different. If he wants to live happily in this world, the first problem is to be alive. And if you want to live well, you must develop your power, and once you develop your power, you can't get around the government of this era. Don't underestimate the little errands of the Yamen. They may not have other skills,
but the news is definitely first class. Familiar with the essence of intelligence warfare in his previous life, Leng Feng understands better that in an era when there is no scientific and technological means, people from all walks of life are intelligence personnel who can be used. Sure enough, he didn't let Leng Feng wait long, and the little errand officer quickly ran out with a smile on his face. "Leng Dashao, please inside." "Thank you." Leng Feng nodded and smiled at the little messenger, and then stepped in. Seeing Leng Feng's departing back, the little errand muttered to himself, "Who said that Leng Dashao is arrogant and arrogant without learning and unskilled?" Sure enough, the rumors are not credible. At this time, Leng Feng was definitely a gentle and knowledgeable boy in the minds of the little errand officer. Leng Feng didn't know the psychology of the little errand, and if he knew, he would also smile faintly. This is completely the role of the banknote ability, coupled with the change of temperament and image. The first impression is really invincible. The main reason is that this little errand officer has never seen Leng Feng before, so it will have this effect. People like Mountain Chief and Master Chen, who used to deal with Leng Feng a lot, it was not so easy to change their impression. After Leng Feng walked into the back hall of the yamen, he found that there were already 7 or 8 teenagers here. This group of young Leng Feng all knew each other, except for the 5 outsiders who came with the master of Shuedao. The other 3 were all scholars of Linjiang College, and they could be regarded as Leng Feng's classmates. It seems that Master Shuedao was preparing to meet them together. Leng Feng's arrival did not seem surprising to others at all. However, since Leng Feng was the top of the list, after these scholars saw Leng Feng, they all nodded and smiled at him. Even the master of the Tao who was sitting in the first place also looked at Leng Feng with a smile. According to the etiquette he learned from the mountain chief before, Leng Feng did it in a proper manner. After the salute, he sat down at the suggestion of the master of the way. Leng Feng's performance was normal in the eyes of the Taoist lord, but in the eyes of the other 3 scholars of Linjiang Academy, it was a little strange. After all, in their past impressions, Leng Feng never seemed to have any etiquette with anyone. Although everyone is a classmate of Linjiang Academy, and Leng Feng's father is the richest man in Linjiang City, to be honest, these people still regard Leng Feng as a vulgar person in their hearts. It's not that these people think that Leng Feng dares to be rude to Master Shuedao, but that they see Leng Feng's polite appearance in their eyes, which is completely exuded from their bones. If they don't know what kind of virtue Leng Dashao used to be, they still think that they are the children of the family where they came from. In the past, Leng Dashao only knew that the sky was against the air, and he never knew how to be polite to people. Even before winning the top spot yesterday, it was not a beating for Duan Zhang. Although he later got along with all the scholars, everyone just praised each other at that time, and they didn't see how polite Leng Dashao was. But it's also relief to think about it. Now that Leng Feng can even get the capital of the list, what else is impossible to happen? So everyone was just puzzled in their hearts, and their faces showed a little strangeness, but they didn't say anything. Almost as soon as Leng Feng sat down, another scholar also came. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are all the pillars of the future nation. As you all know, now that the imperial court is employing people, I hope you can seize this opportunity and become the minister of the humorous." Shuedao Jiang Yuanji put down the tea in his hand and said in a tone with 7 points of majesty and 3 points of passion, "I'm going to thank Master Shuedao for your support." After learning from the adults, the scholars hurriedly got up and bowed. "I don't dare to say it, the old man is just a few years older than you. However, in terms of education and being an official, I can still give you some pointers." The eyes of the learned adults scanned the crowd again, and nodded with satisfaction. Students are willing to sit down and listen to the teachings of adults, and if they do not give up, they will be ruined. At this time, a clever scholar immediately took the apprenticeship post and said aloud, "We are also willing to sit down and listen to the teachings of the adults. If we do not give up, we will be ruined." When the others saw it, they also stepped forward to salute. Even Leng Feng was no exception, but at this time, he made up his mind to follow the crowd and no longer be in the limelight. Although Jiang Yuanji is a scholar of Jiankang Mansion, to be honest, Leng Feng hasn't really taken this level of character very seriously. Not only the scholars of the Tao, but also the entire Southern Song Dynasty court, in the eyes of Leng Feng, it was like that. This is mainly due to the mentality of the reborn people, who already know that the Southern Song Dynasty court will soon perish. And as a person of later generations, he really did not have a good impression of the Southern Song court.
Ha ha ha, good. You are all dragons and phoenixes among people, and you are awarded by the world's talents. What an honor.
Zhang Yuanji laughed and said, although Zhang Yuanji is a scholar of the first house, his faction is not very powerful in the imperial court, and can only be regarded as the middle and lower reaches. Is the selection test this time, and he is only in charge of one place in Linjiang City. And this place is still he tried his best to get it. After all, Linjiang City is in the area of Jiankang Mansion, which is a relatively prosperous city. There are 100 places in the entire Jiankang Mansion, and the Jiankang Mansion alone accounts for 50, and the remaining 50 are divided among other counties. Linjiang County occupies 10 places, which shows that the status of Linjiang County is not low in Jiankang Mansion. Zhang Yuanji brought the disciples of the 5 factions with him this time, and in addition, he also included 5 local students from Linjiang City. These people are almost all in his camp, and he has successfully completed this mission. Especially at the top of the list this time, the more Leng Feng's article made him feel that it was not simple the more he read it, and he had already sent someone to report this article. If he can finally enter the Dharma eye of the current saint, he will be regarded as a great achievement. After everyone had done the apprenticeship, Zhang Yuanji instructed everyone again, especially instructing everyone how to write articles that were in line with the holy will. After this exchange, half a day passed, and even everyone ate at noon in the yamen. It can be seen that Zhang Yuanji has indeed put some thought into Leng Feng and others. After all, people in this era pay attention to the relationship between master and apprentice, and there is a saying that one day is a teacher, and a father is a lifelong. Therefore, both teachers and students attach great importance to this relationship. After the meal, the relationship between everyone seems to be more familiar. Leng Feng also knew the specific identities of the 5 scholars. They were all disciples of the family, but they were not descendants in the family. But their status is much higher than that of ordinary people. According to the original plan of the current saint this time, such a person will not be selected. However, there are policies and countermeasures, and these disciples of the family have already moved their student status to Linjiang College before, but they are only coming over now. In fact, this situation has appeared in many selection places, which is a result of everyone's game with each other. Even today's saints know a little about this, but there seems to be a tacit understanding between the monarchs and ministers. Today, the Holy Majesty has acquiesced in the practices of the various factions, and the same factions have also fully implemented His Majesty's selection policy. Although Leng Feng didn't understand the trickiness of this, through his own observations, he could probably guess some of the reasons. This is also the reason why he doesn't pay much attention to the current court. It's no wonder that such a court doesn't perish. During this period, the Southern Song Dynasty court had actually reached a pathological level, and it was still the kind that was not lightly ill. Just like the era in which Leng Feng lived, the poet Lin Shang, who had never appeared in the history of this dynasty, described, the tourists who were smoked were drunk, and only put Hongzhou Bianzhou. And more, and more. Standing in the trend of the times, Leng Feng understands that the current imperial court is just surviving, and it may be finished one day. Of course, if he doesn't have the strength, when that day comes, he may also be overwhelmed by the tide of history. On this point, Leng Feng sees it more thoroughly than everyone in this era. When everyone said goodbye one by one, Leng Feng was left behind by Master Xuedo and met alone. In this regard, Leng Feng was not surprised at all. He had already had a premonition. Because when the Taoist looked at him before, he could clearly feel that he looked at others differently. Master Xuedo left him for 2 reasons. The first is to express his appreciation for Leng Feng, especially explaining that Leng Feng's article has been submitted by him, and it is very hopeful that he can enter the eyes of today's saints. If this article is favored by the current saint, then Leng Feng is likely to be appreciated by His Majesty when he enters the capital this time. As long as you manage well, the future achievements are limitless. At the same time, it also hinted that the power of himself and the faction behind him and the court, only with their help, Leng Feng could realize this possibility. Leng Feng is not a fool. He naturally knows what Lord Xuedo means. It is nothing more than wanting to completely pull himself into their faction. However, it is clear that Leng Feng will not follow Zhang Yuanji and them with all his heart. After all, the skin does not exist, and Leng Feng still knows the truth that Mao will be overthrown. The Southern Song Dynasty court can't even protect itself. These factions are still fighting for power. Is this interesting in Leng Feng's opinion? In his previous life, Leng Feng was a person who valued the national righteousness and the world very seriously. Otherwise, he would not have become the king of special forces. He was born and died many times for the country, and finally even lost his life. How can such a person get used to the actions of the Southern Song Dynasty court? From top to bottom, almost all the people in power are calculating Xiao Zhuojiu for their own interests. Of course, Leng Feng is not stupid. He knows the truth that his little arms can't twist his thighs. Although today's Southern Song Dynasty court is rotten and lonely, Leng Feng is not even a hair compared to Yi, and people can easily crush him. In such a situation, Leng Feng naturally knew what to do. Everything for students is taught by adults, and everything is for adults. Leng Feng understood in his heart what Jiang Yuanji, the master of the Tao, wanted to express, so he naturally replied according to his wishes. Good. This official really didn't see the wrong person, but it's not suitable to call an adult now. Jiang Yuanji was very satisfied with Leng Feng's performance. Yes, the student obeys the teacher's orders. Leng Feng immediately put on a teachable appearance. I will leave you behind, and I have one more thing to explain to you. Jiang Yuanji took out a piece of jade and continued, "This was given to me by Li Shanchang of Linjiang Academy. He said that this is your family's belongings. Let me take care of you. I didn't expect you to have such a great talent. The teacher deserves it." Jiang Yuanji's face showed a trace of guilt, and at the same time, there was a trace of reluctance hidden in the guilt. After finishing speaking, he solemnly handed this piece of jade to Leng Feng. How could the expression on Jiang Yuanji's face be hidden from Leng Feng? But Leng Feng pretended not to know, and reached out to take the jade. Although this piece of jade is precious, Leng Feng is not reluctant. He just wants to see Jiang Yuanji's reaction at this time. Jiang Yuanji didn't expect that Leng Feng would take over this piece of jade so neatly. To be honest, the second reason why he left Leng Feng behind was that he did have plans to return this piece of jade to Leng Feng. After all, Jiang Yuanji is optimistic about Leng Feng, and Leng Feng's treatise on Qin is the best one he has seen over the years. If Leng Feng can continue to perform at this level, he will surely be a blockbuster during the interview. At this time, having a good relationship with Leng Feng will definitely be far greater than this piece of jade in the future. Although he loved this piece of jade very much in his heart, he also knew that if he wanted to befriend Leng Feng, it was best to return the jade to him. Not only that, but he will also imply that those who have benefited from the cold front will also return their belongings to the cold front. After all, pure human affection is much stronger than a relationship mixed with material interests. Just as the thought in Jiang Yuanji's heart flashed, a subtle smile appeared on the corner of Leng Feng's mouth. He could feel that Jiang Yuanji's mood had changed at this time. I don't know if it's the result of last night's cultivation or the benefits brought by rebirth. Now Leng Feng's five senses are extremely keen. He found that although Jiang Yuanji was reluctant to give up on this piece of jade, it was not all hypocrisy to return this piece of jade to him. It seems that although Jiang Yuanji has some shortcomings, he is not an unsociable person. "Teacher, since you like this stone, how can the disciple take away the beauty of people? This stone should be used as a student to honor you, teacher." When Leng Feng stuffed the jade into Jiang Yuanji's hand again, he realized how quickly the turn had come. Even if Jiang Yuanji was a Taoist master, his thinking at this time could not keep up with Leng Feng's movements. In fact, Jiang Yuanji is not a pedantic person, and the reason why he is a little distracted at this moment is mainly because he did not predict Leng Feng's reaction at this time, and Leng Feng predicted his prediction. How does this make? Jiang Yuanji, the master of the Tao, was actually only half a beat slower, and after reacting, he immediately pushed the jade in his hand towards Leng Feng's side. However, Leng Feng had already made up his mind. Although this piece of jade was a good thing, it was useless to put it in his hand, and giving it to Jiang Yuanji was tantamount to deepening the relationship between the two parties. In particular, Leng Feng could feel the peculiar pedantic aura of a scholar and the cunning of the old fox from Jiang Yuanji. This personality trait is a product of this era. The person who can have this kind of mixed characteristics must have been a hot-blooded scholar before, but after entering the officialdom, he has been corrupted by officialdom. However, such a person is worth investing in. At least he will not easily turn his face and deny people. Favor investment is also a science, which involves looking at people's vision accurately. Some people are wolf-hearted, that is, no matter how much you invest in him, once he feels that he can't get benefits from you, he will ignore you and even throw himself into your hostility. Once you meet such a person, the more you invest in him, the more damage you will get in the end. In the end, Jiang Yuanji accepted this piece of jade again, and he was naturally happy in his heart. Correspondingly, the attitude towards Leng Feng is much closer. When Leng Feng left the yamen, there were no accidents this time, and the little errand at the door was even more enthusiastic about him. And Leng Feng didn't put on any show, and chatted with him for a few words. Just these few sentences allowed Leng Feng to get some useful information. From the mouth of the little errand officer, he learned that several waves of people had inquired about him during this time. Some people also said that Leng Dashao could be received by the master of the Taoist alone, and he would soar in the future. If it weren't for this little errand officer, he really didn't know about it. It seems that in the half hour that he communicated with Jiang Yuanji, the master of the Tao, the news had already spread through a certain channel. After all, the level of the Lord of the Taoist is 2 levels higher than that of the Lord of Linjiang City, and in the officialdom, there is a saying that the official level crushes people to death. As a master of learning from the 5 grades, although he can't manage Linjiang City in specific affairs, his connections and relationships will definitely surpass that of the magistrate of Linjiang City. If Master Xu Dao can meet Leng Feng alone, it shows that he values Leng Feng, and some well-informed people will naturally activate their minds. After all, this is human nature, and those who are ready to have a good relationship with Leng Feng know when to behave. These people Leng Feng naturally don't care. What he cares about is his 2 good uncles, and he will definitely be stimulated. Leng Feng's guess is not bad at all. The 2 good uncles in his heart are indeed very exciting, and they are planning how to kill him. Is it arranged? In the courtyard of Leng's second master's house, Leng Feng's second uncle had a gloomy face, as if he could drip water. Second brother, don't worry, everything has been arranged. Leng Feng's third uncle also said with a gloomy face. Well, if people don't do it for themselves, heaven and earth will be destroyed. Even if Emperor Lao Tzu fought for that position, wasn't it also a river of blood from fratricidal killing? My good nephew, don't blame the second uncle for being ruthless, if you wanna blame this wealth for touching people's hearts. After speaking, the second uncle raised his head and drank the teacup in his hand. At this time, the second uncle's face was very terrible. Even the third uncle couldn't help but shudder when he looked at the second uncle's expression. Once a person is consumed by the desire for profit, he will become a devil, which makes people shudder. After a while, several figures walked out of the courtyard of Second Master Leng and disappeared at the end of the street after 3 turns and 2 turns. Although Leng Feng couldn't guess the plan of the 2 uncles, he could guess that they would definitely not be able to wait. Maybe they would do it to themselves in the next 2 days. After all, Leng Feng at this time was no longer the Leng Dashao 3 days ago, and he had already threatened the 2 uncles. When Leng Feng walked back to the inn and pulled out his skinny horse, he found that there was already a group of people waiting for him in the inn, and these were the other 9 people who had visited Master Xu Dao with him before. After seeing Leng Feng, all 9 people got up and bowed their hands, and Leng Feng also returned the salute. This is where Leng Feng is not used to. The etiquette of people in this era is really too cumbersome, and a set of etiquette can be made for any occasion. Brother Leng, I've been waiting for a long time, I don't know if I can get together. One of them arched his hand. This person is also from Linjiang Academy, but he didn't have much contact with Leng Feng before. But now Leng Feng has also become one of the 10 face sages, and he is also selected as the top of the list, and now this identity is naturally different. Brother Leng and I have had many misunderstandings before. After all, we were both young at that time, and today we are all from the same family, so we should let go of our previous suspicions. Why don't I do it today, and prepare a little wine? Please be a witness. Liang Dong also walked up from behind and said. I have to say that this Liang Dong is not only handsome, but also beautiful in speech. This really makes Leng Feng impeccable, unless Leng Feng incarnates as the unreasonable Leng Dashao again, and gives him 2 punches without saying a word. But obviously, Leng Feng is not cold, although he is also indifferent to Liang Dong, but he has his own code of conduct. This time, Liang Dong also accounted for one of the top 10 face sing places. When we were visiting Master Xu Dao together just now, Leng Feng also saw this person, but Leng Feng didn't have much interest in this guy, so he ignored him. The previous Leng De rarely had 2 old enemies, These two people happened to be one writer and one martial artist. Zhou Tong's martial artist naturally didn't need to say much, and the other one was this one Zozo's little white-faced Liang Dong. Since he is an old enemy, Leng Feng naturally does not believe that this Liang Dong will turn into a war with him. Leng Feng raised his eyes and looked at Liang Dong, although this guy was full of smiles and looked kind. But under Leng Feng's eyes of knowledge, he could detect that in the depths of Liang Dong's eyes, there was a hidden vicious gaze. Since Brother Liang is so sincere, it is better to be respectful than to obey his fate. Leng Feng also said with a smile on his face. Leng Feng is really not afraid of what the other party is playing, doesn't he just want to play? Then have a good time with you and see what tricks you can play. Brother Leng's article is very amazing, I am impressed, I want to have a good exchange with Brother Leng today. In addition to Liang Dong and the others, the 5 children of the family who came with Master Xuedo also showed a strong interest in Leng Feng. Everyone, Miao praised. Leng Feng said. As Brother Leng said before, the article is natural, and the magic hand is even good. Just because Brother Leng can say such a punchline, it can be seen that Brother Leng is definitely talented. So, in the mutual praise of everyone came to the bank of the Linjiang River together. The Linjiang River is a tributary of the Yangtze River, but its other end is connected to the sea, and Linjiang City is built between the river and the sea. The geographical conditions here are very superior, whether it is property or transportation, it is considered to be one of the few rich places in the Southern Song Dynasty. As long as the Yangtze River is not breached, then Linjiang City will have peace of mind. It is in this environment that Linjiang City is still a place where merchants from the south to the north must pass through after several wars. At the same time, there are not a few taverns in the city, especially on the banks of the river. There are many flower boats for people to have fun. Today, Liang Dong's place of hospitality is on the bank of the Linjiang River, and he has chartered a flower boat. The Liang family used to be just a small family in decline, but now with the support of Second Master Leng, it has a rising trend. Otherwise, with the previous situation of the Liang family, Liang Dong definitely did not have the strength to come here to entertain. Leng Feng also understood that the money that Liang Dong spent was all sucking the blood of their family. Sooner or later, this account will have to be recovered, and let them jump for a while first. As the son of the richest man in Linjiang City, Leng Dasha was no stranger to this kind of place. Drinking flower wine, visiting the Qinglu, Leng Dasha has not done less. However, there is one thing that makes Leng Feng feel strange, that is, so far, Leng Dasha is still a virgin. According to the cultivation rules of innate divine skills, only the body of a child can cultivate innate divine skills. But whether it is the body of a child or not, as long as you cultivate the innate divine skills, you can find out. From this point of view, although Leng Dasha is squirrel, he is not lustful. It is not uncommon for men in this era to get married in their teens, and it is not new for people to have children at 13 or 14. In this regard, Leng Dasha can be regarded as a miracle that he can clean himself. Everyone, please. Liang Dong made a gesture to guide everyone to the flower boat he had chartered. The flower boats of this era were not as grand as they were seen on later television, but were actually just a slightly larger wooden boat with a table on it, and most of the food and drinks were prepared on the shore. The boat was accompanied by only some fruit and melon snacks, as well as drinks. The courtesans and dancers did not live on the ship all the time, but all of them came from the greenhouses on the shore. But it's just such a toss, and it looks very stylish. The same service may cost more than twice the price, but many people still like this tone. Leng Dasha had visited this kind of flower boat more than once before, but basically he invited others as the host, and today was the first time he was invited to a banquet by others. However, Leng Feng knew that there was no good banquet in this banquet, and Liang Dong's intention to invite him to the banquet today would definitely not be so simple. In this era, one of the advantages is that people can visit the greenhouse and drink flower wine in the open. In particular, a group of high-spirited scholars, boating on the lake, and reciting poems in groups are a kind of elegance and fashion in the eyes of people in this era. Even if the Southern Song Dynasty court has experienced several years of war and turmoil, whether it is among the people or the court, this social atmosphere is still very prevalent. It can be said that this is an era of entertainment to death. In fact, among the previous dynasties, the economy of the Great Song Dynasty was quite good. However, having money alone does not pay attention to other aspects, which is also the main reason why the combat effectiveness of the Great Song army is not strong. Those who are in charge of the army do not have the power of those who pay lip service, and the military pay cannot be implemented, and most of them go into private pockets. Those in power only know how to seek benefits for themselves. Where can they care about the lives and deaths of the common people? The external struggle is not good, but the internal struggle is to the death. Of course, it is not excluded that there are a small number of patriots and sober people, but under this general trend, these people can play a limited role. In the end, they are either assimilated or ostracized. This is the true portrayal of the times, and it is also the reason why Leng Feng obviously doesn't like the rules and systems of this era, but now he has to integrate into them. Having a tiger in your heart and sniffing roses is a quality that anyone who can achieve great things must have. As for the protagonists in those cool novels, they can't get used to seeing whoever goes up and do it, pushing the invincible opponent in the world, and everything is self-respecting may exist. But in the current environment of the cold front, it is tantamount to self-defeating. After all, Leng Feng was the king of special forces in his previous life, and he had performed too many dangerous missions. He knew how to disguise himself and how to really complete the goal. Just do it with a gun, that's a reckless behavior. Even if it's done on the battlefield, it's undoubtedly looking for death. After entering the cabin, everyone sat down according to the guests and hosts, and the table was full of tea and fruit snacks. With a shout, the boat slowly sailed away from the shore. After all, Leng Feng and the others are not ordinary scholars, and they are still different from those who come here to have fun. Readers pay attention to the wind and snow, and at the same time, they still have to pay attention to a certain style. Liang Dong also understands this. It's okay to drink flower wine, but you can't do flower things. Therefore, there was only one geisha and 2 women who served on the ship. The geisha burned incense and stroked the piano for everyone at the bow of the boat, and the 2 women poured tea and water for everyone in the boat. Chapter 36, Spring River Flower Moonlit Night. As the flower boat slowly moved on the river, everyone in the cabin also talked enthusiastically. Although it has been a literati since ancient times, it also depends on what kind of occasion it is. After all, readers have more eyes and know how to make trade-offs than most people. With such a beautiful day, we are gathered here. Why don't we chant poetry to help the fun? At this time, Liang Dong proposed. Brother Liang's attainments in poetry are quite profound, so it's better to start with Brother Liang. Someone chimed in. In this way, then it will be ugly. Liang Dong hugged his fists, and then straightened his clothes casually with both hands, which had a sense of elegance. He turned his head slightly to look around, and then said, the shore grass is barren, and it is in the vocal music. The apricots are obtained at the beginning of the evening, but the flowers on the riverside are idle. Wonderful, Brother Liang's poem is really wonderful. The wild grass on the shore is sandwiched with wild flowers, and the apricot yellow dress of the wonderful person who caressed the piano floats on the river with the beautiful sound of the piano, reflecting the happy mood of our waiting. As soon as Liang Dong chanted a poem, someone immediately chimed in. In fact, Liang Dong's poem is quite appropriate, but it is just like that, and it does not have that sense of amazement. Liang Dong made a start, and the others also chanted poems to echo him. Poetry and poetry are a necessary skill for readers in this era. Isn't there such a sentence? Be familiar with 300 Tang poems, and you will be able to chant poetry if you can't chant poetry. It's about the situation of readers in this era, whether it's good or not. In short, it's just that they can chant poems. What's more, those who can enter the top 10 are all really talented and learned. Although Leng Feng is not as good as the scholars of this era in this regard, he has the memory of the previous life, and in his era, there were countless writers, far more than this era. Take out any of them, and you can beat the vast majority of poets of this era. Originally, Leng Feng didn't want to be in the limelight, but when he saw Liang Dong's smug look, he had an urge to beat him. Brother Leng's articles can be written so amazingly, presumably his attainments in poetry and songs must be good. Brother Leng has a masterpiece, let me enjoy it. Liang Dong saw that everyone was composing poems one after another, but Leng Feng was still unmoved, turned to Leng Feng and said. In fact, Liang Dong is selfish. Leng Feng became the top of the list in this selection test, and he felt very uncomfortable. In the past, when everyone was in Linjiang Academy, although Leng Feng didn't deal with him at that time, he often made trouble with him. But Liang Dong was arrogant at that time, and he didn't take Leng Feng in his eyes. Now that the situation has changed, Leng Feng defeated him in the area he thought he was best at, which made Liang Dong, who had always had a strong self-esteem, reconcile. If it was really like what Leng Feng said before, he could write that Qin treatise entirely because he was usually interested in it. I had thought about it before, and I already had an idea in my heart to write an article of that level. So in this situation, let's play on the spot. He believes that with his understanding of Leng Feng, he will definitely be inferior to himself in this regard. And he also saw that everyone looked like they were grinding their fists just now, but Leng Feng looked calm. In Liang Dong's opinion, he didn't think that Leng Feng was confident, but thought that he was pretending to be profound. Spring River Flower Moonlight Night. Just as Liang Dong was about to speak, he suddenly spit out 5 words from Leng Feng's mouth. This made Liang Dong's words immediately blocked when he came to his mouth, and the expression on Jun's face was very unnatural. What kind of poem is this? Liang Dong was instinctively stunned. He felt that this was not like poetry, but there was an indescribable charm. Not only Liang Dong, but also other people feel this way. Leng Feng ignored everyone's doubts, paused slightly, and after exhaling softly, he spoke again. The tide of the spring river is even with the sea, and the bright moon on the sea is born together. As soon as these 2 sentences came out, everyone's faces changed, because at this time everyone reacted. It turned out that the Spring River Flower Moon Night that Leng Feng said before was the name of this poem. And just from these 2 opening verses, you can feel that this poem is extremely not simple. Thousands of miles with the waves, where there is no moon in the spring river. When the next sentence came out, everyone's faces changed again, and they could already be sure that this poem must be extraordinary when it comes out. The river flows around Fangyan, and the moonlight flowers and forests are like hail. The frost in the air does not fly, and the white sand on the Ting cannot be seen. Zhangtian is colorless and dustless, and the lonely moon will in the bright sky. Who first saw the moon on the riverside? When did Zhangyu shine at the beginning of the year? Life has been infinite for generations, and Zhangyu is only similar every year. I don't know who Zhangyu treats, but I see the Yangtze River sending water. The white clouds are gone, and the green maple is not worried. Who's going to be in the boat tonight? Where is Acacia Mingyue Tower? At this time, we don't hear each other, and we are willing to shine on you month by month. The wild goose flies for a long time, and the fish and dragon dive into the water. Last night, the dream of the idle pool fell, and the poor spring did not return home. The river flows to the end of spring, and the moon falls in the river and the lake slopes westward. The oblique moon sinks into the sea fog, and the stone Shoshan has an infinite road. I don't know how many people will return to the moon, and the falling moon will shake the river trees. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Leng Feng recited the Spring River Flower Moon Night by the Tang Dynasty poet Zhang Ruoxu in one breath. Anyway, there is no such person as Zhang Ruoxu in this historical era, and I am not afraid that some people will say that he is plagiarized. After a few breaths, everyone came back to their senses from the artistic conception of the moonlit night in the spring river. At this time, anyone who heard Leng Feng chanting the moonlit night of the spring river was all excited, and even Liang Dong could not admit that Leng Feng's poem was a masterpiece. What a moonlit night in the spring river, it's really shocking. The tide of the spring river is even with the sea, and the bright moon on the sea is born together. The beginning goes straight to the hearts of the people, a masterpiece. It is really a masterpiece. I don't know how many people return to the moon, and the falling moon is full of love and trees. It's really surprising who can express this kind of artistic conception. All of a sudden, everyone couldn't help but comment on this spring river flower moonlit night. The more I savored it, the more I felt that this poem was not simple. In the eyes of these scholars, this spring river flower moon is even more amazing than the Qin treatise written by Leng Feng before. After all, in the eyes of these scholars, it was a coincidence that Leng Feng was able to write Qin theory. Moreover, although the essay during the exam can reflect a person's talent, what really shows a person's talent is this kind of poetry that is played on the spot. In the next place, just make a nonsense song, let everyone laugh. Leng Feng smiled secretly in his heart when he saw everyone's performance, but he still pretended to be modest. For this spring river flower moon night, like the Qin treatise, in fact, Leng Feng's previous life has not been fully remembered. All this is thanks to the benefits brought by rebirth. As long as it is something he has seen before, he can completely recreate it in his mind. This is thanks to the 9-year compulsory education in his previous life. Leng Feng read this poem when he was in junior high school, and he knew that this poem was known as the Word Two Songs, and the lone piece covered the whole Tang dynasty. In the Tang and Song dynasties, where many writers and heroes came out, it can be seen how amazing the moonlit night of the Spring River is. It would be an overkill to bring this poem out now. But who made Leng Feng a traverser, and the traverser is so arrogant in this regard? Brother Leng is too humble. Once this article spreads, Brother Leng's name will be known to everyone. A scholar surnamed Li said. This man was one of the 5 scholars from outside, and although they were arrogant, they were also deeply impressed after the poem was published. The words are clear and beautiful, the rhyme is beautiful, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it can be called a swan song for the ages. The whole text integrates poetry and philosophy, the artistic conception is empty, the imagination is peculiar, the language is natural and timeless, and the rhythm is melodious. Brother Leng can definitely move the world with this fame, and it is indeed beyond my reach. This time, everyone was convinced from the bottom of their hearts. Although Leng Feng's previous discussion on Qin also caused a sensation, these people did not necessarily admire it completely sincerely. Is Liang Dong, who has no arrogance at this time. His poem, compared to the moonlit night of the Spring River, is like fireflies in the bright moon. As soon as Leng Feng's Spring River Flower Moon Night came out, the others were no longer interested in chanting poetry. At this time, they had come to the center of the Linjiang River, and everyone was also seated on the banquet, and for a while they began to stagger and push the glasses and change the lamps. Most of the food was prepared on the shore, and there were not many kinds of food in this era, and there was also a simple pot stove on board, which was mainly used for keeping warm. However, the little guy in charge of serving the food attracted Leng Feng's attention. This person looked in his 30s and looked very ordinary. The reason why Leng Feng attracted Leng Feng's attention was mainly because this person walked at an extremely steady pace. Although the river is calm at this time, the flower boats are floating on the river, and the people on them are more or less affected. But this person is different, his hands are very steady when serving food, and the pace of his feet is smoother than that of a normal person on the shore. This is not the most critical. Maybe this person has been engaged in this profession for a long time and has developed a special ability. It's like the story of the oil seller, practice makes perfect. But his breathing can't deceive people, this person's breathing is restrained, and the rhythm is obviously different from ordinary people. Lian Jiazi. In addition, Leng Feng can also feel a trace of killing intent from this person's body, although this person is very well disguised. But Leng Feng was very sensitive to this aura perception as the king of the special combat team in his previous life. In addition, after cultivating the innate divine skill yesterday, this feeling is even more sensitive. This kind of killing intent is different from ordinary murderous aura, which is a special aura formed after a person has blood on his hands and bears many lives. Under normal circumstances, murderous energy is not deliberately aimed at a specific person. But killing intent is different, it is aimed at a specific target, with a trace of intent formed by murderous intent. Leng Feng could sense the danger from this person, but the aura of danger was not strong. This means that even if this person's strength is higher than Leng Feng, it is not much higher. So in this situation, Leng Feng was not very worried about his life being threatened. The other party would definitely not have thought that he was no longer the Leng Dashao he was before, and under the contempt and carelessness of the other party, he was completely able to kill the other party. However, Leng Feng will not be careless. After all, he is not a real Leng Dashao, and countless births and deaths in his previous life have long made him develop the habit of calmly dealing with any danger. The other party didn't know that Leng Feng had seen through him, and was still immersed in his role-playing. It seems that the other party is very patient, or he thinks that it is not difficult to deal with Leng Feng, so he looks relaxed. This is also thanks to Leng Dashao's previous personality, although the other party has the intention of killing, but due to the wrong judgment of Leng Feng's strength, the result will be the opposite of what was expected. All this was seen by Leng Feng. He was also waiting now, and when the other party happened, he would be killed with one blow. As the host, Liang Dong was very enthusiastic today. And he is not the kind of nerd who only knows how to read dead books, and his performance on the wine table is also exquisite. Whether it is a few scholars in Linjiang City or the 5 children of the family, they can all feel that they are valued from Liangdong's words.
This feeling like a spring breeze makes everyone's wine very happy.
People like Liangdong are definitely good material for officialdom. It's a pity that he and Leng Feng are not all the way, and they are destined to go to the opposite side. At this time, Liangdong had already shown enough city government, and when he faced Leng Feng at the wine table, it was called enthusiasm, and he almost told everyone that he was going to bow to Leng Feng. Liangdong and Leng Feng drank 3 bowls of wine in a row, which attracted everyone's applause. I don't know if it was influenced by Liangdong, but the atmosphere of other people was also aroused. In addition, they were impressed by Leng Feng's Spring River Flower Moon night before, so they were also very enthusiastic about drinking with Leng Feng. Soon, Leng Feng drank more than 10 bowls. In his previous life, when Leng Feng watched the water margin, there was a paragraph describing Wusong fighting the tiger, saying that Wusong drank 18 bowls of wine in a row before going to Jingyanggang, and that wine was also claimed to be 3 bowls of wine. At that time, Leng Feng thought that the person who had not written the novel deliberately exaggerated. What kind of person could drink 18 bowls of spirits? But now he believes that there is a good chance that this is true. At this time, although the wine bowl is not that kind of big bowl, there are about 3 taels a night, and 3 caddies of wine are in the stomach, and many people are already overwhelmed by the wine. At this time, the liquor was called turbid liquor, which also made some sense, compared with the liquor of the era in which Leng Feng lived. Whether it was in terms of appearance or alcohol content, it was several grades lower. Due to the rough brewing process and the lack of post-processing, the wine is slightly cloudy. Although there is also a wine aroma, there is a hint of bitterness in the wine. At this time, most of the alcohol is about 120 degrees, and the slightly better wine can only reach about 30 degrees. Therefore, there is still a certain reason for people in this era to use bowls to drink. Most people don't have much of a problem drinking 2 or 3 bowls, so there is a legend that 3 bowls are not enough. With so much alcohol in the stomach, if it is said that it is changed to the previous cold and less, the amount of alcohol is definitely exceeded. But now Leng Feng's physical fitness is more than 10 times stronger than that of Leng Dashao before he fell into the water, and he just felt a little drunk. It seems that Leng Feng already has 18 bowls of wine at this time. However, because Leng Feng sensed the killing intent of the little guy on the boat, he pretended to be drunk just right. His eyes showed a drunken and hazy look, one hand was on Liangdong's shoulder, and the other hand was dangling the wine bowl. A lot of wine was spilled on Liangdong's body, and his clothes were also deformed by Leng Feng. Although Liangdong was unhappy in his heart, he had to pretend to be enthusiastic on his face. In Leng Feng's opinion, he couldn't help but laugh secretly in his heart. This was deliberate by Leng Feng. He knew that Liangdong was pretending, so let's see how far he could pretend. I have to say that Liangdong's alcohol consumption is really good, except for Leng Feng, who pretends to be drunk. He is the most sober.
In addition to Leng Feng, the 5 scholars who came with Master Xuedo also received special attention.
Due to their special status, everyone naturally attaches importance to them, and being valued at the wine table means drinking more. Several scholars in Linjiang City, under the leadership of Liangdong, can be said to have played extraordinarily this time, and the 4 of them defeated 6 people, including Leng Feng. However, Leng Feng is pretending. If he plays, then the people at this table may fall. Just when everyone was drunk and hazy, the little guy brought up with a jar of wine in one hand. The 2 maids continued to pour wine for Leng Feng and the others with the melodious sound of the piano coming from the bow of the boat.
Come on, we won't get drunk tonight.
After the wine was refilled, Liangdong stood up and said loudly. At this moment, he was also a little unstable, and his tongue became bigger, but this aura was even greater. People of this age are at the time of their youth and vigor, and as a scholar, they deliberately maintain their state, but they don't care about these at this moment. Everyone is on the flower boat, and the boat is in the middle of the river. There are no other people around, and all the wine is on the head. No one will easily say no at this time. So, in the midst of a drunken voice, everyone raised their wine bowls again. When Leng Feng took a sip of wine, his heart couldn't help but move. He immediately felt that this time the wine was different from the previous drink, and there were other things mixed in the drink. The 12 heavenly gods and demons forging body divine skills not only temper the physical body, which can make the body stronger, but also make the body more sensitive. After Leng Feng's body has been cultivated by the 12 heavenly gods and demons forging divine skill, he already has a self-protection ability. As long as he senses that a substance or danger harmful to his body is approaching, he will immediately decompose or eliminate it. It is also a basic skill of the 12 heavenly gods and demons to forge their bodies. Although Leng Feng's 12 heavenly gods and demon forging divine skills at this time could only be regarded as barely getting started, what was in the wine was not highly poisonous, but a drug similar to a neurotoxin, which was very similar to the hallucinogenic agent in modern society. After drinking this drug, it can cause some hallucinations and even more excitement. Leng Feng could sense that not only him, but also several other people present, including Liang Dong, also contained this medicinal ingredient in their drinks. Through Leng Feng's observation, it is now possible to determine the role played by Liang Dong in this matter. In this matter, Liang Dong is definitely involved, but the degree of mixing is not deep. Even Liang Dong didn't know what Leng Feng's second uncle was going to do, and he didn't know that the little guy on the boat was the killer arranged by the second uncle. In this matter, Liang Dong is only a toolman at best, and he is only an object to be used in the entire plan of the second uncle. The role that Liang Dong can play is to invite Leng Feng and a few people to have a drink. After all, in the eyes of Leng Feng's two uncles, the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the safer. Liang Dong is just a junior in their eyes, and he is not necessarily reliable. Leng Feng guessed correctly. Before this, it was indeed his second uncle who signaled Liang Dong to have a good relationship with several other scholars who were also in the top 10, especially the 5 children of the family who came with Master Shuedo, and gave Liang Dong a sum of money as the activity fund for the cage relationship, so there was today's banquet. Ah, someone overboard. As the lights on the flower boat dimmed, a woman's scream was heard. The woman playing the piano at the bow of the boat was also disgraced, and she stood on the bow of the boat to hide her face and exclaimed. It turned out that just now, several scholars in the cabin suddenly laughed and jumped, some knocked over the cups and plates on the table, and some hugged the maid who was pouring them wine and kissed and nibbled. These maids are not those women who sell their bodies in the Qinglu, although they are people in the Fengyue field, but they have not experienced that kind of training, and it is normal for them to be frightened and scream when they are suddenly attacked by this kind of attack. At this time, these scholars seemed to be obsessed, and completely threw their polite image out of the sky. Somehow, the lights in the cabin were turned off, and then there was a staggering sound. Then there was a scream, and there was a few thudding sounds of falling water. At this time, it was already night, and although there was half a moon in the sky, the vision was still affected, and it was not clear who had fallen into the water. On the Linjiang River, there are not only this flower boat that Liang Dong has taken over, but there are more than a dozen flower boats distributed on the river. However, everyone is far away from each other. After all, the people who contract the flower boat are all privacy conscious. No matter how good you are on the boat, others don't know. Therefore, the movement on this flower boat did not attract the attention of others at the first time. Among the people who fell into the water, Leng Feng naturally also included, but he fell on purpose. Just now, the little guy suddenly bumped into him. Leng Feng pretended to be without resistance, and plunged into the water with a frightened face. Before falling into the water, he could clearly see the sneering expression on the little guy's face. The moonlight was hazy at night, and there was a sudden change, and many people had dark eyes at this moment. It was the killer. His vision was also affected, and he only saw Leng Feng's figure falling into the water. As for Leng Feng's performance, he didn't see it clearly at all. But Leng Feng could clearly see everything around him, and it would be easy for him to dodge the collision just now. But Leng Feng also clearly knew that he couldn't solve any problems by dodging this one, only deliberately falling into the water to lure the other party into the bait, and then solving the other party in the water. Although this will not completely solve the trouble, at least no one will bother him for a short time. This is the grasp of the situation and mentality. Leng Feng clearly knows what kind of situation he is in, and he will not imagine that others can take the initiative to let him go. At the same time, I also know that blindly avoiding is not a solution, and things are solved, not avoided. In this chaotic scene, the killer was eliminated. As long as Leng Feng did not reveal his strength for a day, then others would not know how the killer died. Correspondingly, those who want to do something to Leng Feng must think about it. In this way, the cold front has a quiet time. Sure enough, it was about the same as Leng Feng expected. Just after everyone fell into the water for a few breaths, the lights on the boat were lit again. With the smoke wafting from the wick, everyone's heads seemed to be awake.
In fact, this smoke is not simple, it is the hallucinogen antidote that was placed in the wineglass before. The killer was carefully arranged, not only to create a situation where the cold front died by accident, but also to make others go through the danger. At the same time, let them be witnesses who can prove that it was just an accident. Everything was a success, and finally it was time to close the net. Quick, save people. Brother Wang, it's overboard. Brother Li also fell into the water. Suddenly, everyone who reacted found that the people around them were gone, and 2 of them were the 5 children of the family. Brother Leng, won't you fall overboard? At this time, someone finally discovered that Leng Feng was gone. However, everyone was in a mess, and although they saw someone in the water constantly splashing, they didn't know who was who. Moreover, all the scholars are landlubbers, and no one knows how to swim, so naturally they dare not go into the water to save people. On this boat, only the little guy and the boatman knew how to water, so the 2 jumped into the water. Others don't know the location and identity of the person who fell into the water, but the little guy knows it very well. Especially for the location where the cold front fell into the water, it was deliberately arranged by him, and the position where the cold front fell into the water was the farthest away from the flower boat. In fact, the 3 scholars who fell into the water were all knocked down by him, and the force of the impact was not the same. The 2 of them were trying to attract everyone's attention, but they were hit by him near the flower boat, and Leng Feng was knocked out by him for a long time. Of course, saving people must start from close first. The boatman knows nothing, and those who are engaged in their profession also have a certain work ethic. They don't care about what happens on the ship, they just take care of the boat. Of course, in this kind of situation, when a guest falls overboard, they are also saved. The boatman swam towards the 2 men who were close to the flower boat, while the little guy swam in the direction of the cold front. Because the boat was not controlled by anyone, it fluttered gently on the water, and although the evening breeze at this time was not strong, it happened to drift in the opposite direction of the person who fell into the water. Although the boat did not move fast, it added extra trouble to the rescue. However, this is a rare opportunity for both the killer and the cold front. In the eyes of the killer, this is a good time to solve the target, and killing Leng Feng underwater is simply unaware. From the known intelligence, it seems that Leng Feng can't water, and he was almost drowned 2 days ago, and this time drowning is simply providence. For Leng Feng, the same is true. When he moves underwater, he is naturally not afraid of others seeing it. The killer's underwater skills are very good, and after entering the water, he burrows into the water like a swimming fish. At this time, Leng Feng was still splashing in the distance, and it looked as if it was about to sink. A figure submerged in the water quietly came to Leng Feng's underneath, and suddenly stretched out his hands to clasp Leng Feng's ankle and pulled it down. A string of splashes appeared on the surface of the water, and Leng Feng's body sank into the water. The man in the water could see the look of horror and struggle on Leng Feng's face, and the man smiled. Leng Feng's performance was exactly the same as the information he had received before. Maybe he felt that such a goal was really not challenging, or maybe his patience was exhausted, so he decided to kill Leng Feng directly, and turned around and pinched Leng Feng's neck with both hands. Just as he approached Leng Feng, he suddenly saw that the panic and struggle on Leng Feng's face was gone, replaced by a smile of unknown meaning. Seeing Leng Feng's expression change, his heart suddenly fluttered, and a sense of uneasiness came to his heart, and he subconsciously wanted to speed up his movements. However, at this time, it was too late for him to feel that something was wrong, because a huge pain had already come from the Qi Si Dantian. It turned out that just as he was getting close to Leng Feng's palm had already taken the first step and was fiercely imprinted on his Qi Si Dantian. Although both were underwater, their movements seemed unaffected. This person is a killer, and his underwater kung fu is indeed good, and it seems that this person eats mixed rice on the water. However, Leng Feng is also unaffected underwater. The innate divine skill can allow him to stay underwater for a long time without breathing, and the 12 heavenly gods and demons can also make the body suitable for various special places. Therefore, the combat effectiveness of the cold front underwater is no worse than that on the shore. These are not the most deadly. After all, Leng Feng's strength at this time is not higher than this killer. The most critical point is that due to the killer's miscalculation, he thought that Leng Feng was still the Leng Dashao before, and he could easily let him handle it.
It was under such a calculated and unintentional situation that Leng Feng's easy sneak attack was successful, and he had a beautiful counterattack. After the Dantian Qi was hit, it was like a ball full of gas breaking a hole, and the strength of the whole body disappeared in an instant. The killer's eyes widened suddenly, and his eyelids were filled with horror and incredulity.
Gollum!
It took a few mouthfuls of water before the man came to his senses. However, at this time, the situation had been reversed, and his legs were grabbed by Leng Feng. Was already under the water, and after the Dantian was broken, all the skills of the body disappeared. Before, this person relied on cultivating special methods to ventilate underwater, but now this ability has disappeared, and he wants to struggle and resist, but he can't raise any strength in his body. In this way, Leng Feng pulled his feet and dragged this person to the bottom of the river, and then wrapped the aquatic grass at the bottom of the river around his body. Leng Feng was very decisive and fast when he did this. Although it was borrowed from Leng Dashao's body, the instinct that had been tempered by life and death in his previous life was not lost at all.
Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Leng Feng understands this truth.
In April, many aquatic plants have grown on the bottom of the river, which are thin, long, and resilient. Soon this person was entangled like a rice dumpling by Leng Feng with water weeds, and after some struggle, in less than 2 breaths, this person's eyes completely turned white, and there was no longer a trace of movement in this world. Leng Feng completed his first kill. It can be said that this man died quite unjustly. Originally, with his ability, he should still be slightly above the cold front. However, after being attacked by Leng Feng's sneak attack, he instantly lost the ability to fight back and became a fish to be slaughtered. At this time, Leng Feng's heart was also secretly lucky. If the two fight face to face under normal circumstances, it is not certain who will die in the end. This also reminded Leng Feng that he could not be negligent at any time. The lion and the rabbit still used all his strength, and he must be careful of capsizing in the gutter at any time. With a bang, the cold front came out of the water and fluttered on the surface of the river again.
Quick! Get closer to that side.
On the flower boat not far away, someone saw Leng Feng's movement and immediately shouted loudly. By this time, the 2 drowning men had been rescued by the boatman, and were lying on the plank of the bow of the boat like dead dogs. The boatman, a very experienced man, reached the 2 men with a bamboo pole in his hand, asked one of them to grab one end of the bamboo pole, and then dragged them to the boat.
The whole process only took a few breaths.
Although it wasn't a long time, what others would never have imagined was that in the time of these few breaths, there was an underwater fight between a kill and a counterattack on Leng Feng's side. The process seems simple, but every step is calculated, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as thrilling. What no one knew was that under the water, there was a figure tightly entangled in aquatic plants, and it had completely lost signs of life. Presumably, it will not be long before this aquatic plant will grow even more luxuriantly. The flower boat, under the control of the boatman, soon came to Leng Feng's side. Only then did everyone see Leng Feng's appearance clearly, and his hair was scattered, looking very embarrassed.
Quick, Brother Leng, grab the bamboo pole.
As the boatman stretched out the bamboo pole towards Leng Feng, someone on the boat shouted at Leng Feng. Leng Feng knew that the play should end at this time, so in the shouts of everyone, Leng Feng was also pulled onto the bow of the boat. In order to make this scene more realistic, Leng Yi, like the 2 companions who fell into the water, lay on the bow of the boat for a while, and spit a few mouthfuls of water.
Now, everyone's yaxing is gone.
Although there was no major incident, the process was also quite thrilling. Where did these scholars experience this kind of battle, and most of them had the intention of returning?
It was a happy thing, but I didn't expect such an accident.
It's all poorly arranged, and I hope you all have it. Especially Brother Wang, Brother Li and Brother Leng. If there is any mistake, I will not be able to forgive myself in the future. Liang Dong clasped his fists and saluted everyone, and even bent down to Leng Feng and the 3 to plead guilty. Not to mention anything else, whether he is hypocritical or fake, even Liang Dong's attitude has also added a lot of points to him. In the eyes of others, he is not to blame for this incident, but to blame everyone for being drunk and disorderly, and losing his talents. And Liang Dong's behavior of taking the initiative to admit his mistakes and attributing all the responsibility to himself seems to be a gentleman. It has nothing to do with Brother Liang, it's just an accident.
That's true, how can you blame Brother Liang for this? Even so, we can be regarded as sharing the suffering. The so-called friends of distress are nothing more than that. Sure enough, no one blamed Liangdong for this anymore. There are even people who have made friends in trouble, and it seems that no matter where they are, there are talents. After saying this, some people really think that this is the case. Accident. Leng Feng pursed his lips silently. These scholars still seem to be very naive, or they deliberately want to avoid the previous ugly scene. Ha! What about Huang Er? The boat started moving, and the boatman realized that the little man who was in charge of the vegetables was gone. It turned out that this person's surname was Huang, the second in line, and everyone called him Huang Er. Since Leng Feng was not familiar with him, he naturally didn't pay much attention to this person, but now when he heard the boatman say this, he found that the person seemed to be gone. Everyone also saw him jump into the water to save people before, but the environment was chaotic at that time, and Huang Er deliberately avoided everyone's sight after entering the water, so everyone didn't think much about it. Brother Lang, have you ever seen that person? Someone looked at Leng Feng and asked. Because there were only 3 people who fell into the water here, those 2 were rescued by the boatman at the first time. It stands to reason that if Huang Er also dived to save people, he should have gone to Leng Feng. Except for this old brother who pulled me here with a bamboo pole, I didn't see anyone else. Leng Feng was already around the stove at this time, just like the 2 scholars who fell into the water, and when he heard someone asking, he immediately replied without thinking. To others, Leng Feng's answer seemed natural. Since no one saw the man, where did he go? After all, this is a big living person, can't he disappear out of thin air? In this way, it was a long search, but unfortunately no trace could be found. In this way, it tossed for nearly half an hour, only to exhaust everyone's patience. Fortunately, Huang Er is just a small guy, and he is not familiar with everyone, and the only boatman who knows him only knows that this person came here from other places to make a living. Human life is worthless in this era, let alone a person with no background. No one suspected that Huang Er's disappearance had something to do with Leng Feng. After all this was arranged by Huang Er himself. This is called digging a pit and burying himself, which is really sad to open the door for the sad urge, and the sad urge to get home. After deciding not to look for it any longer, the boat soon docked, and when this happened, everyone lost the interest in continuing the meeting, so they dispersed. Leng Feng did not stay in the city, but rode a thin horse and rushed out of the city. At this time, there was no curfew in Linjiang City, but it was not easy for ordinary people to get out of the city. However, Leng Feng is no longer what it used to be, and the news that Leng Daxiao won the top spot in the selection test has spread almost all over the city. The gatekeepers of Linjiang City all knew Leng Daxiao, and even knew that Lord Shuedo had met Leng Daxiao alone today. What's more, Leng Daxiao didn't go out of the city in the middle of the night before, and many gatekeepers in Linjiang City had received his silver. In today's situation, it is not difficult for Leng Daxiao to get out of the city. It seems that there is still a certain amount of truth in Leng Daxiao's preference for using silver to open the way before. The moon is bright tonight, and the city is very quiet. Most of the roads of this era were dirt roads that had been trodden on, and if there was no moon, the black lights would not be passable at all. This is also the reason why the ancients did not rush at night, but fortunately there is a moon tonight. Hongshan village is not too far from Linjiang City, and it is only 3 or 5 miles after crossing the moat. Leng Feng has never been afraid to walk at night, and in his previous life, as the king of special forces, Leng Feng could lurk alone in the deserted jungles and mountains for several days. Isn't it just a night walk in such an environment now? There was no difficulty at all for him. However, just as Leng Feng came to the edge of the moat, he saw an old carriage parked there. Leng Feng recognized at a glance that the carriage belonged to their family, and it was Chai Bo who drove the carriage. In addition to Chai Bo, there is also a simple and honest boy who is black and strong. This young man is still a year younger than Leng Feng, but his figure is half a head taller than Leng Feng. I don't know how he grew up, and when he was hungry for half a year, he developed so strongly. This made Leng Feng come to a noun, strange people. It seems that this who belongs to this type of person, and he may be born with extraordinary talents. Such people are unusual. The previous Leng Daxiao only knew that he was very angry, and adult men were not his opponents. The boy's name is Ahu, and because he is a countryman and has not read any books,
he has not taken an official name. However, Hu is very honest. Since Leng Feng's family moved to Huashan village, Hu's family has become Leng Feng's long-term worker. They do a lot of hard work at home, they never cheat, and they get along well with Leng Feng's family. Moreover, Hu is also the blacksmith descendant of Huashan Zhuang, and after the old blacksmith left, he did all the ironwork in Zhuangzi. Today, before Leng Feng went to the banquet, he had already sent someone to the Leng family's house to inform his mother. Leng Li was worried that something would happen to Leng Feng, so he asked Chai Bo to take Hu and wait by the moat early. It was here that Leng Feng fell into the water 3 days ago, which already made Leng Li have a shadow here. Young master, this way. Chai Bo waved the lantern in his hand at Leng Feng. Young master Feng. Hu also shouted honestly. Chai Bo, Hu. Leng Feng also greeted them. At this time, Leng Feng's clothes were already dry, and since it was April, the weather was already a little hot, so he only wore a long shirt. After being fished onto the flower boat, he did not be as reserved as the other scholars, but took off his clothes and wrung out the excess water. In addition, after roasting by the stove for a while, it was almost dry, and now it has been completely dried by the wind. At this time, in Chai Bo's opinion, Leng Feng could no longer see that he had fallen into the water. Young master, madam is worried that you will come back late, so I asked Hu and I to wait for you here. Chai Bo waited until Leng Feng walked over and said. Leng Dashao in the past, although he also had the experience of sneaking out of the city, but after all, it was different from now. At that time, Leng De Rich was still in Linjiang City, and no one dared to have any crooked thoughts about Leng Dashao. But now it's different, the Leng family has such a huge industry there, and many people's eyes are staring at this cake. Once Leng Dashao has some accidents, then these properties of the Leng family will be swallowed up immediately, and there will be no scum left. After falling into the water 3 days ago, Leng Li felt a little wrong in his heart. After all, Leng Dashao has passed the small bridge outside the city more than once, but he has never had an accident before. Why did he happen to fall into the water this time, since the situation of Leng Feng falling into the water was just an accident in the eyes of everyone in the water? Leng Li was not sure that someone had caused it to be bad. However, he still paid attention to Leng Feng's safety. Leng Feng looked at this small wooden bridge and felt a lot of emotion for a while. It can be said that this place is of great significance to him. If Leng Dashao did not fall into the water here, then there would be no cold front in this world. Perhaps, Leng Feng's soul will still pass over, but it may not be able to fall on Leng Dashao's body. It can be said that this providence has its own certainty in the dark. Young Master Feng, the horse will lead me to the horse, you can go back in the carriage. Just as Leng Feng was slightly distracted, Hu also walked to his side and grabbed the reins of the thin horse. Leng Feng did not refuse, although the carriage of this era was not comfortable to sit on, but it was still more comfortable than riding a horse at night. Well, thank you very much. Leng Feng turned over and dismounted, waved his hand to Hu and said, Hey, hey. Hu scratched his head embarrassedly. He didn't speak much, and felt that it was normal for him to lead Leng Feng. Hu had a lot of contact with Leng Dashao before, but today I feel that Leng Dashao seems to be different from before. But he couldn't tell what the difference was, he just felt that Leng Dashao gave people a very friendly feeling. An old carriage, an elderly coachman, and a sturdy young man leading a lean horse. None of the group spoke again. Walking on the country road under the moonlit night, the combination was very strange, but Leng Feng felt a different artistic conception. This may only be experienced in this era. There is no hustle and bustle, and there is no tense rhythm, the 4 fields are empty, and the night breeze is cool. In less than half an hour, Leng Feng returned to the Leng family's mansion again. Leng Feng didn't tell Leng Li about his falling into the water, after all, saying it only increased their worries, and there was no substantial benefit. Seeing Leng Feng return safely, the family went back to rest with peace of mind. The little girls have already slept, and only Fluttershy is still fighting with her upper and lower eyelids, waiting for Leng Feng to return. Seeing this, Leng Feng touches her brain and tells her to go back to sleep. After all, Fluttershy is only a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Girls at this age are at the time of physical development, and lack of sleep will affect development. The Leng family house is quiet tonight. After all, the excitement like yesterday is just the exception. In this day and age, people have become accustomed to the tradition of going to bed after dark. Especially in the countryside, there are many families who don't even have lights, and what can they do if they don't sleep when it's dark, which is also the reason why there are many children in the countryside. Back in his room, Leng Feng first practiced the 12 heavenly gods and demons body forging divine skill for nearly a pillar of incense, and then felt tired on the ground again. Although as long as he practiced this exercise, he was tired on the ground, but Leng Feng could clearly feel that every time he was tired, it was worth it. He could feel that his body had become stronger again, and the special strength in his body had also thickened a little. After his previous experience underwater, Leng Feng could clearly feel the power of this special force. He was able to stay in the water without being affected, and that strength worked a lot. Moreover, when he slapped on the killer's dantian, he also used this force to rush into the opponent's dantian, completely disintegrating the energy in the opponent's dantian. Without this kind of strength, he would not have been able to fight back and kill. Seeing the benefits and sense of security brought by strong strength, Leng Feng will definitely not relax. No matter what happens, he must practice the exercises every day. Moreover, the practice of the 12 heavenly gods and demons forging divine skills will not take a lot of time, but it is important to persevere. With Leng Feng's current physique, he has already reached the limit by practicing once a day in the morning and evening. It is useless to practice too much, because his body simply can't bear it. After relieving himself, Leng Feng began to practice the second exercise. This time, when he cultivated the innate divine skill, he didn't have the feeling he had yesterday. The innate state is hard to find. Leng Feng was able to enter that state yesterday, and he himself can't tell what's going on. It's best to be able to enter that state. After all, Leng Feng has felt the taste of it, and that kind of coolness can't be described in words. However, even in a normal state, the effect of cultivating innate divine skills is better than the quality of sleep. Moreover, this exercise is not only achieved by hard cultivation, but also depends on one's talent and comprehension ability. Leng Feng felt that he was not bad in both aspects, and through his cultivation last night, it could be seen that he was very suitable for cultivating this divine skill. It seems that after he crossed over, his soul combined with Lang Dashao's body, resulting in a qualitative change similar to a chemical reaction. Recently, Leng Feng can find from time to time that this body will give him some surprises. The Cole family's mansion was shrouded in night, and it seemed quiet and peaceful. But in Linjiang City, the house of Second Master Lang is shrouded in a different atmosphere. Second Master Lang and Third Master Lang were still sitting facing each other, and there was a man in black standing beside them. This person's face was stiff, revealing a cold aura all over his body. Of course, the most attractive thing was his palms, which looked a lot larger than ordinary people's palms. And every joint is unusually thick, and the entire palm of the hand looks like dead tree bark. But anyone who practices martial arts, when they see these palms, knows that this person's kung fu should be very powerful. My brother is doing things for you, but now you can't tell his whereabouts. Don't think that our brothers of the 5 ghosts of the Yellow River are so easy to fool. It turned out that this person was the eldest brother of the killer who was killed by Leng Feng. These 5 ghosts of the Yellow River are 5 brothers, who grew up by the Yellow River since they were children, and their water nature is excellent. It is said that they once received the guidance of a master who was also proficient in water kung fu, and a pair of iron palms were also famous in the rivers and lakes. The Yellow Hall Master is angry. No matter how bold we are, we don't dare to deceive the Iron Master. We also inquired about the situation at the time, and it was indeed an accident. As for where the brother of the Yellow Hall Master went, we really don't know. Although Second Master Lang is scheming, he is still very jealous in the face of this Yellow Hall Master. After all, these people in the rivers and lakes sometimes don't reason with you at all. If you can't satisfy them, in anger, whoever you are is likely to kill you with a knife. If that's the case, it's just too wrong. Are you sure? The person known as the Yellow Hall Master still said with a blank face. Second Master Lang and Third Master Lang could clearly feel that the cold murderous aura in this person's words seemed to have a lot of lives on this person's hands. If the Huang Hall Master is not at ease, I can call the nephew of the insider. He organized the wine party at that time. You can ask him personally. Second Master Lang said. All right, you call him. It seems that Hall Master Huang is still skeptical of Second Master Lang's answer. So, after a while, Liang Dong appeared here. It seems that Second Master Lang had expected this step a long time ago, and asked Liang Dong to wait here in advance.
Liang Dong didn't know about Second Master Leng's arrangement, and he didn't know what Second Master Leng also called him. But Liang Dong is also a smart person. He knows that everything in his family is obtained through Leng Yiri. Since Leng Yiri asked him to cooperate with this person's inquiry, then Liang Dong also knows everything and says everything. Liang Dong replied very truthfully, and he didn't say anything about the situation at that time. Hallmaster Huang had been listening to Liang Dong's narration expressionlessly, and did not interrupt during the period. After listening, he asked Liang Dong about the specific situation of everyone on the ship at that time. Liang Dong also told this person one by one according to his own understanding. After listening to Liang Dong's story, Hallmaster Huang didn't say anything more. Because the situation was basically consistent with what he knew, he waved his hand and let Liang Dong leave. Although Liang Dong was confused, he also knew that this person must have come for the little guy who disappeared on the flower boat today. However, Liang Dong didn't take this matter to heart. After all, he was not a person in a circle, so he naturally didn't know the relevant secrets in that circle. But Liang Dong also had some doubts in his heart, and this suspicion was mainly aimed at Second Master Leng. Although Liang Dong didn't know Second Master Leng's thoughts and plans, after going through this incident, he found that Second Master Leng seemed to be too attentive to Leng Feng. Thinking of what Second Master Leng said to him before, it seems that Second Master Leng let himself have a banquet for Leng Feng and the others, and his real purpose may not be as he said. After all, Liang Dong is a smart person. He didn't think about this before, but now that he has doubts, he naturally finds some clues. When he came back just now, he also told Second Master Leng about it. Because before this, Second Master Leng had said that if he talked to him after the banquet, he could help Liang Dong with his staff. At that time, Liang Dong really thought that Second Master Leng was trying to help him pull connections, but now it seems that there may be another reason for this. It can be seen from the performance of Second Master Leng asking him about the situation that Second Master Leng does not really care about the communication situation of the banquet, and he cares too much about Leng Feng. Liang Dong is very clear about the relationship between Second Master Leng and Leng Feng. Although he is an uncle and nephew, Second Master Leng has never regarded Leng Feng as a nephew. So, why does he care so much about Leng Feng? Is it because Leng Feng has won the top spot, and there is hope for them to glorify the Leng family? This may be able to deceive people who don't know the inside story, but at least Liang Dong won't believe it. Thinking of the Leng family's property dispute, Liang Dong had never thought about it before, and there was already a faint guess in his heart at this time. Although Liang Dong had already guessed, he didn't plan to delve into it. He knew that this kind of thing should not be mixed in. After all, no matter how Leng Feng's uncle and nephew fight, it was only an internal matter of the Leng family. And he, Liang Dong, is an outsider. Once this matter leaks out, Second Master Leng may be fine, but Liang Dong will definitely be fine. Liang Dong frowned, and left the Leng family's mansion thoughtfully. Looking at the mansion shrouded in darkness, he felt inexplicably depressed in his heart, and he already had a hint of jealousy here. The matter on Second Master Leng's side has not yet been resolved, and that Huang Ho Master has not gotten the result he wants, so he naturally will not give up easily. My brother can't disappear for no reason. You have to give an explanation for this, and double the price agreed before. If I find out that this is related to you, then it's not just about the price. Master Huang said in a calm tone. The price is easy to say. Please also rest assured that Hallmaster Huang, I can guarantee that we have absolutely nothing to do in this matter. After finishing speaking, he turned to Leng Sanyi and said, Third brother, give the reward to the Huang Hallmaster. When Leng Sanyi heard this, he immediately took out a money bag from his arms and handed it to the Huang Hallmaster. The Hallmaster Huang pinched it with his hand. Knowing that there were a few gold bars here, he quietly put them away. Is your nephew really a piece of rubbish? After collecting the gold bars, Hallmaster Huang's tone softened a little. It seems that no matter who you are, you can't take the power of money ability lightly. This is also what I think is strange. What kind of virtue my nephew is, I must have heard of it in the Yellow Hallmaster. He almost drowned in the water just 3 days ago, so we asked your cousin's brother to help him in the same way. According to what we know about her, even if the eldest lady scatters all her wealth, she may not be able to exchange it for a fame. But who would have thought that he would win the top spot in this selection test? If there is nothing in this that we don't know, it is absolutely impossible. Second Master Leng directly expressed his doubts, and of course he didn't add fuel to the fire.
After all, he also knew that this Huang Ho master knew the situation in Linjiang City very well, and he only had to tell the real situation. Coupled with some of his own doubts, he would naturally be able to provoke the Huang Ho master's suspicion of Leng Feng. Once the Yellow Hall master became suspicious of Leng Feng, then it was very likely that the Yellow Hall master would be able to kill Leng Feng without having to do it himself. I know what you're saying, but I don't think your nephew has the ability to kill my brother without knowing it, the only explanation. At this point, Hallmaster Huang paused, glanced at the two of them, and saw the Leng family brothers' face puzzled. He continued, even if there may be a master behind him, I will find out about this matter. No matter who it is, as long as I find out that it is not good for my brother, our Iron Palm gang will definitely not give up. There is a master behind Leng Feng. This point of view reminded Second Master Leng and Third Master Leng that they had never thought of this before, and they always thought that with Leng Feng's waist, how they wanted to clean it up was not how to clean it up. So there is no sense of urgency to clean up the cold front. If it weren't for Leng Feng's performance in this selection test, they wouldn't have made such a hasty move. It's really possible. After hearing Hallmaster Huang's words, the two of them almost thought of something in unison and spoke at the same time. Think about my eldest brother. I have indeed been in contact with many strange people in the past, and it is inevitable that some people will remember the old love and secretly help my nephew. In any case, I won't let it go easily. If my brother is okay, if something happens, everyone involved in it will be buried with me. After the Huang Ho master put down this sentence, he turned around and left without any delay. Seeing the back of the Huang Ho master leaving, Second Master Leng and Third Master Leng glanced at each other, and there was an inexplicable smell flashing in their eyes. Borrow a knife to kill. 4 words came out of their mouths at the same time. Of course, they also knew that Hallmaster Huang's knife was not so easy to borrow. However, the risks are much smaller than if they were doing it themselves. For the failure of this plan, Second Master Leng and Third Master Leng were not so angry compared to Hallmaster Huang. After all, they only lost some money and did not expose themselves. There are still a few months left before the coronation of the cold front, and they think that in the meantime, they can find an opportunity to clean up the cold front. As for why Leng Feng was able to win the top spot in the selection test, they don't delve into the reasons now. After all, this is only the top of Linjiang City, and it is difficult to say where Leng Feng can go in the future. However, with their understanding of Leng Feng, their cognition is still stuck in the previous Leng Dashao's personality, and they are not optimistic that Leng Feng can make a difference on this road. Besides, there is still a month before Leng Feng enters the Jingyan Saint. Take 10,000 steps back and say, even if Leng Feng suddenly becomes talented, the road to Beijing is not all smooth sailing. Although the current Southern Song Dynasty has not yet reached the level of war and chaos, the society is unstable, there are many bandits and horse thieves on the road, and it is normal for a few people to die. Leng Feng can guess some of these people's reactions. This is what he wants. As long as he can win it for a while, he is not afraid of other people's calculations. After a night of silence, Leng Feng got up early the next morning and repeated yesterday's exercise routine. However, Leng Feng is not the only one who wakes up early today. Fluttershy, Lonely, and the others are all up early. Fluttershy, in particular, gets up almost one after the other. The little girl was very curious at first and ran with Leng Feng for a while, but then gave up. Lengli was very pleased with Leng Feng's change, so when he was eating this morning, Leng Feng found that there was a big bowl of nourishing soup on the table. It seems that they didn't take what Leng Feng said yesterday seriously. It's not that this thing has no effect, but the medicinal power of this tonic soup has little effect on Leng Feng's current physique. In fact, cultivating the 12 heavenly gods and demons forging body divine skill requires great supplements to nourish the body. But with the Leng family's current ability, it was difficult to get that level of medicinal materials. Ordinary tonic medicines are only useful for ordinary people, and for Leng Feng, who is already barely getting started with body forging skills, the effect is too inferior. The effect of his cultivation of the 12 heavenly gods and demons body forging divine skill was much better than dozens of bowls of great tonic soup. The so-called poor literature and rich martial arts are still very reasonable. After all, people at different levels of martial arts practice different things that need different supplements. It is difficult for ordinary families to afford this kind of expenses, which is why only the families of high-ranking officials and dignitaries can afford to support martial artists. Leng Feng also knew that in such a situation, his dissuasion might not necessarily be effective. Fortunately, the money that Leng Li had paid out at the beginning, except for the piece of jade in the hands of Lord Shuedo, was returned. Of course, there are reasons for this, but the main reason is that Leng Feng won the top spot in this selection test with his own strength. Let those who have benefited from the Leng family feel that taking the Leng family's things for nothing is a hot potato. So these things were sent back to Leng Li's hands through the hands of the mountain chief, which relieved the financial pressure on the Leng Feng family. Anyway, this kind of big tonic soup is better than nothing. As long as they are happy, let them go. Of course, Leng Feng also has a feeling of being cheap and well-behaved. Today, Leng Feng decided not to go anywhere. The people who should have visited yesterday have all been visited, and as for the others, in Leng Feng's opinion, they are all people who tend to be inflammatory. I can't expect these people to be the icing on the cake, let alone to be able to help them. Although he won the top spot in this selection test, Leng Feng didn't plan to be busy with various socializing lately like several others. In his opinion, this is a pure waste of time. Even if many people sent the greetings and invitations to the Leng family's house, they were all pushed away by Leng Feng. It's not that Leng Feng doesn't understand the world, it's that he feels completely unnecessary. As long as you can maintain enough strength, these people will naturally respect you. If you don't have enough, just live like Leng Dashao before, it will be a joke in the eyes of others at most. For these people who don't have many friendships, Leng Feng can naturally take care of the priorities. Fenger, what are your plans for today? After breakfast, Leng Li asked Leng Feng. It's okay, I'm going